The Lady in Blue, a Joseph Mueller story by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron.
This is Books on My Mind YouTube channel. Listen to world's best and high-quality audiobooks. Click on the subscribe button for more.
The Cry at Twilight. There was something uncanny about the Grey House, as people thereabouts called it. Hiding haughtily behind high brick walls, it turned a forbidding front to the pretty city that came creeping over flower-strewn meadows to encroach on the old mansion's solitude. If one looked through the great gates of ornately wrought iron that gave entrance on two sides to the charming garden with its many flowers, its shrubs, and graceful tree groups, the place seemed cheery enough. But houses have personality, a personality of their own, irrespective of those who dwell therein. And this house looked out through its tall windows with an air of affrighted reserve. The ivy that clung here and there to the bleak walls drooped discouraged, as if it had long since given up trying to beautify and was anxious only to conceal. The gruesome quality in the place, handsome and well-built though it was never so apparent as on this stormy evening of late May, thought Mrs. Deisler, the old caretaker and housekeeper, as she walked down the garden path to open the gate for the postman. She shivered and drew her shawl closer around her shoulders. "Nasty evening, ain't it?" remarked the stout letter-carrier as he handed her the mail. "It is that," she replied. "I'm right sorry for you walking about in this wind." "I'd rather be walking about than living in such a place on a night like this," laughed the object of her solicitude. "It must have been right lonely when it was first built." "It's not so bad now, the city's grown up so close." "Still, it's only strangers from outside will hire the place. Don't the young lady mind the loneliness?" "She's got her maid with her, and she's not the kind to be minding the stories about the house." "No, she's right smart and handsome to look at, isn't she?" "Hush! Here they come." Mrs. Deisler turned to greet the two women who came down the path from the house door, while the letter-carrier lingered for a last look. The tall girl who came on ahead, struggling to keep her big hat with its sweeping plumes on her head in spite of the wind, would have justified any man lingering to look at her. Her beauty was of that showy, dazzling sort that seems to create a spotlight around itself and to focus all eyes on it. She carried her tall, slender figure with an audacious swing that lent dignity to the ultra-modishness of her light blue silk gown and the long black cape that floated like a dark cloud around her. On her small head, with its blue-black hair massed around a delicate featured face, the exaggerated size of her hat melted into harmony as a note in the picture. But the hat was giving her considerable trouble just at the moment, for the wind seized on it like a child on some desired plaything. "What a perfect nuisance!" the beauty grumbled. Her tone was not pleasant, but her voice was. She swept on past the old woman with the barest nod in answer to the latter's respectful greeting. The maid who followed her mistress was more friendly. "Don't wait up to let us in," she said as they passed through the gate. "I have the keys with me." The old woman nodded and stood looking after them until a stronger gust than usual sent a shiver down her back and made her hurry to the house. She felt sorry for Tony, the young lady's maid, for the girl had been complaining of a headache, and it was no pleasure to have to go out in such a wind, even to the theater. "She'll not enjoy the play much, poor thing," she thought, locking the hall doors before she entered her own cozy room. Mrs. Deisler was alone in the house, and believed in being safe. Her labors of the day were over, and she settled down with a sigh of satisfaction to her cup of coffee and the newspaper. She permitted herself a dip into its excitements before taking up the mending that lay waiting her hand. Then she heard a step on the path outside, a quick, eager step. She rose, a bit surprised, and went to the window that gave out on the path. It was Tony, the maid, coming rapidly up from the gate. She entered the house just as Mrs. Deisler came out from her room. "Forgot something," Tony called back as she ran upstairs, breathless. She came down soon, carrying a long feather boa over one arm. "I think I've got everything now," she laughed. "Don't let me disturb you. I'll just fasten this shoestring, and then I'll lock you safely in again." "How's your headache?" asked the housekeeper. "Not so bad now, thanks." With a nod, the girl bent to her shoe, and Mrs. Deisler went back to her room. She heard the light step on the path outside, and then the clang of the closing gate. The old woman took up her paper again. It was a paper from Linz, her late husband's hometown, for which she continued to subscribe with that allegiance to the past that grows stronger in us as age cuts us off from interest or activity in the present. But somehow the local news did not seem as enthralling as usual this evening. The storm outside was growing worse. The treetops writhed in agonized protest as they strove to shield their new young foliage from the clutching fingers of the raw, wet wind. The gentle murmur of the little river that flowed past one side of the house had risen to an angry brawl, and it spat flecks of foam on the grass-bordered path on its banks. Yes, it was a nasty night. Mrs. Deisler dropped the paper and sat upright, swallowing hard and staring into space. She had heard, or thought she had heard, a cry from somewhere in the old house, a short, sharp scream of terror. But she must have been mistaken. She was all alone in the house. Her only tenants, the young lady and her maid, had gone out. She must have been mistaken. She did not hear that scream, or if she did, it must have been something out in the street. For there was no one in the garden either. The gates were both locked, and Buchner the gardener had gone off on some errand, taking his dog with him. Mrs. Deisler wished he hadn't. That dog, or the gardener himself, would have been a great comfort to her just at that moment. With beating heart and hands that trembled, the old woman sat motionless, waiting. But there was no second scream, and gradually the uproar in her heart and brain subsided. She began to reason with herself again, more calmly this time. She rose and busied herself about the room, but her feet dragged and her hands were useless. I must have been mistaken, she murmured again and again. Then, with a sudden decision, she went out into the hall, already dim in the growing dusk. She wanted to look about in the house before it was quite dark and assure herself that all was as it should be. She walked with a braggart loudness of step that gave the lie to her true feelings. She took her matches and taper and lit the gas jets as she went along. Her tenant, Miss Elise Lehman, occupied the right wing of the house, which, like many old houses in Europe, consisted of a ground floor with kitchen and servants' quarters, a main story with living and bedrooms, and a mansard attic. 2 corridors ran to right and left from the gallery that topped the wide staircase. 4 doors opened into each corridor. There were windows at the end of each corridor, but the ivy had grown so thick around them that they gave little light to the halls, even in broad day. Mrs. Deisler lit the hall lamps hastily, looking around with frightened eyes. She tried the doors of the right wing. They were locked, as usual, when Miss Lehman and her maid had gone out. The caretaker breathed, relieved, and turned back to the stairs again. At the top she paused and threw a shy glance at the left wing corridor. Had the cry come from there? Shivering, she remembered half-heard tales of something terrible that had happened there long years ago. She ran down the stairs and back into her own bright, cheerful room. Then she gave another deep breath of relief, for a familiar barking broke through the howling of the wind. That was Pollux, which meant that Buchner was coming home. The gruff-tempered gardener was no particular pet of Mrs. Deisler's, but she fairly ran down the path to let him in, which greatly surprised the man. "Why did you come out in this wind?" he asked. "I got my key." "I thought you'd be cold yourself, and it's a bother to look for the key," she murmured, stooping to pat the dog. She couldn't say more, for she was never very talkative with Buchner, and it wouldn't do to change too suddenly. He had laughed at her timidity before, and she didn't dare mention the cry she had heard, and her thought that it might in some way be connected with the mysterious stories of past happenings in the house. So she said nothing more and went back to her room. But it was some comfort to see the light in Buchner's little hut further down the garden, and once she knew him safely in his house, she opened her own door softly and called in the dog, bidding him lie on the rug in front of the stove. It was 9 o'clock when Buchner's lamp went out, and the ladies couldn't be home until 10:30 at the very earliest. Mrs. Deisler sighed and shuddered again at the thought of the terror in that short, sharp cry that still rang in her ears. She had no wish for sleep or even for bed. She would sit up until her tenants returned, although they never expected such service. 10 o'clock came, 10:30. At last the welcome sound of wheels and hoofs outside as a cab stopped at the gate. Mrs. Deisler caught up her shawl and hurried down the path. "Why, Mrs. Deisler, did you wait up for us?" exclaimed Tony, who stood by the box, paying the driver. "Oh, there, I've left my opera glass in the cab. Will you find it for me?" Mrs. Deisler felt about in the dark cab, finding the glass at last. Tony was waiting for her. Miss Lehman had gone on, holding her hat down over her face, and her boa well up around her neck to avoid the raw blasts of the increasing wind. She was already on the stairs before Mrs. Deisler and Tony reached the hall door. "As long as you are up, would you make me a cup of tea?" asked the girl. "I'm chilled through." She shivered as she turned to follow her mistress up the lighted stairs, but she was down again before the tea was ready. "My, that didn't take long," said Mrs. Deisler. Tony laughed. "She's cross tonight. She wouldn't let me undress her." "Yes, these rich ladies have their moods," remarked the old woman as she lifted the singing kettle from the stove. "Sit right down and take your tea while it's hot. You look as if you needed it." The girl rubbed her hands. They were white and shaking. "Yes, I'm frozen stiff. Didn't dress warmly enough, I fancy." "And you're right hoarse, too," said Mrs. Deisler, with a note of real sympathy in her voice. "I do hope you haven't taken cold." The pretty, modest-spoken girl had long since won the heart of the old housekeeper, whereas her mistress had not been so fortunate. Miss Layman had been in the Gray House for 3 weeks, but Mrs. Deisler had not yet made up her mind as to whether she liked the lady or not. She rather thought she did not, when she thought about it at all. But she knew she liked Tony. "Shan't I fix a cold compress for your throat?" she asked now in real concern. "It would be kind of you," Tony answered, sipping her tea. "Why, doggie, what are you doing in here?" I thought I'd like to have him here tonight," the housekeeper began slowly. "Are you afraid of anything?" Tony's voice showed surprise. "I never noticed that about you before." Mrs. Deisler hesitated. Of course it wasn't the proper thing to frighten the tenants, not while she was there to protect the owner's interests. Still, the temptation was strong. Tony was always such a good listener, and she listened now with an occasional incredulous shake of the head, but with no word of scorn while the old woman described her experiences of the evening, and then went on to talk about the rumors of bygone happenings, stories that concerned the old house and its past. Then she paused, and there was silence in the room. "What makes you so thoughtful, Miss Tony?" she asked, as the girl did not speak but sat absently patting the dog's head, which lay in her lap. She looked up as if from a daydream. "Nothing. I was just thinking. My lady has been so depressed these last days, and last night she couldn't sleep and seemed to be frightened about something. She woke me and wanted me to sit by her bed, but I don't suppose that has anything to do with the house. She's been downhearted for some days." "Now what's she got to be downhearted about? Young and pretty as she is, and engaged to a fine gentleman? Still, I guess you're right. I saw her crying over a letter in the garden the other day, and then she tore it into bits. I expect she's got her cares, too, like the rest of us." "What's that?" whispered Tony hastily, her eyes staring into the corner. A cold gust seemed to sweep through the room, making the gas jet flame and flicker. "Don't be scared," soothed Mrs. Deisler. "The old stove does that frequently on windy days. Hear it howling in the chimney? And there's an attic window unfastened. I've heard it slamming for some time. There, hear that?" "Is it really an attic window?" "Why, yes, what else should it be?" "In this house? After what you've been telling me? Why, Miss Tony, you're more scared than I am. It's your fault, and now I've got to go up there alone." "I'll go with you. But you'll come down again, and I'll be alone, after all those stories." "Why can't you stay down here?" "That won't do. My lady might ring for me, and I couldn't hear it here. There, hear that? She's ringing now. I wondered why she hadn't wanted me before this." Tony rose and hurried to the door. Then she turned. "Why can't you come up and sleep in my room?" she asked. "Bring your quilt. I have everything else. You can sleep in my bed, and I'll take the sofa. Will you do that?" "Why, certainly." Mrs. Deisler herself preferred not to be alone that night. She puttered about, making her preparations for bed. Tony returned before she was ready, carrying a carafe. "Are you ready? I'll take up some drinking water." The housekeeper let out the dog, extinguished the lights, and followed the girl upstairs, her warm quilt over her arm. They chatted for a few moments after going to bed. Then Tony's answers grew fainter until her deep, quiet breathing told her companion that the girl had gone to sleep. Mrs. Deisler slept lightly, as old people often do. She woke several times during the night and listened, with a gentle envy for the sound sleep of youth, to the soft, regular breathing from the sofa. Her stories had not robbed Tony of a good night's rest. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. What Next Morning Brought. Mrs. Deisler awoke at her usual hour, 5 o'clock. She rose quietly, slipped into her clothes, and stole off as gently as possible to avoid disturbing Tony. The girl tossed a bit, then went off to sleep again. Young people sleep sound, thought Mrs. Deisler, with a natural touch of envy. An hour and a half later she was busy in her cheery kitchen preparing Buchner's breakfast. She heard his heavy step on the stones outside and his whistling, which always annoyed her. Why does he have to make that noise? You'd think he was... The little milk pitcher fell from her hand, shattering to bits on the floor, but Mrs. Deisler did not notice it. She stood motionless, trembling, her eyes wide. Another cry rang through the house, a long, shrill shriek, the breaking of taut nerves tingling with horror. It was answered by a shout from Buchner. "Good Lord, what was that?" He ran to the kitchen door and threw it open. "Something's wrong upstairs. Come on up," he called to Mrs. Deisler. Then his heavy boots pounded on the polished stairs as he ran up, 2 steps at a time. The old woman followed as fast as her trembling limbs would permit. She arrived in time to see Buchner, at the head of the stairs, catch a white-faced, fainting girl in his arms. But Tony recovered in a moment. She straightened up and stared with wide, horror-filled eyes down the right corridor, now flooded with sunlight. She gasped for breath, then cried, She's dead!" The other 2 looked at her speechless. Buchner was the first to move. He hurried on past the girl down the corridor. "I'll stay with you," murmured Mrs. Deisler to the trembling girl who leaned against the wall with gray-white face. Tony shook her head. "No, we must go there. Perhaps we can still do something for her." She walked on, slowly at first, then quickening her step. Mrs. Deisler kept close behind her. One thought was whirling around in the old woman's brain. Was it an omen of misfortune, that cry last night? Tony halted and drew a deep breath as if to gain courage before entering the open door, the last door on the right side of the right wing corridor. A large, handsomely furnished room lay before them, bright in the morning sun that fell through the big bay window wreathed in ivy. Another door in the room was also open, revealing a bedchamber beyond, but on the threshold between the 2 rooms lay the body of Elise Lehman, rigid in the icy chill of death. Buchner was kneeling beside her, his hand on the cold forehead. "There's nothing we can do here," he said. "She's cold as ice already." "Merciful Christ!" screamed the caretaker. "She did it herself. She stabbed herself. Miss Tony, did you see that?" And her shaking hand pointed to a dagger which lay on the edge of the rug, not far from the stiffened right hand of the corpse. Tony nodded, while her horror-widened eyes stared at the shining, polished blade. The groove along its edge and its sharp point were dulled and stained with brown-black spots, and other spots marred the border of the big rug. "Oh, but it's dreadful, dreadful," murmured Mrs. Deisler. Tony, as if incapable of independent thought, repeated dully, "Dreadful." Buchner rose from his knees. "We'll have to notify the police at once. I'll go." "Shall I go too, or do you want me to stay here?" asked Mrs. Deisler timidly. "For God's sake, stay with me. I can't be alone now." Tony caught at the housekeeper's arm with icy hand. The 2 women stood motionless for some time after Buchner had gone, their eyes and their thoughts focused on the one point, the corpse of the beautiful girl on the floor at their feet. Finally the housekeeper stirred and bent down over the body, drawn by a gruesome curiosity. "You can see she was frightened. Strange, ain't it? She was afraid of death, and yet she killed herself. Poor girl, so young and beautiful, and yet so unhappy that she didn't want to live any longer. It's hard for the likes of us to understand that." She put out her hand towards one long glossy tress, loosened from the heavy coils on the dead girl's head. It lay like a black snake on the bright-hued carpet. Mrs. Deisler touched it gently as if to put it back in its place again. But Tony caught at her arm. "Don't touch it. Don't touch anything. We have to leave everything just as it was till the police come." The girl shook as if in a fever. Mrs. Deisler put one arm around the trembling form and led her to the chair in front of the big window. "Sit down there," she said gently. "I'll sit here on the step beside you." Tony dropped her arms on the little table beside the chair, laid her head on them, and sobbed convulsively. Mrs. Deisler had no tears to relieve her horror. She had had little liking for her tenant. It was not merely the girl's arrogant, repellent manner. The simple old soul imagined that all fine ladies behaved that way, and in another case she might have accepted it without a further thought. But she could not help thinking that Miss Lehman, in spite of her haughty air and costly clothes, was not really a fine lady. and with this suspicion in mind, Mrs. Diesler resented her tenant's manner and treatment of herself. With all due commiseration for the girl's untimely death, the good old woman felt no inclination to weep over it. When her first horror had subsided, practical matters claimed her gloomy thought. She couldn't stay in the house after what had happened. She'd be too frightened. And it's so hard to find a new place when one is old. The two women sat quiet for some time, as motionless as the silent corpse on the floor. Tony's sobs ceased, but her face was still buried in her folded arms, and an occasional shudder shook her frame. Steps and voices downstairs startled them out of their thoughts. "The police," whispered Tony with a gasping sigh. Mrs. Diesler involuntarily smoothed her apron and straightened her cap. Then she fell into deep thought again. "What are you thinking about?" asked Tony nervously. "Shall I mention that scream?" "What scream?" "The scream I heard last night." Tony raised her head and stared at the old woman for a moment. Then she spoke harshly, angrily. "Don't be ridiculous. They'd only laugh at such nonsense. They'd call it woman's foolishness. They'd—" She paused, for the men outside had reached the door. Both women rose and stood waiting. The police commissioner, who came in first, nodded in answer to their respectful bow, and looked at them sharply. He saw only two excited women, the younger with eyes red from weeping. "You are the dead lady's maid?" he asked, looking at Tony. "Yes, sir." "And you are the housekeeper?" Then the commissioner turned to the body, beside which the doctor was kneeling. The official followed the physician's actions carefully and looked about the room with keen attention. After he had examined the dagger, he asked the maid if she had ever seen the weapon before. Tony replied that her mistress had used the dagger for a paper knife and that she kept it on her desk. "And you have seen this dagger before, too?" The official turned to Mrs. Diesler. "Oh, yes, sir," replied the old woman, and Buchner volunteered the information that he had often seen it lying on the desk when he brought up flowers for the lady. "How long have you been in this place? In the lady's service?" The commissioner turned his attention to Tony again. "Scarcely a month, sir." "Well?" This to the doctor, who had risen to his feet. "Internal hemorrhage. She's been dead for hours, probably since midnight or longer. It is evidently a case of suicide." "Thanks, doctor," said the commissioner. "If you'll wait a few minutes, we can go down together. I'll be through here soon. Will you go downstairs, Mr. Buchner, and send up the men with the litter? They must be here by now. You haven't anything more to say about the case, I suppose?" "No, sir, except that I might mention how I'd seen the lady crying by herself in the garden a few days ago." "Yes, I saw that too," said Mrs. Diesler. "Thanks. You may go then." When the gardener had gone, the commissioner sat down at the table and beckoned to the two women. He took out his notebook and looked at Tony. "Tell me all you know about the dead woman. What was her name?" "Elise Lehman." "Has she any relatives?" "I do not know, sir." "Didn't she speak to you about her family or her affairs?" "She didn't talk much to me, sir." "The gardener tells me you and your lady had been here only 3 weeks." "Yes." "Pull up that chair and sit down, or you'll be keeling over," said the commissioner, who had a soft spot in his heart for women, particularly when they were young and pretty. When the girl was seated, he continued, "You seem so upset about this affair. The poor lady wasn't much more than a stranger to you. Calm yourself, my child, and answer me. Then you have been in her service scarcely a month?" "About 3 weeks and 4 days." "Where did the lady engage you?" Tony did not answer immediately. She wiped the tears from her eyes and her cheeks before she spoke. "She hired me in Linz." "Is Linz your home?" "Yes, the lady was there for a few days." "Then you don't know much about her affairs?" "I know only that she was engaged to be married." "Ah." "And that she had a friend besides." "Oh." "Her fiancé was Baron Edmund Walroth. He lives in Vienna, at least I think he does, for his letters came from Vienna." "What was the other man's name?" "I don't know." "You don't? Then how do you know that there is such a man?" "He was in Linz with my lady." "Couldn't that have been Baron Walroth?" "Oh, no, sir. The lady and this gentleman spoke of the Baron and had a bad quarrel about him. And besides, he was rather heavy-built and blond, and Baron Walroth is tall and slender and dark. That's his picture up there." The official looked at the photograph that hung over the desk, then continued his examination. "Is there anything more you can tell me about the dead woman?" "I think the Baron rented this house for her." "You can probably give us all information about that," said the commissioner, turning to Mrs. Diesler. "Oh, yes, sir." The gentleman in the picture up there came here on May 1st and took the house for the summer. He paid the rent in advance and said that the lady who was moving in was to be married to him soon. The lady, Miss Lehman, came on May 7th with her maid here. The gentleman hasn't been here since, nor any other visitors. But I think the lady liked company, for she was always going out, and went out evenings often, too. It's lonely in this house for a young, pretty thing like her. "What is your name?" the official asked the maid. "Antonia Schreiner." 2 men with a litter came in and raised the body from the floor, making it ready to carry away. The physician removed the watch and other jewelry and handed it to the commissioner. The latter had placed the dagger on the mantelpiece. The men moved off slowly with their sad burden, and the physician followed. "When did you last see the lady alive?" asked the commissioner, after a short examination of the watch and jewelry. Mrs. Deisler answered his question. Tony's widened eyes were fixed on the little procession moving down the hall. "I saw her last about 10:30 last night," reported the housekeeper eagerly. "The lady and Tony came home from the theater." "And you?" The commissioner looked at the girl. She turned her face slowly to him. What did you ask, sir?" "When did you last see your mistress alive?" "It must have been just after 11 o'clock. Tony spoke quickly now. "You remember, Mrs. Deisler? The lady sent me down right away. She wouldn't let me undress her. She was in such a bad humor. Then she rang for me a little later. I was having a cup of tea with Mrs. Deisler. I went up and fetched her fresh drinking water. Yes, it must have been after 11. "When you came down with the water bottle," put in Mrs. Deisler, "it was just 11:15 by my clock, and you were asleep before 12. "How do you know that?" asked the official, surprised. "Do you room together?" "Mrs. Deisler slept with me last night," replied Tony calmly, "because I'd been feeling so miserable all day. That's why she knows when I went to sleep." Commissioner Senfeld rose and went into the bedroom. It was in immaculate order. The bed had been prepared for the night, but had not been slept in. The only thing out of the usual was that a big black hat with long plumes lay thrown carelessly on a chair, and a feather boa, as well as one long white glove, trailed down from the seat of the chair to the floor. The door leading from this room to the corridor was locked, and the key was on the inside. The official returned to the living room, opened a drawer of the desk, and laid the dead woman's watch and jewelry in it. "Where did she keep her money?" he asked of Tony. The girl pointed to another drawer. It contained about 300 crowns in gold and bills. "Are there second keys to these doors?" "No," answered both women. "Did the lady have just these 2 rooms?" "Oh, no, sir. We had the drawing room and the dining room and a room for me," replied the maid. "Well, I've finished here now. We can go down." They went out into the hall, and the commissioner locked the door behind him, putting the key in his pocket. He looked into the other rooms, which were all in their usual order, and locked them up as well. Downstairs he turned to the girl again. "I suppose you had better wait until the Baron comes. He may want to speak to you. And then you'll want your money, too." "I'll wait here until the Baron comes," Tony answered calmly. Commissioner Senfeld nodded to her with a kindly smile, and joined the doctor, who was waiting in the garden. The hospital wagon had driven off, and the 2 men followed in their cab. The gray house lay as quiet as before in the circle of its blossoming garden. Buchner closed the gate behind the officials and went back to his own cabin, forgetting his breakfast entirely. But Mrs. Deisler was more practical. She believed in keeping to the day's routine whenever possible, and she thought that a good hot cup of coffee would comfort the poor frightened girl. "Come with me, Miss Tony," she began. Then she saw that Tony was not there. Upstairs in the hall, a door closed. Tony had gone to her own room. Commissioner Senfeld wired the Vienna police concerning Baron Walrath. The answer came giving the gentleman's address, but a second wire to his home brought forth the information that the Baron was away on a trip, and that a letter would reach him in Malmö, Sweden, after the 1st of June. The commissioner wrote to that address, giving all particulars as to the death of Elise Lehman. But before this letter had reached the man she was to have married, the beautiful woman was quietly buried in the Salzburg cemetery. Hospital attendants carried the coffin, and the only mourners were the gardener and the 2 women from the Grey House. The young clergyman murmured his prayers hastily, with a look almost of anger towards the coffin, where lay the body of the suicide, a being accursed by the tenets of his religion. He went away as soon as his office was performed. but the women lingered. Tony sobbed bitterly, and Mrs. Diesler tried to soothe her. As far as the public authorities were concerned, the case was closed. An official notice went out to papers in Salzburg and Vienna asking for relatives or heirs of Elise Lehmann, and Commissioner Senfeld turned to other matters. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Grave Flowers. "Where are you taking me, Walter?" asked Edmund Walrath as their auto moved slowly through the southernmost suburbs of the pretty Swedish city, Malmö. "To Sweden's most desolate coast," laughed Thorn. Tall, broad-shouldered, with the bronzed skin of the outdoors man and the keen eye and sensitive, capable hand of the artist, he looked the embodiment of health and strength beside his equally tall but frail and slender cousin. "That sounds cheerful," remarked Walrath. "I thought it was the beauty of this northern coast that charmed you, and that you wanted to show me." "It was pure selfishness on my part to get you here. I wanted you with me, and I wanted you to see my latest picture, the one I am just completing. I didn't know that we would ever have a week or two together again in the old cozy way, once you are married. Well, a new-baked husband is no fit company for a sensible man." "I'll try to remain sensible after a fashion," smiled Walrath. "And besides, there is beauty in desolation, you know," continued Thorn, his eye lighting with the passion of the true artist. "This stretch of coast we are going to, Falsterbo, once a thriving seaport town, then ruined and smothered under sand by successive storms, is so utterly wonderful, silent, and desolate, that it achieves beauty by that very quality. It is a great graveyard, with here and there a half-buried house, what is left of old patrician mansions, serving as dwelling for some poor fisher folk. I'm finishing my picture there." "What is it, a portrait?" asked Walrath. "Yes, but not a portrait of a man or woman, statesman or beauty. It is a portrait of that desolate sea-coast. You'll sense it at once. The coast, I mean, its personality, the thing I have tried to put into my picture. There are fields of immortelles there, stretching for miles, waving sadly, like soft-hued ranks of mourners. That's what I've painted. A field of these grave flowers, the sand dune beyond, and the broken wreck of a vessel drifting forlornly on the waves. Sadness enough, in my eyes, to express the soul of that desolation. But the dear public wants its lessons in words of one syllable, clear and definite. And as we don't paint entirely for ourselves, and Mohammed will not come to the mountain must go to Mohammed. All of which means that an artist must consider the public, whether he enjoys doing it or not. So I have put a woman amid the immortelles, a woman walking through flowers as if towards a grave. Well, you'll see it." There was nothing of the desolation of which Thorn spoke in the landscape through which the two men were now passing. All was sunshine and early spring green, cheerful little houses, and gardens bright with early flowers. Walrath leaned back in his corner, his dark eyes full of a gentle happiness, as he stared out at the clear blue sky. Thorn smiled and bent towards him. "I wouldn't wager even a penny on your thoughts, for I know just where they are wandering. In Salzburg, eh? In a certain old grey house?" "That isn't hard to guess," answered Walrath. "You know how happy I am, in spite of everything." "In spite of everything? Nonsense! Why let one woman's narrow conventionalities spoil your life? But if that one woman happens to be my mother, my deeply loved mother, I know I'm not saying anything against Aunt Lenore. She is one of those rare women to whom any man looks up in respect and admiration. But in this case she has disappointed me. I had thought her more broad-minded. She judges from her point of view." "That's just it. She judges all women from her point of view, the point of view of a woman of wealth and position who has never had to struggle with life and its vulgar, sordid problems. She does not realize what life brings to other women who have to wade through its turgid stream. They cannot always keep their skirts white and clean." "Yes, that's just what irks me when I think of Elise. That turgid stream of vulgar life. That it should besmirch her," said Walrath slowly, with a deep sigh. "Which is why you took her off the stage at once and hid her in a lonely house outside a small town? Too bad some kind fairy gardener couldn't charm up a magic hedge around that house, through which you alone might pass," laughed Thorn. "You are right," replied Walrath good-humoredly. "I know I am madly jealous." "Justified? Is Elise especially desirous of admiration?" "Why especially?" "Because they're all coquettes, which is fortunate for us men, and for the dressmakers. Is your loved one such a sad coquette?" "I have found her reserved, rather than otherwise, but—" Then there's a but. Her beauty is so extraordinary it can't fail to attract attention. That's its chief reason. What would we poor artists do without beauty and beauties? You'll be charmed with Elise when you meet her. I hope so, but you need not turn your jealousy my way. I have some principle, and I have furthermore a predilection for blondes. Your sweetheart is safe where I am concerned. Don't call her sweetheart in that tone. Whew, you are sensitive. I know what people think about what they call a chorus girl. They'll accept a star, and they'll be kind even to the second or third grade actress. But when it comes to the poor beginners in the chorus or small parts, our sort refuses to believe that such girls can have any refinement or decency at all. It's cruel and unjust. I'll do my best to be just, murmured Thorn, a bit amused at his cousin's intensity of feeling. Walrath did not notice it. I have always treated Elise as I would treat any lady, he continued eagerly, and at least since I have known her, she's always behaved like a lady. There were a few moments of silence as the wheels crushed the sandy road. Then Thorn spoke more seriously than before. Are you convinced that she always behaved like a lady, even before you knew her, or at least before you wooed her? Walrath raised his head a bit stiffly. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then shut it again until the lips formed a firm, straight line. It was some little time before he spoke. Yes, I am convinced of that. Thorn did not answer, but he began to understand that his aunt might have some justification for her stubborn opposition to Edmund's marriage. The moment of hesitation before the latter's answer showed Thorn his cousin was not entirely convinced that his beautiful future wife had always led the immaculate life she was now leading. There must have been something in her past that Walrath knew of, but which he preferred to ignore or keep hidden. And Thorn was more annoyed at the thought than he would have believed himself. He was no prude, but a gay-hearted artist who took life as it came. Had it been a mere passing infatuation on Edmund's part, or the usual affair, Thorn would have felt it to be of no concern of his, or of any member of the family, but Edmund himself. But this was a question of marriage. Thorn belonged to a fine old patrician family, which yielded to none in point of pride. When his father's sister had married the Austrian nobleman, her family accepted the latter, not because of his title and wealth, but because of his sterling character and true nobility of heart and brain. Many such marriages there had been in the family, but never one in which the shadow of a doubt could be cast on the bride's past life. Would Edmund be the first to break this rule of generations? The thought was not only unpleasant to Thorn, but decidedly surprising as well. Edmund had always, from a boy, been so sensitive, so keenly proud, so over-delicate in thought and feeling. Was it possible that such a man could be so madly infatuated with this girl's beauty that he was willing to marry her even though he doubted her purity? Thorn came to the conclusion that he had done his Aunt Lenora an injustice. Her judgment was tempered by worldly wisdom and possibly by information unknown to him. He decided that he would get into touch with his aunt very soon. If she knew anything definite that made Elise Layman undesirable or even impossible as Edmund's wife, he, Walter Thorn, would give her all possible aid in breaking off the match, not only from family pride, but because of his genuine affection for Edmund. He knew that a sudden sharp wrench would be easier to bear than a lifetime of disillusion. But he wanted to drop the subject now, and turned toward the western skyline, where a far-off silver strip of water sparkled and glittered. There's the sound already. We'll soon be in Falsterbo. The wagon rolled on over sandy roads, past isolated fisher huts where the people stared out at the motor as if at some strange, weird sight. They don't see many such hereabouts, said Thorn. Few people come here, for there's nothing to see or do except for a crazy painter like myself. And there's scarcely anything to eat and drink either, except what you take with you. Is that why we're so loaded down with packages? Asked Walrath. I thought it was merely because you were too particular. I didn't see you lunching on fish and dry black bread, laughed Thorn. I always load up like this when I go down here for a night or so, or even just for the day. It's more than primitive. There, look at that house. See how ridiculously wide the door is in proportion to its height? Half of it is buried under the steadily encroaching sand. Most of the houses here are like that, the fisher folk camping in the remains of half-buried stately homes of yore. The place is really quite fascinating. Here we are. They stopped at another wide, low doorway where a blonde young woman stood bowing humbly. Edmund looked around the big, plainly furnished, but immaculately clean old room. "It is fascinating. It has atmosphere. I begin to understand your liking for it. Is that the picture?" He walked over to the easel that stood before one of the broad windows. Thorne busied himself at unpacking and laying out the good things he had brought with the help of their landlady. When all was ready, he turned to Edmund. Walworth was standing in front of the picture, his eyes fixed on the canvas, with an odd expression in them. They were focused on the figure of the woman in the center of the picture. Her face could not be seen, but the fine lines of cheek and chin spoke for beauty. Her head drooped. One delicate hand gathered the folds of her blue gown more closely around her. The other was stretched out as if to hide some horrible sight. Before her, amid the flowers, was a long trench, newly dug, beside which lay a spade. Immortelles everywhere, the sand dune beyond, a derelict floating dismally on the heavy gray sea, and a heavy gray sky over it all. "Do you like it?" asked Thorne, laying his hand lightly on his cousin's shoulder. "What does it mean? Why did you do this? Who is this woman?" Walworth passed his hand over his brow as Thorne looked at him in surprise. He seemed just awakening from a trance. "Pardon me, I don't know what happened to me. I seemed to see through and beyond this picture. It was like a window, and it was Elise, looking into a grave and staring back in horror from it. Oh, I am absurd. What can it mean?" His eyes were full of a queer, frightened pleading as he looked at his cousin. Walter felt a queer thrill himself as he listened, but he shook it off and laughed lightly. "It means that my picture caught you, that it did just what I wanted to do. You paid me a fine compliment." Walworth smiled faintly and followed Thorne to the table. He was silent during the meal, finding it hard to shake off the queer feeling that had come over him as he looked at the picture. It came again, and stronger, as he strolled out after lunch, leaving Walter at his easel for the finishing touches on the big canvas. The painter had in very truth caught the sad soul of these great stretches of faint-hued immortelles, with the heather beyond, the wide sea hemming in it. And again Walworth seemed to see, faint and far away, a vision of the beautiful woman whom he loved, to see her walking through these sad-colored grave flowers in the light blue she wore so often, and to see her stopping startled at the open grave that yawned before her. Sensitive though he was, Walworth was not in the least superstitious, nor given to such imaginings. He could not understand it now. He was glad when Thorne's cheery voice told him the picture was finished and that they could drive back to the greater comfort of the Malmo Hotel. "Are you as tired as you look?" Thorne asked through the open door between their rooms in the hotel as they were brushing up after their drive. "Shall we go down or have dinner sent up here?" "Oh, no, let's go down," replied Walworth. "I'm not used to the sea air, and it's made me sleepy, that's all. Come in," he added, as there was a knock at the door. A hall boy came in. "This letter came this morning after you'd gone, sir," he said, laying the letter on the table, as both Walworth's hands were occupied with the tying of his cravat. "A letter already?" teased Thorne, standing in his doorway. "Must have come on the wings of love." Walworth laughed. "Elise doesn't know where I am yet. The letter must be from Mother. She wasn't well when I left, and I wouldn't go until she had promised to write the very next day. She's so good." "She is, indeed. Why, Edmund, what's the matter?" Walworth, still busy with his tie, stooped to look at the letter, then snatched it up hastily. "It's an Austrian stamp," he said with a touch of irritation that Thorne did not quite understand. "Postmarked Salzburg. Well, doesn't that mean it's from your beloved?" Walworth looked nervous. "No, it's from the Salzburg police headquarters. What the deuce can they have to write me about?" He cut the envelope hastily and took out a big official-looking communication. That queer pulling at his heart that had come over him at Falsterbo almost choked him now. Black mist gathered before his eyes as he read the lines. Ghastly pale, he staggered back to the table for support. "Good God, Edmund, what's the matter?" Hastily Thorne pushed up a chair. Walworth sank into it and handed the letter to his cousin. "Edmund, oh, how terrible! My poor boy!" There was true emotion in the painter's voice as he took the trembling hand Walworth held out to him in mute appeal. "How could she? Oh, why? Why should she? Why?" Walross's voice trailed away to an inarticulate murmur which was like a moan of pain. Then he raised his eyes to Thorn, and the latter shuddered at the horror and the suffering in them. "Can we start tomorrow? You'll go with me?" Walross's tone was dull and numb with grief. "Surely, surely I'll go with you." Thorn hurried into his own room and returned with a railway guide. "We can get a boat tomorrow. We'll be in Salzburg in 2 days." "Walter," Walross's voice, still strangely dull, broke the pause. "Was that what I saw in your picture today? I saw her?" A sudden chill struck even to Walter Thorn's gay heart. He pressed his cousin's hand in silence, and before the mental vision of both men, touched now into dreadful life, appeared the picture of a beautiful woman helplessly drawn toward the open grave, yet starting back from it in horror. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. By Southern Waters. The clear June sun of the day that brought the sad news to Edmund Walroth by the northern sea danced and sparkled on the waters of the broad lagoons between Venice and the fashionable suburb on the Lido. It shone with such a hearty goodwill that the outlines of the distant Alps could be seen in the brilliant air, and the evening glow woke 100 scintillating points of light from the golden turrets and cupolas of the famed sea city. It was a pretty sight, and seemed to please the young man who stood looking at it from the tower room window in Marchesa Martini's exclusive pension on the Lido, for he smiled and whistled a merry tune, which he had to interrupt now and then as a bad cough racked his thin though well-knit frame. He was a well-dressed young man, and the room behind him was the finest in the establishment. Richard Wagner was the Marchesa's star boarder and particular pet. In fact, all the ladies in the house made a pet of him. He was so gay and light-hearted in spite of his cough, for life had dealt easily with Richard Wagner. His father was a rich Viennese manufacturer, and he himself held an easy, well-paid position in a big bank. His present experience as inmate of Marchesa Martini's select establishment was a novelty for the gay young city man. But his doctor had insisted on early hours, regular meals, and all the other accompaniments of the simple life. Richard kicked over the traces now and then, to the good Marchesa's great anxiety, but as he managed to come home fairly early from his dips into the night life of Venice, she contented herself with a motherly admonition. She was prepared to deliver one now, as she climbed the stairs to the tower room, for Richard had sent down to ask when he might see her. Her own room was in disorder, and she preferred to go up to the tower. "Why, Marchesa, how good of you to come up!" exclaimed Wagner as she opened the door in response to his "Come in. I didn't expect this." "The paper hangers are busy in my room, and the salon was full," explained the Marchesa, as he led her courteously to the sofa. "Oh, but you are the polite young gentleman today. You must want something very big of me." "Marchesa, am I not always polite?" Richard smiled into her still handsome eyes. "Oh, signor, would you teach me to know men, especially gay young men like yourself? Save such glances for younger ladies, who will appreciate them. When you smile that way at an old woman, I tremble to think what you could want of me." "It's not so very much." "Oh, well, I know I shall say yes, but," the Marchesa grew suddenly serious, "you must not ask secrecy from me again. If you go away on another little trip, I will tell the good doctor. I will not keep it a secret as you made me promise to do last time. For your own sake, I must not. These 4 days you have been away have done you no good. You look very ill again, and I know you are feverish. No, I will not be your accomplice again. If you will commit such follies, when you are here to get well, you must do it without my assistance." Richard's face darkened suddenly while the Marchesa was speaking. His black brows drew together, and his cheek was a shade paler. But he overcame the passing emotion with a quick effort, and smiled his sweetest as he answered, "Oh, no, dear Marchesa, it's no such matter this time. I shall go no further than Venice." "Oh, I see. Then you want my prettiest gondola again, and Achille?" "Excellent guess. You're a mind-reader, dear lady. Didn't you know that? Very well, then. You insist on disobeying the doctor? For you know yourself that these little, diversions make your recovery much slower. I wish I could prevent them. But if I don't give you my gondola, you can get 20 others. And I can't tell those boatmen to bring you back at 12 o'clock, as I can tell Achille. And that worthy man is uncomfortably obedient." "Naturally, or he'd be discharged. Dear boy, can't you get along for a few weeks without these, without staying out all night? I'm not a baby, Marchesa." "Oh, yes, you are. A great big baby with a neat little mustache. You'll never grow up. You're just a schoolboy, and quite as lively as a schoolboy in spite of your bad cough and your pale cheeks. I wish I could put some color into them. Well, never mind, I suppose I'll say yes this time too, and let you have the gondola and Achille. But you must take a warm rug also." "Delighted, I'm sure." "When do you start?" "About 11. "So late?" "And we can't possibly be back here before 1. "We?"
"The lady who comes with me. She's arriving on the midnight express."
The Marchesa sat up a bit stiffly. "May I ask who this lady is?"
"The wife of a good friend of mine."
"Indeed?"
"A charming young lady."
"Indeed. Her husband comes later, I hope?"
"No, he can't leave his work," answered Faulkner with the most demure air.
"But she can leave him?"
The Marchesa's tone was quite sharp. Faulkner's eyes drooped, and he whispered shyly, "Oh, yes. She just wired me that she's coming."
"How nice of her."
"She is nice, and so pretty, too." Faulkner's tone was all confidential discretion. "She's so fond of me. We're very intimate, you see."
"Apparently."
The Marchesa moved to the far corner of the sofa, but Faulkner followed, as he continued with an embarrassed air. "She asked me to engage a room as near mine as possible, adjoining mine if it's to be had. Now, since that chilly Englishman just moved out of the room next door, it will suit us exactly." The Marchesa rose. Her voice was icy.
"My dear Mr. Faulkner, I prefer chilly Englishmen to young women who would go about visiting intimate friends without their husbands."
"My dearest Marchesa, you surely are—"
"I am a woman of the world, young sir, and I do not expect young men of your sort to lead the lives of Trappist monks. But there is a limit to what I permit in my house."
Faulkner rose also, and looked very sad and a bit defiant. "I don't understand you at all, Marchesa. Can't a sister visit her brother?" She looked her surprise and relief.
"Your sister? Why didn't you say so?"
Faulkner laughed merrily. The Marchesa joined in the laughter and tweaked his ear.
"You wanted to make a fool of me, didn't you, you naughty boy, even if you had to tell a little fib?"
"How so, fib?"
"The wife of a good friend of mine," quoted the Marchesa.
"But it's true. My brother-in-law, Major von Wiedner, is a very good friend of mine."
"Oh, I see. That's how you twist it?"
"I don't twist it. That's the way it is. And now you'll be nice to me and love me again? And Milla can have the room next door, and I can have the gondola tonight, and Achille, and, most especially, don't forget the rug."
"I shan't forget anything, although you don't deserve it. But I'll tell your sister to look after you while she is here. You went in swimming today when you were all heated up after running about the sand. Simonides told me."
"Simonides is a Greek. You can't trust a Greek. We learned that in high school." Faulkner offered his arm to the Marchesa and led her ceremoniously to the door, pausing there long enough to smile deep into her eyes. "But I am a dear boy, Marchesa, am I not?"
"You are," she laughed, then more serious. "You're one of those favorites of fortune whom all the world loves and pets, and who suffer doubly when fate or the world goes against them."
Faulkner's gaiety vanished when the door closed behind the Marchesa. He turned to the window again, looking out with eyes that did not see the rich glow of evening illuming all the world outside. His teeth were set tight, and he shivered as if in fever. "If I could only forget that hour, it will haunt me forever," he murmured, his face ghastly pale. He raised his clenched fists and shook them threateningly toward the distant mountains to the north. But an hour later he was at the dinner table, the center of attraction and the gayest of all the guests. The Marchesa stood waiting to receive her new guest when the gondola returned at 1 o'clock that night. The good lady's doubts were quite set at rest by the resemblance between the two young faces that smiled in answer to her welcoming words.
"How charming!" exclaimed Milla von Wiedner as she looked around the room that was to be hers. "I'm in a state of delight at everything tonight, for it's my first visit to Venice. Where's Richard?"
"Looking after your luggage, probably," replied the Marchesa.
"That won't tax him much. We army women travel light. Oh, there he is."
Faulkner stepped into the radius of light from the hanging lamp. "Now let's get a good look at you, little girl, and a good hug." He came forward with arms outstretched, but his sister started back in alarm.
"Why, Richard, you're so pale and so thin. Oh, I didn't know you'd been so ill."
"He won't take care of himself," put in the Marchesa. "He was a bit better, but you see he has the fever again. I'll send you up a pot of hot tea." She finished rather hurriedly and went out. Do I look as bad as all that? Asked Faulkner, with an attempt at a smile, as he dropped into a chair. Milla von Wiedner laid aside her hat and coat, then came to her brother and stood looking down at him, her hands on his shoulders. You lied to us, didn't you? She asked. You were much sicker than you told us? Naturally. Oh, then it's quite natural to lie to your sister? And you didn't tell Mother the truth either? There are times when one can't tell a woman the truth. You go off the handle right away. Mamma and I aren't that kind. And why didn't you tell Father? Or Bertie? You never let him know either. Dad's ill himself. I wouldn't dare let him get excited or nervous. Bertie's not nervous. No, your Bertie doesn't own a nerve. But he's so up to his ears in work just now. Then there's no one in your own family you could confide in? Milla sobbed. Faulkner rose and took her in his arms. Why, Millie dear, don't be so upset. I couldn't tell the old people, you know that, and I didn't want to unload my cares onto your husband or on you. Why couldn't you? She sobbed as she stroked his heavy dark hair. Anybody'd think you've been doing something wrong, instead of just getting so sick and never letting your family know how bad it was. It was a bit of my own fault, said Faulkner with a smile. How was it your fault? What did you do to get this lung trouble? Faulkner turned his head, for which a bad fit of coughing might have been sufficient excuse. Milla's thoughts were busy at something. Suddenly she gasped, caught his face, and turned it to hers, looking him straight in the eyes. Richard, it was a duel. I remember now. I heard something, but I wouldn't believe it. Was that it? He nodded. Yes, I got a bullet near enough to the lung to bring this on. He leaned back, coughing. Milla dropped into a chair, as pale as her brother. No, you couldn't tell the family, she murmured. But oh, why didn't you send for me and Bertie? You let strangers take care of you when you might have died? You look as if there was the danger. You look as if death had come very near you. Death did come very near me, the young man repeated, his eyes looking into space. Milla was startled at his expression. What is it? What is the matter? Hush, here's the maid. Faulkner rose and walked to the window. The servant set the big tray on the table and went out again. Milla busied herself with the dishes, her thoughts elsewhere. It was some little while before she called her brother to the table. He turned and strolled across the room, quite calm now. Aren't you eating anything? He asked as he helped himself liberally. If you haven't had anything since leaving Pontefel, you must be hungry. The Marchesa has looked after us nicely. But then she always does that. She's a motherly old soul. His sister caught at his hand. What does your doctor say, Richard? Tell me the truth, please. Still harping on that foolish little affair? He replied lightly. You needn't worry. The doctor says it will take a good deal harder knock to kill me, and that in 6 weeks at most I can go back to the bank. They've given me leave until the middle of July. The governor sends me all the money I want, and Mother chips in a bit herself on the quiet every now and then, when she thinks the old man isn't watching. The weather is persistently glorious here, likewise the women. What more could anyone want? And best of all are these fruit tartlets, the good Marchesa's own invention. I advise you to take one at once if you want to try them, for otherwise I shall eat them all. Same old Richard, said his sister, laughing against her will. Which I intend to remain for several 100 years yet, little sister. But you'll tell me all about it tomorrow? You really want to hear it? Well, tomorrow then. Or rather today. Look at the clock. We ought to be in bed. But they sat together for some time, chatting about family matters. They were very close friends, these two, and they had been separated for over a year. In spite of their late hours, they were on the sands early next morning, running along the beach like two happy children. Milla's delight in moonlit Venice was capped by her awe and wonder at the sparkling stretch of blue water. To the inland dweller, the sea is a great and ever-new mystery. They walked along the sands toward Malamocco. When Milla's first burst of delight was over, she began to feel more like an everyday mortal. Her thoughts came back to her own personal interests, and she reminded her brother that he had promised to give her all the details concerning the duel that had so nearly ended fatally for him. A woman in the case, I suppose? She added. Women are the cause of most of your troubles. Quite so, he nodded, but his eyes were serious. Yes, it would have been better for me if I'd never met that Lehman girl. Funny, too, she wasn't the one I was interested in at first. Who was? Another girl in the same company. An actress or a chorus girl? Now, Milla, you needn't lift that little nose of yours so high. At least, not at that other girl. She was dead straight, much too straight for me. I'll confess to you that she turned me down hard. Then you took up with the other one, and she wasn't dead straight? The less said about that, the better.
Richard turned from his sister and stared out over the wide waters. Milla took the opportunity to have another good look at him, and her heart ached to see how thin he was. After a pause, he continued. Elise and I became very good friends. Put it that way. It cost me a pretty penny, cost the old man would be nearer the truth, I suppose. That girl's extravagance was unbelievable. It was too much for me. I quit after a few months. I can imagine a man would tire of that sort of girl very soon, said Milla with a scornful curl of her lip. Richard's eyes flashed, and he seemed about to speak, but he waited a moment with set lips. Finally he spoke, almost harshly. You don't know anything about it. That's just the sort of woman that drives us quite mad. Oh, why will men be such fools? Milla was angry herself now. They go around with that sort, and then they expect a decent girl to— Oh, it's horrid, horrid. Richard's tension relaxed. Then he smiled at her vehemence. Oh, come now, Milly, you're not a young girl. You know all the men of our class live that way. Your own highly respectable Bertie was a gay young lieutenant once, remember? Bertie never got mixed up in a scandal or even a duel, as far as we know. Granted. But he's always seemed quite normal to me. So I dare say he has a few little memories of the days before he met you tucked away in his mind. And you know he's none the less a good husband and useful citizen because of it. So what's the use? It'll always be that way, and you can't change it. I suppose not, Milla sighed deeply. But go on about your own story. There's no more. I told you, I broke off with her. Then why did you fight a duel? Was she the cause? No, my loose tongue was the cause of that. How? There's a man so crazy about Elise that he wants to marry her. Dear me, why not let him if he's that silly? He will, don't worry. But we had a little falling out first. He knows that I know her, and he began to rave about her, and let slip the fact that he intended to marry her. I didn't mean to, but it just slipped out. I mean, I remarked that one didn't have to marry that sort of girl. Then I saw that it was a dead serious matter for him. I really felt sorry for the poor chap. He was so cut up. And I was sorry for what I'd said, for I thought that maybe the girl would be all right and perfectly straight once she got her chance, once she was a rich woman with a good social position. I tried to get out of it somehow and calm him down again, but it was no use. He insisted on an abject apology or a duel, and I couldn't bring myself to a direct official lie, you know. The girl wasn't worth that to me, although except for what he could offer her, I felt she was too good for a sickly, sentimental fool like that chap. Well, that's all. Don't let us mention the matter again. You can imagine I'm not anxious to talk about it. But the subject did come up again between the two, although not of their own volition. Richard, tired and a bit depressed, had settled down in a big chair on his balcony, as he usually did after lunch. He liked to sit there in the full warmth of the southern sun and doze for an hour or so. Milla tucked him in carefully and then went into her own room to unpack and straighten out her belongings. When this was done, she took up the last home paper she had bought en route, but had not had a chance to look over. Glancing down the headlines, she saw something that attracted her attention. She read the short notice, then went into her brother's room. What was that girl's name? She queried hastily. What girl? Asked Richard, dropping his book. The girl for whose sake you nearly got killed. Oh, Elise Lehman. Elise Lehman? Milla handed him the paper. Could this be your friend? The little lady's tone was scornfully bitter. Faulkner glanced down the column. His cheek grew even paler, his eyes widened. Why, Richard, it surely doesn't mean anything to you now, exclaimed his sister, quite alarmed. He did not answer. His staring eyes were fixed on the report of the Salzburg suicide. The paper rattled in his trembling hands. End of Chapter 4.
This is Books on My Mind YouTube channel.
Chapter 5. Walter Thorne Makes a Discovery. At 3 o'clock on the afternoon of June 4th, a cab containing 2 men drew up at the door of the Grey House in Salzburg, the house where Elise Lehman died. The sun shone warmly on the gravel paths, but one of the men shivered as if in a chill. The other threw a sympathizing glance at him as he pulled the bell at the gate. I'm afraid coming here will be bad for you, Edmund, he said. You are so excited already. Walrath shrugged his shoulders. It would be too cowardly not to come, he answered somewhat brusquely. Mrs. Deisler came down the path from the house. What can I do for you, gentlemen? She asked. Then, without waiting for an answer, she exclaimed, Oh, it's the Baron! Oh, my dear sir, isn't it terrible? She hastened to open the gate. But I can't let you in upstairs. The police commissioner has the keys.
We have the keys with us, said Thorne, leading the way to the house. At the door he handed Mrs. Diesler the keys, and they followed her up the broad stairway. The little window in the door of her own room was hung with a dimity curtain which moved slightly, as if held aside by a cautious hand, as the men passed up the stairs. The housekeeper opened the door of the corner room, then retired and waited at the head of the stairs, in case she should be needed. A door opened below, and Tony came out. She had been living in Mrs. Diesler's room since the catastrophe. She stood at the foot of the stairs and called gently to the old woman. Tony's face was partly hidden in the white cloth that was wrapped about her head. She had been suffering from toothache since early that morning.
"Who's up there?" she whispered.
"The Baron."
"There were two of them. The other gentleman seems to be a close friend or a relative." "Oh, I see."
"Aren't you coming upstairs?"
"Why should I? They'll call me if they want me."
"What are you so excited about?"
"I'm not excited, but I'm glad the Baron's come, so that I can get my money and go away. You could have gone any time. I'd have sent the money to you."
Tony murmured something that Mrs. Diesler didn't quite catch. Then she returned to the kitchen. The sun flooded the big cheerful room as the two men entered it, Walrath last. His eyes wandered from point to point, with a touch of fear in them, as if he expected to see something gruesome. His heart drew itself together in the grip of an almost overwhelming grief. A deep groan forced its way from his lips. He pressed his hands to his temples and sank down on the nearest chair. Thorne, whose robust nature had little sympathy with weakness in another man, tried to keep his voice gentle. "You knew what awaited you here," he said quietly. "Why did you come if you felt you could not endure it?" "It's so hideous, so incomprehensible," groaned Walrath. "Here, where she lived, I feel more strongly than ever what has gone out of my life. God, why did she do it? What could have driven her to such a step? You may find the answer to that question in her desk, a letter that was not posted or some message. She must have had something to tell you." There was a long pause. Walrath half rose, then sank down again. Finally he whispered in a tone that was half a sob, I can't do it. Will you look?" Thorne gave a sigh of impatience. "Very well," he said a bit sharply. "I'll look about here, but I advise you to go, and go at once. It's only torturing you to stay, and you're no earthly good. Take the cab and drive to her grave. There's some sense in that. You owe it to her and to your love for her. Then go back to the hotel. I'll meet you there. Better do that, old man." His voice softened, and he laid a gentle hand on his cousin's shoulder. Yes, I will. This house is too dreadful." Walrath raised his pain-drawn face, into which a new look of horror came as his eyes fell on the dagger on the mantelpiece. Thorne saw the direction of his look and stepped quickly between his cousin and the object of his horror. "Go now, dear boy. You must have loved her very deeply, and you've overestimated your own self-control." He passed his hand soothingly over the other's hair. Walrath tried to pull himself together. He may have felt that he was behaving like an abject weakling. "Yes, I'll go," he murmured hoarsely. "Don't laugh at me, Walter. All my longing, all my dreams of happiness centered in her. You know how little women have meant to me until this woman came into my life. I've lost everything. That's what upsets me so. Don't laugh at me." It was like a moan of pain. Thorne was alarmed. He felt a doubt as to the wisdom of leaving the excited man to himself. Still, it might be the best thing to do. "Think of your mother, Edmund," he said gravely. "When a man has a mother like yours, he shouldn't say he has lost everything." He laid his arm over the other's shoulders and led him downstairs and out to the waiting cab. "Courage," he whispered as Edmund pressed his hand in farewell. When Thorne entered the house again, a simply clad woman with careworn face met him in the hall. "You wish to speak to me?" he asked, as she stopped before him. "What can I do for you?" "It's my wages, sir. Would you tell the Baron when he comes back?" "He's not coming back." "Oh." "But I can give you your money. You were in the dead lady's service?" "I was her personal maid." "How much is owing you?" 30 crowns. "Is that all?" "Yes." "But you should have something for the days you have been unemployed, through no fault of your own." "I'm not asking anything for that." "That's your affair, my good girl, but I am sure my cousin would want you to have full justice. I am representing him here. Will another 30 crowns compensate you for the loss of time?"
"That is very generous, for I have another position waiting for me."
"I am glad to hear that. Will you stay in Salzburg?"
"No, I'm going to be traveling with my new lady."
She blushed deeply.
I wonder why, thought Thorne. Then he realized that he had been staring at her with a deeper interest than the situation warranted, for he had just discovered that the girl was exceedingly pretty. It was more than mere prettiness, although her beauty had nothing showy or conspicuous in it. It lay in the pure oval of her face, in the well-cut features, and above all in the expression of her lovely golden-brown eyes. But there were deep rings beneath those eyes, and a look of suffering in their clear depths. Her face was young, but its pallor made it look almost faded. Back of the evident suffering, mental and physical, which Thorne, with an artist's keen eye, read in that face, he saw marks of an unusual strength of character. Neither in body or mind could this young woman be classed with the average of human beings. She interested him, and he lingered in the hall. "You're going traveling? Are you sure you are strong enough? I know from some experiences of my own that ladies are even more exacting when away from home, and besides, constant traveling is fatiguing." He was talking against time, yielding to his wish to study her face. But it was evidently not her wish that he should. "Oh, yes, I'm strong enough," she answered rather shortly, drawing back with a touch of stiff reserve that made him regret his rashly revealed interest. He said no more just then, took out the money, and handed it to her. She thanked him politely, then turned toward the door of the housekeeper's room. "One moment, please," he called after her. "Could you come upstairs after a while? I may want to ask you some questions about Miss Lehman before I report to my cousin." "If you ring for me, sir, I will come up at once. The bell button is to the right of the fireplace." Then she disappeared into the door. "Have to handle her carefully, I see," thought Thorne as he mounted the stairs. "I suppose she has had unpleasant experiences with the male animal and doesn't trust any of us. Don't worry about me, Miss Touch-me-not. It's mighty easy to keep me away, and my intentions were strictly honorable. You looked so ill, I felt sorry for you. That's all." He laughed lightly, for he had said the last words aloud. Then he set about his duty of examining Elise Lehman's desk in the hope of finding some word of explanation, some message for her lover that might throw light on her desperate deed. He had to pass the fireplace on his way to the desk. He stopped there, took up the dagger, and looked at it thoughtfully. Then he went on and sat down at the desk. It was a big, old-fashioned secretary, a handsome antique with many drawers and pigeonholes. There was a miscellaneous assortment of objects on its top and writing shelves, a feminine confusion of things thrown or placed there by someone who had not even utilized the few useful articles in the mass. A pretty little daily calendar still bore the date of May 5th on its uppermost leaf, and beside it stood a bunch of dried violets in an absurd basket shaped like a boat. The painter felt sorry for the poor flowers, for their term of existence was evidently shortened by their sojourn in that unsuitable resting place rather than in any of the many vases on desk or table. There was more such evidence on the desk to show Thorne that Elise Lehman had neither taste nor refinement. Then he opened the drawer in which hung a little bunch of keys. It was the drawer in which Commissioner Senfeld had placed the dead woman's jewelry and money. There were some sheets of paper there, closely covered with writing. Thorne took them out and began to study them. The lines on them had been written by a woman, but a woman who was not at ease with a pen. Thorne smiled involuntarily as he read the words. They were not the expression of original thought, but a mass of quotations, culled from many sources, and all pertaining to love. He wondered whether Elise Lehman had compiled this list to assist her in writing her love letters, or to give herself the appearance of a cultivation she evidently did not possess, for her awkward handwriting and the many mistakes she had made, even in copying her quotations, proved that her education was of the most elementary sort. Thorne was amused and annoyed, too, for he thought of his over-refined and ultra-sensitive cousin, and rebelled against Edmund's infatuation for such a woman. He had not imagined that mere physical beauty could so hold a man of that type. "Must have been because he knew so little about women, anyway," he murmured as he opened the other drawers one after the other. There was little to reward his search. A few memoranda of money spent and a short letter to a dressmaker, written and then forgotten, showed the same childish, unfinished handwriting. As the letter bore a signature, Thorne knew that Elise had written the other notes as well. She had left no word of any kind for her lover, but she had kept all his letters carefully tied together in a separate drawer. During his search, Thorne found an envelope containing several small photographs. When he saw that it contained no writing, he laid it aside until later. as his first desire was to find some message for Walrath. Now, when he was sure there was no such message, he took up the envelope and shook out its contents. When he held the first picture to the light, he started, and then puckered his lips for a low, long-drawn whistle, a habit of his at any sudden surprise. This surprise must have been a bit startling, for the blood shot up into Thorne's face, and he rose hastily and paced the room for a few moments, so absorbed in his thoughts that he scarcely noticed when he ran afoul of the furniture as he passed it. It took him some little time to come to himself again. When he did, he looked about the room with a renewed interest, taking in its details more carefully. He went into the bedroom and looked about carefully there as well. Then he returned to the sitting room, somewhat calmer, and rang for the maid. He sat down in the bay window to await her coming. He did not have to wait long. "Come this way, please," he said as she halted by the door. "Why did you hurry so? You're quite out of breath." "I didn't want to keep you waiting, sir," she answered with some little difficulty as she sat down on the chair he designated. The chair had been placed so that anyone occupying it would have been full in the sunlight streaming through the window. But as the girl sat down, she gave it a slight, apparently involuntary push. When she was seated, her face was in shadow. Thorne did not notice this, but he did notice how very becoming was the soft red light that fell on her face through the silken curtain. She looked up at him in calm expectancy. "What do you wish, sir?" "Some information you may be able to give me." "Yes." "Were you in your lady's confidence?" "No." "How long were you in her service?" "Not quite 1 month." "Who had the place before you took it? Do you know this former maid? Could you tell me her name and where she is?" "No. The lady was without a maid when she engaged me. She took me on while she was passing through Linz." "I see. And you have no ideas as to where or how your lady lived before she became engaged to Baron Walrath?" "No. She didn't tell me anything about herself. I hardly expected it. I'd have to be longer in a lady's service before she knew whether she could trust me or not." "A lady? Humph! Did Miss Layman impress you as being a lady?" "She dressed well." "Was she refined?" The maid shrugged her shoulders, but did not answer. There was a short pause. Thorne rose, and the girl followed his example. Then he asked another question with a certain urgent insistence. "Please try to remember when Miss Layman ever said anything to you that would lead you to think she had been in Berlin not very long ago, or had appeared there in public?" The girl pondered for some few minutes, then answered in the negative. She had come forward into the full light, and Thorne saw, with a start of pity, how dull her eyes were, how pale her cheeks. The girl must be really ill. He felt deeply sorry for her, but he still had need of her. "Did your lady write many letters?" he asked. "Not many. Still, she did write a few letters since I have been with her." "Do you know to whom she wrote?" "No, Miss Layman always posted her own letters." "And she received letters?" "Yes, many letters came from Baron Walrath. But she received other letters, too. She went to the general delivery for them." "Did she destroy those letters?" "I do not know, sir." "Had she many visitors or friends hereabouts?" You can imagine that Baron Walrath is anxious to know what could have driven the lady to this desperate step. All my questions are for the purpose of trying to help him, trying to throw some light on the subject." There was a short pause. A dash of color came into the girl's cheeks, and she timidly asked whether the lady had not written her fiancé some word of farewell. She may have thought it presuming to ask such a question, for her tone was hesitating and uncertain. She seemed surprised when she heard that there had been no message. "The lady had no visitors here in the house. A dressmaker who came several times was the only stranger who ever came here. I couldn't tell whether Miss Layman ever met anyone outside the house. She went out every day, generally during the forenoon, and usually alone." "What was her mood? Cheerful?" "No, she was frequently depressed and melancholy. I've seen her crying several times, particularly the last days. The very day she killed herself, I urged her to go to the theater. I thought it might cheer her up. She did, and took me with her. We went to the theater frequently." "How did she seem that evening?" "Quiet and apathetic." "What play did you see?" "A farce called Charlie's Aunt." "But that's very funny." "Yes, sir, I laughed a lot, but my lady didn't seem to care about it, and she didn't say a word to me as we drove home." Then the girl gave an account of the happenings of that night and the following morning. She spoke hastily, a bit feverish. Thorne listened attentively. "Is there anything more I can do for you, sir?" she asked, when she had finished her story. "No, my dear child." "Then I can go?" "Yes." "I mean I can leave Salzburg? My new lady is waiting for me in Munich." Certainly, you may leave whenever you like.
Then I will go tonight.
Bon voyage, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
The girl bowed and went out. As she passed the fireplace, Thorn saw her give a light shudder. He did not wonder at it. The dagger on the mantelpiece must have called up unpleasant memories. He left the room himself shortly, locking it behind him. He went first to the police station to give up the keys. The inspector in charge told him that Miss Lehman's stepbrother, her only relative and heir, had been notified as soon as Baron Walroth had given the police his address, and had wired that he would arrive in Salzburg in a day or two. Thorn gave Walroth the packet of his own letters when he met him at the hotel, but he did not show him the envelope with the photographs. He kept that in his own inner pocket. Mrs. Deisler sat watching Tony as the latter was packing her few belongings. "You are a bit vain, though," said the old woman apropos of nothing. "Why do you think so?" asked the girl with a laugh. "When you went upstairs to that nice-looking gentleman, you took off your bandage." Tony did not answer, but bent over her bags with renewed energy. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Was it suicide? The night train for Vienna leaves Salzburg station at 8:50. While Edmund Walroth and Walter Thorn were making themselves comfortable in their reserved compartment in anticipation of the long night journey, a woman came out from the waiting room, glided down the platform in the shadow of a heavily laden baggage truck, and slipped quickly into the corner of a third-class compartment further down the train. She wore a veil and had her coat collar turned up around her throat. The elderly peasant woman who was the only other occupant of the compartment was asleep during the stop at Salzburg. When she awoke a little later, the newcomer was curled up in her corner, fast asleep, her face still hidden by the heavy veil and the coat collar. The old woman wondered at this, for it was a warm night, but she was not greatly interested, and soon fell asleep again. The two cousins did not sleep, although this was their second night on a train. Walroth was much calmer now. His visit to Elise's grave had quieted him. He could speak of her without the intensity of grief that had shaken him in the house at Salzburg, and he had a great desire to speak of her. Edmund von Walroth had never known the struggle with life's problems that steels other men's nerves and character. Frail from childhood, he was the petted son of a loving mother and a wealthy father. This was the first blow that fate had dealt him, and it was the harder because the first. He had no strength with which to meet it. He sunk himself into bittersweet memories of the woman who had won his love by storm, and who had then robbed him of the awaited happiness in such cruel and incomprehensible manner. He talked on, half to himself, half to his cousin. Thorn listened patiently, even attentively, to the unhappy lover's memories of the dead woman's extraordinary beauty and charm. Walroth spoke of her proud reserve and the noble gravity of her character, of how cold and haughty she was toward the men who swarmed around her, of how well she could keep them at a distance. At times, while he listened, an odd gleam came into Walter Thorn's eyes, an expression mingled of pity, scorn, and anger. He turned his head so that Walroth might not notice it. Finally, when Edmund paused, Thorn began to question him concerning the dead girl's short theatrical career. He asked where she had acted. "Only in small theaters here and there," replied Walroth. "She never got out of the provinces." "But she was in Vienna at the Carl Theatre?" "That's where she began. She was only in the chorus there. She sang small parts in the other towns." "And yet, as you describe her to me, she would have created a sensation in some big city. Berlin, for instance." Thorn threw out the casual suggestion. "She's never been there, you say?" "No, it's only a certain sort of girl who can advance so quickly, the girl who is ready to pay for it. Elise was too proud for that." It was some time before Thorn spoke again. He lit a cigar and persuaded Walroth to do likewise. They smoked in silence as the train sped on through the night. Then Thorn knocked the ashes from his cigar with great deliberation, turned to Walroth and looked him straight in the eye, saying, "Are you quite sure that it was suicide?" Walroth took the cigar out of his mouth. He stared at his cousin, rigid as an automaton, wide-eyed. Finally he murmured, "What? What do you mean by that?" Thorn continued calmly, "Haven't you thought how very improbable it is that a beautiful young woman should deliberately take her own life on the eve of a brilliant marriage? What you have to offer this girl was a chance she would not lightly throw away." "Walter,
Give me time to think. No, that idea never came to me for a moment. Oh, it is too absurd. Who could have murdered her, and why? There was no robbery. Elise had no enemies who could hate her, enough to murder her. Love can murder as well as hate. Scorned love can lead a weak mind into anything. You yourself know what it is to be jealous. Walter! Yes, Edmund, we ought to give thought to this matter. The girl was very fair to look upon. She must have aroused love, passion in other men. Is it so incredible that there might be one who would prefer to see her dead rather than in the arms of a rival? This neurasthenic generation cannot control its impulses as readily as did the men of a hardier age, and the morals of our time are rotten. How do you know that it might not have been hatred, paired with the desire for revenge, or jealousy made up of mingled hate and love, that struck the dagger to this woman's heart? There was another long pause, during which Thorn studied his cousin closely. Edmund's face mirrored the sad chaos of his thoughts. The doubt that had clouded his mind for a fleeting moment on the drive to Falsterbo must have returned now. He knew that there were years in Elise's life of which he had no knowledge other than what she told him. Might there not have been experiences then, happenings, that were the beginning of the tragic end? His excitement drove him up from the seat. He walked to the window and stared into the darkness outside. Drops of cold sweat moistened his brow. Suddenly a new thought seemed to come to him. He drew himself up to his full height, taking a long, deep breath. Something of the torture in his eyes seemed to fade out. A new calm took its place. He stopped in front of his cousin and laid his hand on Walter's shoulder. "I ought to thank you for suggesting this," he began quite calmly, "for it frees me from bitter thoughts. I was torturing myself with speculations as to why Elise should have done this. And did you come to any conclusion?" Walrath sighed deeply. "I could only imagine that she was sorry she had given me her promise, that she feared this marriage. She took everything so seriously. I thought that perhaps she did not love me and knew no other way out but death." It was Walter Thorn who looked out of the window now. He could not suppress a smile which he did not want his cousin to see. When he had controlled himself, he spoke. "There are other ways of breaking an undesired engagement, other ways than suicide. Was Elise usually so eccentric in her behavior?" "Oh, no. She was calm and tactful and hated anything sensational. She was very sensitive, too, and knew how she attracted attention everywhere. She was so particular that she wouldn't go to a little dance at the Artists' Club with me because we weren't married yet." "I can understand that," said Thorn, this time quite unable to control a short laugh. Walrath looked at him, surprised and hurt. But Walter was serious again in a moment, and continued, "All that speaks for my idea. No, Edmund, I do not believe this girl wanted to escape marriage with you. I do not think you need have any fear that she did not love you enough to marry you." His voice took on a kinder note with the last words. "But all the evidence pointed to suicide. The police and the coroner seemed sure of it." "That's no reason why we should believe it. I think there should be an investigation made. I would hire a good detective if I were you." "You think I ought to do that?" "Who else? The case is closed as far as the Salzburg police are concerned. They are not likely to go to any trouble to prove themselves mistaken. You are the only person interested in discovering the truth. Of course, there is Elise's stepbrother, but you've often said that there was little love lost between them, and after all he is only concerned with the actual fact that she is dead. Besides, he's a poor man with a wife and child dependent on him. You alone have an interest in why or how she died. You could free yourself from these torturing doubts if it is clearly proven that she did not die by her own hand. I do not believe that she did." "But all this excitement, it will torture me so." "Oh, come, be a man. But I am ready to attend to all that for you if you prefer it. I am really anxious to prove that I am right. I will take up the case in your name if you wish it." "Oh, do, please do. I couldn't rest now unless something were done. I wouldn't know a minute's peace if she has been murdered, and I have not done all I could to bring the criminal to justice. Hire a detective. Give him all the money he needs. Oh, God, when I think—" Don't think of anything connected with it. You keep out of it from now on. The last days have upset you terribly. You had best join your mother in the country and keep as quiet as you can. I will stay here and report frequently." Thank you, Walter," said Walrath. "Do whatever you think necessary." The train pulled into Vienna early next morning. The two men drove to the Walrath mansion, freshened themselves after their journey,
and Thorne, at least, ate a hearty breakfast. Then, leaving Edmund at home, he drove to police headquarters and had a long consultation with the chief of the Secret Service. "Whom can you suggest?" said Thorne after he had put his case before the official. "I must have a man of the highest intelligence and the utmost discretion." "There is no one filling that description who is at liberty in our service for the moment," said the chief. "But a private detective would do just as well. You might get Joseph Mueller to take it." "Mueller?" "Formerly our star detective," said the official. "He is retired now, but still takes cases that interest him. If you can arouse his interest, I can pledge you that you will have certainty one way or the other within a couple of weeks." "You seem very sure of your man." "You will be too when you see him at work. He's an odd chap, though. You must not be deceived by his kindly, casual manner. He is an unassuming, elderly gentleman, but a veritable human bloodhound once he is on the trail. And don't be surprised at anything you see in his house. His servants are all former jailbirds, and he gets more faithful service out of them than any of the rest of us do, no matter what we pay on good recommendations." "You begin to interest me," said Thorne. "I sincerely hope I will get this Mr. Mueller to take our case." He set out again, stopping finally in front of a modest little villa in a suburban side street. The door was opened by a young man of about 20, whose dark eyes, staring furtively from a white face, almost startled the painter. "That must be one of the jailbirds," thought Thorne as he asked whether Mr. Mueller was at home. The lad murmured something, and then shut the door again and went off through the vestibule. His oddly dragging and uneven steps sounded weirdly through the stillness. "Looks like a Russian, too," was Thorne's next thought. The lad returned after some little time and asked the visitor to come in. He led him first through a small square anteroom, so lined with lockers and file cases that it was scarcely more than a narrow corridor. Then he opened the door at the farther end, and Thorne found himself in a large, light, comfortable room. Both windows were open, and a slender, elderly man was just shutting one of them. He motioned to the boy to finish it while he himself turned and came forward slowly to meet his guest. He pulled forward a chair beside a big desk and seated himself at the desk. "Mr. Mueller?" asked Thorne. The man nodded, then spoke over his shoulder. "A bit quicker, Ossip." "Oh, no, sir, you need not hurry," he said to his visitor. "I am at your disposal for—" here he looked at his watch— "for 46 minutes. You may go now, Ossip. Put out my gray jacket." The Secret Service chief had cautioned Thorne that Mueller was a very busy man, and that it was well to come to the heart of the matter one wanted to lay before him with as little loss of time as possible. The painter took out his pocketbook and found a card on which the chief had written a few words. Another larger card slipped from his pocket. Thorne picked it up before handing his own card to Mueller. "This tells you who I am," he said, "and that the chief has sent me to you. We need a skilled man to take up our case at once. We have lost nearly a week. Unfortunately, we should have started the investigation last Sunday morning." "We?" queried the detective. "Then you are not the only person interested in this case?" "No, it is really no affair of mine at all. I am here as agent for my cousin, Baron—" "Walroth, Edmund Walroth," cut in Mueller quite calmly. Thorne looked his surprise. "How did you know that?" he asked. "You spoke of Sunday morning last, and you have just come from Salzburg." "How did you know that fact?" Thorne shook his head in astonishment. "The card that fell from your pocket was a card of the Nelbach Hotel. I know of but one such hotel, and that is in Salzburg. A man like yourself doesn't carry hotel cards about with him, so I took for granted that that card could not have been in your pocket long. You must have been in Salzburg recently." "We left there last night." "You and Baron Walroth?" "Yes. Still, I do not understand." "But I do. You want me to find out why Miss Lehman, who was found dead, stabbed on Sunday morning last, should have taken her own life. Naturally, Baron Walroth, to whom the papers say she was engaged, would want to know why his fiancée preferred death to marriage with him." "You are a mind-reader," said Thorne. "No, only an experienced detective, with the imagination I need for my profession. You want me to make this investigation?" "My cousin sends me to ask you to take up the case." "I'm afraid it will not be possible. I am just looking into a forgery affair, a most interesting case." "Is that the only reason you will not undertake ours?" "You can understand that a more important case would interest me most, can't you? As you see, I am an old man. I undertake no case now that does not really interest me." "Then I have come all the way from Salzburg in vain?"
And by way of Sweden and Germany, too."
"You know that?" gasped Thorne.
"I take it for granted, as your pocketbook was full of Swedish and German notes." "Your eyes are sharp." "I need sharp eyes in my business. But it was an easy guess this time. Swedish and German paper money is easily recognized by its color. We've been talking for 17 minutes now," Mueller added, taking out his watch. But Walter Thorne was not easily discouraged. "I have 29 more minutes," he said calmly, "and I'll wager that you will be ready to give 29 hours or days, or even weeks, to our case, if necessary. For with all due respect to your forger friends, this affair seems to me more worthy a man of your ability." "Why do you think so?" "Because of something that is known only to me thus far, and will remain known only to me until you have looked into the case and found out a few things for yourself. I have come to ask you, not to find out why Miss Lehman died by her own hand, but to determine whether she did die by her own hand or not. I am convinced that she did not." Mueller looked more interested. "You do not think it was suicide?" "No, I think it was murder. A murder from jealousy, possibly. That is for you to find out." Mueller sat bolt upright now. "A murder," he murmured. "A human life cut down cruelly?" He sat absolutely silent for a few moments, while Thorne watched him with great interest. It was so quiet in the room that the buzzing of a fly at the window sounded like the droning of a distant aeroplane. "If it is murder," Mueller murmured as if talking to himself, "I will find the murderer. He will be the 94th murderer whom I have brought to justice. The 100 will soon be full, and then I can rest, for I will have fulfilled my vow." The emotion passed, and his features settled back to their usual calm. He leaned back in his chair, remarking casually, "I'll have to begin in Salzburg, of course." Thorne drew a deep breath of relief. This famous hunter of criminals had accepted the case. The mystery would soon be solved. "And soon," said Thorne to himself, "poor Edmund will know what he has lost in Elise. The knowledge will help heal his grief." Then he said aloud to Mueller, "You may call on us for any amount you need." He took out his pocketbook again and laid 10 100-crown bills on the table. Beside them he placed a thick envelope. Mueller took this up first. "Photographs!" he exclaimed. Then, examining the first picture carefully, "A beauty, yes, but not a lady." When he had studied another of the pictures, he looked over at Thorne. "Is this Miss Elise Lehman?" "Why, yes. Why didn't you guess it at once?" replied Thorne in surprise. "For several reasons. First, on these two pictures the hair looks blonde. Of course they are costume pictures, but I understood from the Salzburg paper that Miss Lehman was a brunette." Thorne smiled. "She was, but when these pictures were taken, she had the fad of powdering her hair." "I see. And then this costume. It looks like those worn by the singers in cheap cabarets." "That is just what she was at that time. She was known as La Belle Elise, and was the star of a third-class amusement hall in Berlin." "And yet she was to be Baroness Walrath?" "My cousin knew nothing about that period of her life. He believed her to be absolutely straight." "That explains the engagement. I take it she was not what he thought her." Thorne smiled, and the detective smiled too, as his eyes rested on the pictures of the scantily clad beauty. "Had she any real talent?" "She must have been a good actress in private life," answered Thorne with a shrug, "or my cousin would not have thought of marrying her. He is of sound mind." "He must have been very much in love with her. Love can make the most sensible man foolish, while it lasts." "You're right. And besides, my cousin is not very strong, and has never taken much part in the usual amusements of men of his class. It was all the easier for him to fall into the toils of this sort of woman, particularly as he knew her family, who were simple but perfectly respectable people." "Yes, but only a case-hardened man of the world is fit to deal with these women. They can always drag the other sort down to any folly, or even to more. To murder, for instance," Mueller continued after a pause. "Still, it may have been unpremeditated, a killing in a moment of passion." Thorne started, then shut his lips tight. After a moment he opened them. "Yes, it might well have been accidental. A man goaded into anger by jealousy?" "Yes, it might. And for the moment, at least, if it is such a case, my sympathies are on the side of the slayer." Mueller turned the second picture over and looked at the reverse side. There were some words written there. "To my darling R. The pen sputtered, and she didn't send him the picture. Is this Miss Lehman's handwriting?" He held the cards so Thorne could see it.
I think so. It looks like some of the writing I saw in her desk. Can you imagine who the darling R is? No, replied Thorne, but Mueller's keen ear had caught a slight hesitation. He let the matter drop, however, and turned to the railway guide, always at hand on his desk. If I leave here at 3:35, I can reach Linz at 7:23. A local train from there will get me into Salzburg 11:15. I usually wake about 5, so I can be on the spot about 6. In the Grey House, you mean? Yes. Who has the key, or at least the keys to the rooms where Miss Lehman lived? They are still at the police station, unless her brother has taken them. She had a brother? A stepbrother. He lives here. Has he been notified? A wire went to him yesterday. Miss Lehman had not mentioned this brother to any of those who were around her these last weeks. The Salzburg police did not know of his existence until Baron Walroth gave them his name and address. He is her only relative. What is his name and address? His name is Hubert Lohr. He lives in the 13th District, Red Hill Lane, number 27. He may have started for Salzburg already. I hope not, said Mueller, for if there are any clues at all they must be very slight, or the police would have noticed them. This Mr. Lohr, if he pokes about in the rooms and removes her belongings, may destroy them altogether. Yes, it is likely, for unless Edmund's messenger found him still at home, he doesn't know of this new development. Well, it can't be helped, said Mueller, rising. Do I report to the Baron or to you? To me. And where can letters or telegrams reach you? Thorne was silent for a moment. Couldn't I go to Salzburg with you? He asked finally. No, I prefer to work alone. But we can go to my former chief now. Does he know about the case? Yes, you only need fetch your credentials. Then you don't want me in Salzburg? No. In that case, I shall be here until June 8th. I am stopping with the Walroths. And after June 8th? I shall be wandering about, answered Thorne evasively. You can write or wire me to the Walroth house. They will always know where I am. Mueller could not help smiling at this touch of mystery. Thorne saw it and continued defiantly. You know all I can tell you with a clear conscience. You must not think that I have any definite suspicion of anyone, that I know anything about this case that I haven't told you already. Did I say that I thought you had? Asked Mueller with a smile. You seem to think something of the kind, even if you didn't say it, replied Thorne. What gave me my first suspicion of what I believed to be the truth were these pictures. I had not met my cousin's fiancée, but this woman I had known at the time she was singing in the music hall in Berlin. I knew what her life was then, and I realized that she must have deceived Edmund as to its details. I realize also that such a girl must have known many men who paid court to her. Let any one of them take it a bit more seriously than she did, and we have a motive for this act, particularly if it were committed in a moment of insane rage and jealousy. Yes, that is well thought out, said Mueller after a pause. I can handle this case alone, and I even promise you of my own free will not to do what I might so easily do, to find out where you go when you leave Vienna. What good would that do you? Said Thorne in a flash of annoyance. If I had you shadowed, I could soon discover whether you had any particular person in mind, replied Mueller. But don't worry, I shall not do this. May I take the pictures? Asked Thorne. If you want them. I have the photographer's name and address, and can get more if I need them. Where can I reach you to send you money? Asked the painter. Mueller named a Salzburg hotel, then pressed a button near his desk. The Russian lad came in a few moments. My traveling bag, raincoat, and tweeds, said Mueller. The boy's face showed interest and a tense suspense. Well, asked Mueller, what is it? Will you take me with you, sir? Asked the lad timidly. Mueller looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Ossip's face grew almost handsome in his keen delight, but he said no word of thanks. He slipped out of the door like a shadow. Is that a confidential servant? Asked Thorne. He is my creature, replied Mueller gravely. I made a man of him again, and he is as devoted as a faithful dog. He held out his hand to the painter, who pressed it, and then left the house. Out in the clear sunshine again, Thorne felt as if he had emerged from another and a hitherto unknown world. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Joseph Mueller in the Grey House. The young green of the willows and beeches sparkled in the early morning sun as Joseph Mueller walked slowly along the riverside path that led out to the Grey House. It was not yet 6 o'clock, and few people were stirring. All around him lay the quiet of early morning, the gentle sounds of nature's awakening, which were the veteran detective's best aids to constructive thinking. He stopped at an attractively placed bench and took out a clipping from a newspaper. As he read, he smiled at its flowery wording, the elaborate verbiage of the small-town editor. "Mysterious Suicide" was the heading. "The so-called Gray House is the scene of this unexplained happening. This handsome old mansion in its charming garden behind the tall gray walls has an ill reputation in the popular mind. Rumors cluster around it, and in spite of its aristocratic appearance, there is something sinister about the house chosen by a rich man for his future wife's present home. If the Gray House has had secrets to guard before this, it now has one secret more, a secret which will never be revealed, for the dead are silent." Again Mueller smiled. Yes, the dead are silent, but inanimate things talk louder than the average person knows. One must be able to understand their language, that's all. But yonder must be the Gray House. He walked on until he stood under the high walls. A veritable fortress. May have been necessary when the house was built. It stood lonely then. But now, with the city so close, these forbidding walls do give an unpleasant air of mystery. He walked around the house on the meadow path, then back to the stream side. The house looked more attractive here, for the wide gate revealed the garden at its prettiest. Mueller examined the big portal of elaborately wrought iron, a fine specimen of a craft which is rapidly passing into the discard in favor of cheap factory output. It was a gate easy to climb in spite of its height, for the pattern of thistles afforded many a foothold. In the right wing was a small gate for foot passengers. Its heavy lock was cleverly fashioned as part of the general design. Big key needed for that, thought Mueller. Then he walked around to the front of the house, which opened on a little street that ran out from the main avenue. It could hardly be called a street, for it went no further than the big iron gate. The house was certainly sheltered from curious passers-by, for with the exception of the footpath along the river, there was no road that led by the house. Few people who had no business there went by the Gray House. Mueller looked through the front gate. He saw an old woman come from the house with a basket of wet clothes and turn off into the garden. A big dog came up and sniffed through the gate at the stranger with a low, threatening growl. "Good watchdog," was Mueller's further comment, pigeonholed in his own brain for future reference. He made no further examination now, but returned to the town for breakfast. Then he went to the police station for a consultation with Commissioner Senfeld, who seemed mildly surprised that the celebrated Joseph Mueller should have come to Salzburg in connection with such a simple and clear case as the layman's suicide. But he greeted Mueller politely and informed him that the dead girl's stepbrother had not yet arrived. Mueller took the keys of the Gray House and asked that a constable be detained to accompany him. He did not wish to be delayed by distrust on the part of the two caretakers at the mansion. It was still early, not yet 9 o'clock, when he and his escort rang the bell at the street gate. The dog was the first to greet them, barking loudly. "Come back here, Pollux," called a gruff voice, as Buchner came up to investigate. "Can I see Mrs. Diesler?" asked Mueller, but the lady was already on her way to the gate. "My name is Joseph Mueller," he continued, addressing the two servants. "The constable here will tell you that I have police permission to go into those upper rooms." The constable nodded to the two, who looked surprised and not a little alarmed at this further invasion of their solitude. Buchner went back to his work. Mrs. Diesler shut the gate behind the retreating constable, then led Mueller into the house. "Are you a relative of the dead lady, sir?" she asked timidly. "No, I am a detective," he replied. "Detective? Is there anything more to find out about why she did it?" "That's what I'm here for, and you would facilitate my work if you would not mention to anyone that I am here, or that there is a police investigation still going on." "No, indeed, sir," replied the caretaker, somewhat irritated. "The less said about that matter and about the house itself, the better. People talk too much about this place." What do they say?" asked Mueller, halting on the stairs. But the bell at the gate pealed loudly. "That must be the baker," said Mrs. Diesler. "Shall I come back to you, sir? Will you need me?" "No, I'll ring if I do." "It's the last door on the right, sir. That's where it happened." The old woman shuddered as she went off down the stairs. Mueller opened the door of the sitting room, which lay bright and attractive in the morning sun. The big, handsomely furnished room gave no hint of holding dread secrets. The air was close, as the windows had not been opened for several days. Mueller stood at the threshold, looking carefully around the room. The dagger on the mantelpiece and a few dark spots on the light-colored border of the big rug were all that revealed the tragedy that had taken place one short week before. Mueller moved forward to the big bow window and opened that. Then he stepped down off the raised platform and walked to the bedroom door, stopping at the spot where the body had been found. He had the police report in his pocket and took it out now. The woman's head had rested on the threshold of the bedroom door, while her body lay stretched out, partly on the hardwood floor and partly on the rug of the sitting room. The dagger had laid near her hand on the edge of the rug. "On the edge?" repeated Mueller. Then he bent to examine the carpet. He started once and moved forward a bit, gazing at the rug with keen attention. He rose, but still looked down at a certain spot of the intricate pattern, lost in deep thought. "On the edge of the rug?" he said again, this time with a slightly scornful smile. Then he turned and went into the bedroom. This room, too, was immaculately neat. The bed had been opened for the night, but its usual occupant had not touched it. The pillow and the coverlet, with its turned-back corner, lay smooth and unwrinkled. The detective knew that the dead girl had been fully dressed when found, but she had taken off her hat, her feather boa, her gloves, and probably her cloak. She must have had a coat of some kind, for the month had been cool for May, and Mueller remembered that the 29th had been particularly disagreeable and stormy, at least in Vienna. He made a note to inquire as to the temperature and weather in Salzburg on that day. But it was safe to take for granted that a well-dressed woman would wear some outer covering over her light blue silk dress when she went to the theater. He knew she had not worn a coat when found. The coat must be somewhere hereabouts, therefore. He looked about the room, but saw only the big hat, the boa, and one long white glove trailing out from under the hat, where the latter lay as if carelessly flung down on a chair. Mueller took up the hat. It was one of the largest decreed by the fashion of the moment. 3 costly ostrich feathers hung from it, and a big veil of curiously spotted net, a hideous fashion fad. A rhinestone buckle held the feathers. She had money to spend, but little taste, thought Mueller, and she was careless with her things. One of the long feathers had been broken halfway up its stem by the force with which the hat was flung down, or else her emotion of the moment made her careless. That might have been so. But if she was so excited that she forgot a woman's natural instinctive care for a costly hat like this, why did she put her coat away? Why isn't that on some chair, as the other things are? A fan and a silk reticule lay on the chair under the hat. Mueller opened the latter at once. He had been struck by the fact that there was only one glove with the other things. Its companion might be in the bag, but the little trifle of light blue silk contained only a delicate batiste handkerchief, a gilt bonbonniere, and a small folded opera glass in a case. The detective started out on a search for that second glove, but it was nowhere to be found. What he did find, however, was a long hat pin with a big rhinestone head. It lay near the dagger on the mantelpiece. The weapon did not interest Mueller for the present. He was far more absorbed in the apparently unimportant fact that the hat pin was in the sitting room while the hat lay in the bedroom. Of course, whoever found the dagger and laid it on the mantelpiece might have found the pin and placed it in its present resting place. But Mueller took no chances as to the importance of any fact, however slight. He reserved judgment on this one until he could learn where both hat and pin had been when the body was discovered. The missing coat and second glove were factors of importance. He must find them, but there were other things to do first. The old detective locked the door from the sitting room into the hall and sat down at the desk. Before he touched anything, he let his eyes wander over the meaningless jumble on its top and writing leaf. He, too, saw the calendar with its date of May 5th and the dried violets. He felt, as Walter Thorne had felt, about the woman who used this desk. Beautiful as she was, she lacked refinement and cultivation. But the keen gray eyes that now passed slowly over the objects on the desk saw something Walter Thorne had not seen. The painter's eye had read human character, the veteran detective saw facts. He looked at the calendar again, then took it up and turned it better towards the light. At the very bottom of the date leaf was a line of writing in pencil, the letters very small but still distinct. For the last time was what was written there, and Mueller knew that the calendar had been purposely left untouched after May 5th. There was some significance attached to this date for Elise Layman, who may not have been quite so heartless as Thorne believed. What was it? What happened for the last time on May 5th? Have these violets anything to do with it? What dates does a woman remember longest? A meeting with or parting from a lover? We are coming nearer the possible solution of this mystery. Find that lover. But there's more to do now. And Mueller continued his examination of the desk. There was nothing in any of the drawers but what was mentioned in the police report and in Walter Thorne's own narrative. One wall of the bedroom was almost entirely taken up by a long built-in wardrobe with 4 doors. Mueller next turned his attention to this. The shelves behind the first door contained a few pieces of expensive silk lingerie, highly perfumed. On one shelf stood a lacquered box. The detective opened it with one of the small keys he had found in the opera bag, but it contained only a fan, some pieces of lace, and a few bits of jewelry. There were 2 keys on the string, and Mueller set about looking for the lock that belonged to the other one. He found it on another shelf under a pile of underwear, another smaller box. This contained what he was seeking, letters in a neat little package. He sat down by the window and began to read them. They were love letters, as he had expected, letters written by a man of only fair education and very commonplace point of view. But what the writer lacked in mentality, he made up in passion. The crude passion of a lover who has found a response to his pleading. He was evidently the man in possession. The writing was the round business hand taught in commercial schools, and some of the letters were scribbled on bits of paper in pencil. Written on a train, murmured Mueller. Others were on hotel paper of various towns. There were 7 letters altogether, and all written within a year, the majority during the previous winter months. They were arranged by dates, and the last interested Mueller the most. It was one of those scribbled in pencil and bore no date nor place. Mousie dear, then you're really coming? At last. Am curious to hear what you have to tell me. But why must it be in Linz? I thought you were stopping with your brother. But of course I'll go anywhere to meet you, even to the end of the world. A few hours' train ride is mighty little trouble when it means being with you for a few days. Of course, the firm might butt in and send me off in the opposite direction, but we'll hope for the best. I'll get there by hook or by crook. I'll have you in my arms on the 3rd at latest. Your adoring Goldie Boy. Mueller groaned at the cheap sentimentality of this signature, which was the same on all letters. There was no other name mentioned anywhere, and no envelope on any of the letters. Then she met her Goldie Boy on the 3rd. Must have been the 3rd of this May, of course. The last letter before that was dated April 19th. Elise Layman was already engaged to Baron Walroth, for he took this house for her on May 1st. It was evidently Goldie Boy from whom she parted on May 5th, and these violets were his last gift. There's one man located already, whom this marriage must have angered. I'll have to hunt this Goldie Boy, for it does not look like a case of suicide. Mueller replaced the letters in the box, locked it, and put it on the shelf where he had found it. The middle door of the wardrobe was a big double door behind which hung a number of gowns, negligées, and blouses. The clothes were the latest mode and costly in material and fashioning. One thing surprised Mueller. There were so many gowns of the same clear, light blue. Her favorite color, evidently, and an unusual one for a brunette. She must have had very fair, white skin. There were at least 4 light blue street gowns and several afternoon and evening toilettes of the same shade. The other garments, too, featured the same color. One of the silk gowns, attractively trimmed with old gold embroidery, was hanging half over the next, as if caught by some hook. Mueller put out his hand to straighten it, and in doing so caught a glimpse of spots on the front of the gown. He took it out and looked at it. There was a scattering of spots up the front of the skirt. Mud, he said after an investigation. Looks as if a passing carriage had spattered her. Careless maid she must have had to put the dress away in such a condition. The next compartment of the wardrobe contained orderly rows of shoes, and on shelves above gloves and other minor articles of wearing apparel. One pair of black shoes stood out of line, and the heel of one shoe was thick with mud. More carelessness, thought the detective. He took up the shoes. They were black patent leather pumps, well cut but rather large for a woman. This beauty had a large foot. There's usually something out about them all, at least those with her antecedents. However, a large foot is no crime in a tall woman, but she wore her shoes too small. The leather of one of the pumps showed signs of strain over the ball of the foot. Woman's vanity. and Mueller went on to an examination of the big box of gloves, but the missing white glove, the mate of the single one on the chair, was not there. In the further and last compartment were large boxes containing theatrical costumes, and on hooks below the shelves several coats and wraps. A long black cape trimmed with fur and heavy braid hung on the last hook, or rather, half of it hung on the hook, the rest dragged on the floor as if the coat had been thrust in hastily by a careless hand. This was probably the coat she wore that evening. But why did she take the trouble to hang this up, even thus hastily, when she threw the other things about outside? The other rooms gave Mueller no clues to add to his list. He went down the stairs slowly, noting the arrangement of the house. The wide and handsome staircase rose well back in a square hall which received its light from above and from a big rose window over the front door. There was another door which stood open, separating the hall from a sort of vestibule into which the front door opened. There was glass above this door, too. To the left was another smaller door well back of the staircase. Near it was a water tap. The key of the door was in the lock. Mueller opened it and saw that it gave out on a short paved walk, a few steps only in length, which led to the garden gate on the river side of the house. Just inside the door hung a large key, evidently the key to the gate outside. Then Mueller turned to the hall again, and saw that the door to the housekeeper's apartment opened to the right, out of the vestibule. She could hardly hear anyone going up or down stairs unless her door were open. This was Mueller's observation as he went towards the door at which Mrs. Diesler was waiting. "I thought you might be coming downstairs and maybe couldn't find me," she said. "Do you need me now, sir?" "Yes, I'd like to have a little talk with you." "Come in, please." She led the way into her cheerful room and placed a chair for him. She sat down at her sewing table herself. "Now, would you please tell me all you know about the case?" Mrs. Diesler settled comfortably in her chair as if she expected to enjoy herself. "Very well, sir. The two went out that afternoon," she began. "The two? Who was the other?" "Why, that was Tony, her maid." "Of course. I beg your pardon. Go on." "They came home in a cab after the theater and went upstairs. The lady was in bad spirits and captious. She wouldn't let Tony help her undress. Tony came down here, and we had a cup of tea together. The young lady rang for Tony to fetch her some drinking water. Then, when Tony came back down, we chatted a bit and went up to bed. I slept with Tony that night. It was a nasty night, and the wind was howling around the place, and Tony was frightened." "Yes?" "Then it must have been about 7 next morning. I heard a dreadful scream. Then Buchner shouted and came running in here, saying something must have happened upstairs. We ran up, and Tony was there, white as wax, and fell over into Buchner's arms just as he got there. When she came to, she cried out that the young lady was dead." "Yes, yes, go on," said Mueller as the old woman halted in her report with a reminiscent shudder. Encouraged, she went on, told of the finding of the rigid body and the other details of that morning. Mueller listened attentively. Then he rose. "Come upstairs with me," he said. When they reached the upper floor, he had Mrs. Diesler show him just where the body and the dagger had lain. "Who put the dagger on the mantelpiece?" "The doctor did that." "Did he put this hatpin there, too?" "No, that was there before." "Are you sure?" "Oh, yes, sir. I wondered why the young lady hadn't put the second pin there with it. She had such expensive hatpins. They looked like jewelry. She took good care of them." "Then she had a second one?" "Oh, yes. You couldn't keep a big hat on without two, especially in such a storm." "I see. Oh, there's another thing. Did you find a long white glove anywhere next morning? She might have lost it in the cab, or on the way from the gate to the house." "No, sir, I didn't find anything. But she couldn't have lost it between the house and the garden. She had enough to do to hold her hat on and her boa up around her neck in that wind. There'd been a sharp shower, too, and the path was wet, so she'd be careful about not dropping anything into the puddles. And if she dropped it in the cab, I'd have seen it. I had to look for Tony's bag, and I came up the path after the two of them. I'd have seen anything lying on the path." "Yes, I suppose so. The young lady wore a cloak that evening, didn't she?" "Why, yes, sir. It was cold and stormy. She had her long black cape on." Mueller went into the bedroom, motioning the woman to follow. He opened the wardrobe and showed her the cape. "Is this the one?" "Yes, sir. That's the cloak she wore." The old woman's tone was quite definite. The detective stood silent a moment in thought. "You said it had rained that evening?" "Yes, sir. There was a sharp shower about 10 o'clock, or maybe earlier. It stopped before the ladies came in, but the path was still wet, and it was awful windy." Yes, that's of no importance. Mrs. Diesler started to say something, but Mueller continued. What sort of gown did she wear that evening? The paper said something about light blue silk. Yes, sir, she always wore light blue. She looked mighty handsome in it, and she liked to have people call her the lady in blue. It amused her to get so many light blue dresses, and then have them all different. Tony told me. Was she as particular about shoes, too? No, sir, but she certainly wore those shiny black shoes, low ones. She had lots of pairs of them. Tony says they're the easiest to keep clean. Yes. Apropos, this Tony, where is she now? Do you still see her? No, sir. She's gone to Munich. Why to Munich? Well, when the young lady died, Tony put an advertisement in the paper saying a trained lady's maid wanted a place. She's lucky, that girl. 'Twasn't 2 days later before someone sent for her to come to the Golden Horn Hotel, and when she came back she said it was a lady who was traveling around, a colonel's widow, a rich lady. She liked Tony and promised Tony she'd wait for her in Munich, where the lady was going next. Why didn't Tony go with the lady at once? She wanted to stay for the funeral, and then the Baron telegraphed he was coming, and Tony had to get her money from him. Maybe she needed it. What was the rest of her name? Schreiner, Antonia Schreiner. Mueller wrote it down. How long had she been with the lady here? Not quite 4 weeks. The lady hired her in Linz. Tony comes from Linz. Did she tell you a lot about herself? No, sir. Tony wasn't what you might call talkative. Mueller pondered a bit. How old would you say she was? Oh, about 25 or 6, I should say. Mueller nodded and dismissed Mrs. Diesler, asking her to send up the gardener. While alone, he made a hasty search for the second hatpin, but could not find it. When Buchner arrived, Mueller had him tell his story and describe the position of the body. The veteran detective knew that even the most intelligent and undeniably honest of eyewitnesses will vary in their statements as to any given fact, but his practiced mind could strike the average from the number of variations. Most of his witnesses here, however, agreed in fixing the position of the dagger as partly on the wood floor, partly on the carpet. It was the blade that had rested on the border of the carpet. Then Mueller asked whether the lady had been buried in the clothes she wore at the time of her death. Buchner thought she had. Alone again, Mueller went into the bedroom and took another look at the spattered front of the light blue silk gown trimmed with old gold lace, and at the shoes with muddy heels. Then he left the place, locking all the doors behind him. As he walked on into the town, he whistled softly to himself. Anyone listening would have recognized stray bars of the popular Radetzky March, and anyone knowing Joseph Mueller well would have also known that the old detective was pleased about something. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Rose with Two Stems. Mueller was not greatly surprised when his enquiries at the Golden Horn Hotel brought forth the information that no lady answering the description of a colonel's widow had stopped at that hotel for months. Also, that no lady traveling alone had arrived or departed during the first week in June. The hotel was small, the guests easily known. The entire force of servants was positive that no lady had engaged a maid, or that any girl looking for employment had come to the house during the days in question. And there was no advertisement in the Salzburg Gazette for the days mentioned that could in any way be construed as the one Antonia Schreiner claimed to have inserted. Mueller whistled slowly as he walked out of the newspaper office. Something was developing in this case that intrigued the veteran manhunter and yet whetted his appetite for the chase. It looked as though it might turn out far more interesting even than Professor Thorne had seemed to think. At the police station, Mueller authorized the sending of an official telegram to the Department of Records in Linz. The message asked whether any information could be given concerning Antonia Schreiner, servant, about 26 years old, who claimed to have come from Linz and to have been there from the end of April until the 6th of May. Then Mueller went in search of Commissioner Senfeld, whom he knew to be at headquarters on office duty for the day. The commissioner looked up in eager interest as the old detective came in. "Well?" he asked with a gesture toward the chair in front of his desk. "It may be necessary to exhume the body," said Mueller, sitting down. The commissioner looked surprised. "But there was no doubt about the cause of death." "Oh, no, there is no doubt about that," replied Mueller calmly. "I'm not interested in examining the body at all, but I want to look at the shoes and the front and bottom of the skirt." Commissioner Senfeld sat up, interested. Sensible officials did when Mueller made such remarks. He waited for a moment or two, then as the veteran detective did not speak, Senfeld asked, "Then you have grounds to believe it was not a suicide?" Mueller did not answer, but asked a question himself. "Was there an autopsy?" "Yes." "But not a very thorough one?" Senfeld could not resist a laugh. "I admit it was a mere formality. Dr. Panzer was able to determine the cause of death at once, internal hemorrhage from a stab wound, so there really was nothing else necessary." "I'm glad to hear that." "Why?" "I'm assuming that the body was not even undressed." "No, it did not seem necessary." "Excellent. Then the shoes and the gown are exactly as they were when Elise Layman returned to her home that evening." "Not quite. The gown was pierced by the dagger. The bodice, yes, that doesn't interest me. The effect on the gown would be the same in either case. I mean in case of suicide or murder. What I want to see is her skirt and her shoes." "Why, if I may ask?" "I'll show you in the Gray House. Can you meet me there today?" "Any time after 6." "Good. I'll expect you there at 6." There was a knock at the door. A constable brought in a dispatch. "I hope that's the answer from Linz," said Mueller. "I had to wire them to ask some particulars concerning the dead woman's maid." Senfeld looked up in surprise. "Why are you so interested in this Antonia Schreiner?" he asked, opening the message. "I could understand if you'd seen her," he continued with a smile, "for in spite of her evident illness, she was a deucedly pretty woman." "Indeed." "Extremely pretty. Better than that, extremely interesting." "But you think she was ill. Why?" "She looked so pale. Really ill. It takes a pretty woman to look interesting when she's ill, doesn't it?" This young woman begins to interest me very decidedly." "What did I tell you?" "Not that way. I've never been very inflammable. But this Antonia Schreiner, or whatever her name is—" "Then you don't think that was her real name? She certainly has won your interest." "More than that, she has confused me a bit. Confused the detective in me, I mean, not the man," he added with a smile. Senfeld nodded. "I understand. You begin to suspect her, although you first thought it was some man who was jealous of Baron Walroth's claims." "It may still be so," replied Mueller. "Only I can't see just where this girl comes in." "But you will see very soon," said Senfeld, looking at the old detective with genuine admiration. Mueller bowed. Praise from the profession is indeed gratifying, but these things always come to light sooner or later. "Especially if Joseph Mueller helps," laughed Senfeld, who was a good sort. "Now let's see what the Linz people have to say." He read the dispatch, then handed it to Mueller. Mueller read it and nodded. "No record of any such person. I thought so. Then she has something to do with the murder." He folded the wire and put it in his pocket. "Too bad that carpet had such an elaborate pattern." Senfeld's eyes and mouth opened. Mueller went on calmly. "Because if the pattern had been simpler or plainer, and if everyone else had as good eyes as I have—" Senfeld's hand was on the detective's arm, and he asked quickly, "What then?" "Then this Antonia Schreiner, about whose real name, antecedents, and position we know absolutely nothing, would have been kept under observation, and we would have been several steps nearer the solution of the mystery." The commissioner's fresh-colored face took on a deeper red. He felt thoroughly ashamed of himself, more so than ever before in his official career. He realized it was his place to have discovered something of the truth of this case, but he had taken the simple, obvious explanation for granted, and instead of suspecting this girl in the slightest, or even considering the possibility that suspicion might attach to her, he had treated her with sympathetic courtesy, and had taken a greater interest in her appearance than in her possible connection with the case, and he had left it to an outsider to discover that the girl had lied in every detail that concerned herself. She would naturally have good reasons for doing so. Senfeld realized that his conduct had been inexcusable in a police official. "How could I have been so blind?" he said, low and humbly. Mueller hastened to comfort him. "Oh, no, you saw everything that several other people saw who were not at all blind. Because you didn't see one tiny little detail, which was not easy to see, you had good and valid reasons for accepting the version of suicide. But I'll show it to you this afternoon, show you why I know it was not suicide. And by the way, I knew that this morning before this Tony got into the picture. It was the sitting-room carpet that told me the truth, and it will tell you, too, when you question it closely. But now, please tell me everything you know about this girl. For I, too, paid little attention to her and to what you have already told me about her." Mueller noted down what the commissioner told him. The latter had to hunt around in his memory a bit to supplement the bare statements on the police blotter with more personal details, such as did not particularly concern the girl's looks. Mueller had his dinner served upstairs in his own room at the hotel. To the very correct waiter's surprise, he insisted on having his servant at the table with him. The shy Russian, with his furtive eyes, in which constant terror seemed to lurk, and his unspecified position of something between valet and secretary, was a mystery to the hotel force. They did not like him and had already made up their minds that there was something suspicious about the lad. Ossip paid no attention to their distrustful looks. His attitude toward his master was one of dog-like devotion. His manners, when he could forget his continual suspicion and distrust, were those of a man of education. "You are not eating," said Mueller kindly, looking over at Ossip's pale face. The young Russian blushed. "Do you remember, sir? It's just a year, tomorrow." His voice trembled. Mueller looked at him, then his face brightened into a smile of deep sympathy. "Just a year since you have been with me. A year tomorrow. I had nearly forgotten. And yet I had planned to tell you something when the year was up, something that may please you. I want to tell you that I have never for one instant regretted the fact that I went into Nikola Pludov's barn that stormy night." "Oh, Mr. Mueller," his voice choked with emotion. Ossip left his place and knelt beside Mueller, bending his face over the old detective's hand. There, boy, don't be so upset," Mueller crooned softly, as if to a child, passing his hand over the boy's rough, dark hair. Mueller's relations with Ossip Julith and the boy's position in his house as his assistant had a story back of them, a story very characteristic of the famous detective's good heart and unerring judgment of human nature. One of his manhunts had taken him far afield into Siberia. Stopping a good day's drive from the railway to change horses at a little toll station, the station master had told him of a boy hiding out in his shed. The lad was a fugitive from prison, drawn by anxiety to see his mother again. Nikola Pludov had found him in the snow, so nearly dead that there seemed little hope for him. He had come several hundred miles on foot, suffering incredible hardships. The good people had nursed him back to health, but had no money to help him on his journey. They trusted this kind-faced stranger and asked him to befriend the unfortunate lad. Mueller went to the shed and questioned the boy. Ossip acknowledged that he had committed a murder. In uncontrollable rage he had struck down the man who insulted his mother and defiled her name. He had endured 2 years in a Siberian prison until word had come to him somehow that his mother was ill. Then he managed to escape and started out on a mad journey that nearly cost him his life. With tears in his eyes, the lad begged the stranger to help him get to his home. Could he but see his mother again, he would return voluntarily to the prison to serve the remaining half-year of his sentence. Mueller's heart was as kind as his judgment was sound. He took the boy with him as his valet, but Ossip reached home too late. His mother was dead. In his deep pity, Mueller kept him with him, and would not allow him to return to the horrors of Kara. Joseph Mueller had his own ideas about people who had been in prison. Under certain conditions, he thought them the best sort of material from which to train up assistants for his own work. And this boy had been a college student, possessing a keen, intelligent mind. There was no further interest in life for Ossip except the one feeling of devotion to the man who had trusted and befriended him. He proved an apt pupil, and Mueller gave him as much work as possible, trying to bring the healing influence of an active interest into the mind darkened by sad and terrible memories. Ossip cared little for people generally. He found it hard to overcome the years of humiliation and the continuous whip of fear that had accompanied him on his mad flight through the Siberian wilderness. But for Mueller's sake, he tried to be like other people and did succeed sometimes. Mueller had told him it was more valuable for his work. "Men in our profession," the detective said now, "have to keep themselves as inconspicuous as possible. The less people notice and talk about us, the better for the success of our work. For the less they notice us, the easier can we observe and study them. So cheer up, Ossip, and eat your dinner, for the waiter will wonder why 2 grown men can't make way with this simple meal. We don't want anybody wondering about us in this town just yet. You're young, that's cause enough to be cheerful." Mueller turned to his own plate with a light sigh. He had felt of late that the burden of years weighed on him more than he liked. After dinner they sat down by the window to the enjoyment of a good cigar. While the waiter was in the room they talked of indifferent things, the interesting buildings of the fine old city, its famous mountain surroundings, quite like any ordinary tourist's. But as soon as they were alone, Mueller told Ossip that he wanted him to go to the Gray House and hang about there, particularly on the side toward the river, most of the afternoon. He could take a book and sit by the river on one of the numerous benches. He might see something or someone that would be worth noting. To test the boy, Mueller's description of the house and its location was short and rather casual. They were to meet by the river about 7 o'clock. "But first of all, there is a telegram to dispatch. Then come back for a letter I must write." The telegram was addressed to Walter Thorne and read as follows: "Your suspicion seems justified. Letter follows. Please wire me at once any information you may have that would aid in finding the lady's personal servant. Then send by letter all possible details concerning this person. The girl has spread a web of lies about herself and seems to have something to do with the case." It was a lengthy message, but Mueller believed in long telegrams where necessary. He had had experience with messages that were misunderstood because too condensed. An hour later, Mueller had finished a lengthy letter to the same address which he turned over to Ossip to post. The boy then set out for the Gray House. Mueller remained in his room for some little while, pacing up and down slowly. The old detective was irritated. He had struck a trail which his unerring instinct told him should be followed at once, and yet he had to depend on others, or lose much valuable time in a difficult search for what any of several people could have found out if they had kept their wits about them. "Don't suppose I'll get much help from Thorne, either," he thought. "Deucedly pretty, extremely interesting. Yes, they all fall for that, like flies for a honeypot. Our good commissioner seems to have paid far more attention to the girl's looks than to her words during his investigation. Fine investigation. He was a lot more interested in the living woman than in the dead one. So of course he had no time for consideration of the simple fact that a rose doesn't usually have 2 stems. It was left to old Mueller to point that out, eh? We may be getting old, but we can still see a thing or two, and we would not have let this deucedly pretty and extremely interesting Miss X throw sand in our eyes. Of course, Professor Thorne, well, he has a professional right to forget everything else over beauty whenever he finds it. He'd hardly be likely to notice anything about the girl that would give us a clue to find her. I'll have to play a lone hand on this hunt for her less beautiful qualities." Mueller grumbled to himself as he prepared to go out. He went to the cemetery, famous for its location. But Mueller was interested only in Elise Lehman's grave. He found a couple of men busy planting flowers on the newly raised mound. Stopping to talk to them, he learned that the dead lady's fiancé had ordered a splendid stone for the grave. "It must have been the gentleman who was here a day or so ago," said one of the men. "He cried real hard, as if he felt awful bad about her death." "Probably the only person who did feel that way," suggested Mueller. The old working man shook his head. "Oh, no, sir. There's a pretty young lady been here twice since the funeral. She cried, too. I saw her." Mueller was interested. "A young woman?" "Yes, sir. Maybe you know who she was, if you know the dead lady's friends." Mueller wondered if his idea was the right one. "Was it a young woman in the 20s, pretty but sickly looking?" "Yes, sir, that's she. She wasn't what you'd call sickly looking. Not that way. I mean, she was a well-built sort, but pale, and looked as if she was awful sorry for the poor dead lady. She left this nice rose bush and asked me to plant it on the grave." When was she here last?" asked the detective thoughtfully. "Day before yesterday. 'Twas dark already when she came in to go to the grave. She gave me 3 gulden for letting her in after the doors was closed." "Oh, that's why you remembered so well?" said Mueller with a smile, which was met by an answering one on the wrinkled face before him. "Yes, sir. I don't often get such tips, and I ain't so old but what I can notice a nice-looking wench yet, sir." "I see. Anything more you can tell me about her?" "No, sir, except that she told me she was going away on the train that evening." "But she didn't say where she was going?" "No, sir." Mueller dropped a coin into the man's hand and went on his way. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he nearly fell over a wheelbarrow in the path. She came to the grave several times and cried there, and brought a rose bush and gave a tip of 3 gulden. Rather generous for a servant, if she was a servant, which I doubt. Mueller walked on slowly, taking one of the fine promenades along the river bank until he came in sight of the Gray House. Ossip came to meet him, waving his hat. "So you found the house, did you?" asked Mueller. That was easy. I've done much harder things. Have you found anyone or anything interesting? There's a young man, has passed the house several times. When I first saw him, he was standing looking up at one of the windows through the gate on the riverside. He seemed interested. Most people in the town are interested in this house just now. But this young man seemed particularly interested. I saw his eyes while he looked at the house. There was so much expression in them. Oh, there he is again. Mueller, Ossip at his side, started to walk again, keeping to the path along the riverbank. A man was coming along this path from the opposite direction, a young man. He carried his hat in his hand, and the afternoon sun gilded his fair hair. Goldie boy? Flashed through Mueller's mind. The man was deeply absorbed in thought, and his lips were moving as if he were talking to himself. Just as they got near enough to see him well, he stopped, took out pencil and paper from a case he carried, and began to write eagerly. Mueller gave a short laugh at his own supposition. Goldie boy, whom he intended to look up when he had enough data to go by, was evidently a businessman of some kind, probably a traveling salesman. He could not have been very young, for his letters proved him an experienced lover. But this lad was youth and innocence itself, very evidently a college student, and at the present moment he seemed to be eagerly writing a poem of his own composition. He was so absorbed that he did not see the men approaching. "Swan song!" he exclaimed as he put what seemed to be a last flourish to the title. But just then he stumbled over a rock in the path, and the pencil flew out of his hand. It recalled him to actuality, and when he had recovered his property, he found himself looking into the faces of two strange men, the elder of whom was frankly smiling at him in friendly sympathy. The youth blushed deeply, bowed, and passed on. "I think you'd better follow him, Ossip," whispered Mueller. "I want to know who he is. I may need to question him later." The Russian nodded and strolled off down the path after the disappearing poet. Mueller had taken the gate key with him that morning and slipped into the garden unseen by Mrs. Deisler in her kitchen. The detective knew Buchner was not at home, for he had passed the gardener going toward the town some time back. He could roam about the garden and study the outside of the house at will. There was a window open in Buchner's little cabin, up some distance from the ground, but Mueller was still agile in spite of his 60 years, and he climbed in easily. He wanted to obtain some insight into the character and habits of this one man around the Gray House, the one man who had easy access to the house and grounds at any time. Buchner's somewhat gruff manner did not prepossess people in his favor, but the interior of his neat cabin and the condition of the few papers and belongings in the room showed him to be orderly and thrifty. Mueller's short examination convinced him that he could put the gardener entirely out of his mind as far as any possible connection with the case was concerned. The detective climbed out of the window again and walked toward the house. The gardener came in at the gate just then, and Mueller went to meet him with unusual friendliness, feeling that he owed the man an apology for his suspicions. As they stood chatting, Commissioner Senfeld came up, and the two officials went upstairs. The death room lay in bright sunshine, every line on the carpet clear and definite, in spite of the intricacy of the pattern. "I am curious to know what you are going to show me," said the commissioner. Mueller smiled without speaking, moved a few steps forward, and looked down at the floor. Senfeld stepped up beside him, followed his glance, and saw what he had not seen on that fateful morning. The big Axminster carpet rug had a light ground on it which was a pattern of entwining roses with long stems. Senfeld knelt beside one of these sprays and bent down over it. Although he bent deep enough to have sent the blood to his face, his cheeks were noticeably pale. His eyes stared down at the carpet. And yet it was such a little thing he was staring at, nothing but a narrow red-brown line. It ran parallel to an almost similar line, differing from it only in that the other line was a graceful broken curve, and this particular line was stiff and straight. The curved line was the stem of a deep yellow rose, and one end of the straight line touched the center of a rose petal. "Then she did die of another's hand," murmured the commissioner. "Yes, she died by another's hand," said Mueller, who had moved to the mantelpiece and taken up the dagger that lay there. He stooped and placed the dagger on the straight red-brown line. The line in the carpet was exactly the length of the stained portion of the steel blade. While Senfeld looked at the dagger, then at his companion, Mueller stared off into vacancy, his lips moving slowly. Finally he spoke. "I imagine it was something like this." His voice was low and monotonous. "The man, I feel sure it was a man, struck Elise Layman down, and then staggered back against the wall here, horrified at what he had done. He still holds the dagger tightly in his clenched fist. He stares down at the dead woman as the realization of his cruel deed, the comprehension of its full import, presses into his heart and brain. Suddenly he notices the weapon in his hand, and, shuddering, casts it from him. It falls to the floor, here." "Yes, that is where it fell," repeated Senfeld softly, as he rose to his feet. "Where did they find it next morning?" asked Mueller in a more natural tone. "Can you show me the exact spot?" Senfeld led the way to the bedroom door, stood a moment in thought, then pointed to a spot on the edge of the rug. It was very nearly the exact spot indicated by both the housekeeper and the gardener. "There's no mark of blood here," said Mueller, "which proves that the dagger was quite dry by the time the murderer placed it there, to give the appearance of suicide. He must have remained here with the body for some time. Blood does not dry easily, particularly not on a cold, wet night. And we know it was cold and wet on the night of May 29th. I can't understand, yet, why the murderer should stay here with his victim. The impulse is usually to flee, to get away from the horror and the possible danger. I can see no reason for his lingering all that time." "But if the house was closed?" suggested Senfeld. Mueller shook his head. "There are plenty of windows here, and most of them are surrounded by heavy old ivy. An active man could easily climb down into the garden. Besides, the key to the side door is in the lock, and the big conspicuous key of the river gate hangs near the door in the hall. You could hardly miss it. The gates are easy to climb. No, there are ways enough of escape from these rooms. I cannot understand why he should have stayed here until the blood dried on that dagger. If I could find out why—" "I can see but one answer," said Senfeld slowly, "and that is that the maid is the murderer." "Yes." "Did you find out what money or jewelry the dead woman had in her possession?" "I went through the desk hastily. There was nothing of any value to be found." "There are about 300 crowns there now," said Mueller. "Yes," continued Senfeld. "Baron Walroth told me that he had given Miss Layman 600 crowns on May 1st. As far as he knew, she had no other money and very little jewelry. Then it doesn't look like a robbery. There might have been a quarrel and a moment of mad rage, but that hardly seems possible when the two women came home together quite peaceably and—" "And were together only a few minutes after that," cut in Senfeld. "The housekeeper is witness that the girl was not near her mistress all night. Why, what's the matter? What?" Mueller's head had gone sharply erect. His eyes were half closed. He held his breath as if listening to some far-away sound. Senfeld stared at him, equally breathless, until the tense moment passed, and Mueller smiled his familiar smile again. "She arranged her alibi neatly, didn't she?" he remarked lightly. "Your deucedly pretty, extremely interesting Miss Unknown looks to me like a very slick specimen. Good Lord!" Mueller's voice had a sharp note of anger in it now. "To think you let her get away!" Senfeld's head drooped, and he looked so unhappy that Mueller felt sorry for his little outburst of temper. "Don't worry," he said kindly. "That's happened to others before you, and you are all the more excusable in this case, as you are still young enough to feel the power of feminine charm. The woman must have something very attractive about her. Even the wrinkled old cemetery attendant admired her." Mueller told his companion of his visit to the cemetery. Then he led him to the wardrobe closet and showed him the blue silk gown and the muddy shoes. "Do you think this charming unknown would be so careless with her mistress's good clothes? Look, there's mud on the bottom of this skirt, too, at one spot, as if it were dragged over a dirty carriage step. Would any trained maid put clothes away in such a condition? Or did Miss Layman change her clothes before she was killed? Why should she have done this? There may be some meaning in the fact that these articles, the silk gown, muddied, the muddy shoes, and this long black cloak," Mueller opened that part of the wardrobe, "were thrust in hastily and carelessly, while all the other garments hang in orderly rows. You laugh? Let me tell you, Commissioner, it is just little things like this, trifles, seemingly of no importance, that have led me to some of my greatest triumphs." "Is that why you want the body exhumed?" asked the Commissioner. "Yes, that is why. But now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone." "You mean I am to go?" "If you don't mind." "Not in the least," replied Senfeld cheerfully, "for it's you who belong here, not I. We've proved that conclusively. If you need me, you'll find me in the Bellevue Café after 8 o'clock." The commissioner held out his hand to the old detective and walked slowly out of the room. Mueller scarcely noticed his going. He sat still, deep in thought for some time. Then he rose, looked around, and remarked, "No, I am sure it was a man." End of Chapter 8.
This is Books on My Mind YouTube channel.
Chapter 9. Who Came Back? "Oh, it's you, Mr. Mueller?" exclaimed Mrs. Deisler as the pan in which she was scraping fell clattering from her hands. She had not heard him come into the kitchen after his knock at her living-room door was not answered. "Did you think it was a ghost?" Mueller asked, laughing. "I wouldn't be surprised at anything in this house," grumbled the old woman, drying her hands as she turned to her visitor. "Why is this house so different from any other house?" "I don't know why, but it is. I've had my experiences here. I don't like it, and if they hadn't offered me more money for staying—" "Why, yes, of course, I can understand. This last affair was unpleasant enough." "There's been more than this affair. But do come in and sit down, sir. What's the use of staying in this draughty kitchen?" Mrs. Deisler led the way to her cozy room and pulled out a chair for the detective. Mueller sat down and waited until the housekeeper had settled herself opposite him. Then he began again in a tone of polite interest. "You say there's been more things happening in this house?" "There has, indeed." Mrs. Deisler was pleased to talk to such a sympathetic listener. "It takes some courage to stay here, I can tell you, sir. And if they hadn't given me more money, as I said, "You wouldn't have stayed?" Mueller smiled. "You needn't smile, sir." Mrs. Deisler was a bit offended. "The likes of us has to endure a lot for a decent living. Still, I must say there hasn't been anything much lately." "How lately?" "Oh, for the last week or so." "But before that, did you hear anything unusual then?" "Oh, yes, indeed, ever so often. It would sound as if someone were creeping about in the house, and then, again, there'd be a rattling in the walls." "It's an old house, and old houses are apt to talk to themselves," said Mueller. Mrs. Deisler leaned over toward him and asked mysteriously, "Do they scream, too?" Mueller looked surprised. "What do you mean by that?" "Because there's something that screams in this house." Often?" Mueller could not resist a faint smile at the old woman's superstitious fears. She saw it and turned away offended. Then his kind heart reasserted itself, and he showed a flattering interest, and a desire to hear more that soon soothed her. "No, sir, I didn't hear it but once, that queer scream that's never been explained. And wasn't it strange, sir? It was the very night the poor lady died, as if it was something that knew what was going to happen, a sort of omen, and it was so queer anyway. When Tony found her next morning and she screamed, that was different. Then I knew who it was and why. But that other scream, the evening before— Why, sir, what's the matter? You look so queer." The old woman stopped, startled, and stared at the little man who sat opposite her. His usually pale old face was flushed by waves of color, his nostrils quivered, and his chest heaved with his quick, panting breath. He paid no attention to her question, but leaned forward and laid his hand on her arm with a quick, excited pressure. "When did you hear that scream? Think carefully, please. Just when did you hear it?" he asked. His gentle voice was almost harsh. "But why?" "Answer me, please. Tell me just that and nothing else." "But I told you." "Quicker, please, quicker." "Well, it must have been about 7 or maybe 6:30. No, nearly 7.
"The evening before the body was found?"
"Yes."
"About 7?"
"Yes, I was all alone in the house."
Were you? Are you sure about that?"
"Why, sir, what—"
Yes, you're right. I must try to get at this thing calmly. I'll only confuse you otherwise. I want you to tell me all about it."
"But there's nothing more to tell, sir. That's all there is to it."
"Oh, no, my good woman, that's not all there is to it, not by a good deal. That was only the beginning, but we'll come to the end now. Yes, I'm sure we'll find the end, the true end of this story."
There was a gleam in Mueller's eyes, and his nostrils still quivered slightly. Otherwise he was as calm as before. Mrs. Deisler looked at him in growing alarm, but he nodded reassuringly.
"We'll talk this matter over quite calmly," he began. "I'll ask questions, and you'll tell me just what you really know. Not what you think or imagine, but what you know to be the truth."
"Yes, sir, I'll try to tell you nothing but the truth," replied the woman seriously. She did not understand what was happening, but she felt it was something of importance, and something that concerned the queer scream she had heard. Evidently this stranger believed she had heard it. There was silence in the room for a moment. Mueller was busy with his own thoughts.
"Why didn't you tell anyone about this scream?"
Why didn't you tell the police?"
"Tony told me not to."
"Tony told you not to speak of it?"
"Yes, sir. She said the commissioner and the others would only laugh at me for a foolish old woman. She said I mustn't bother them about such things."
"You don't say. She thought of everything, this Tony, didn't she? Now tell me, did Tony hear the scream too? Was she here with you when you heard it?"
"Why, no, sir. She'd gone out with her lady."
"Yes, that's so. The two of them." Mueller paused, then continued. "Were at the theater. Then they'd both, the young lady and Tony, both gone out before you heard the scream?" "Surely gone out?"
"Yes, sir, that's exactly how it was. And I hadn't told you yet. I heard just one loud, shrill scream."
"Just one?"
"Yes, sir, and the ladies had been gone at least half an hour or more."
"And you're sure one of them was Miss Lehman?"
"Why, Mr. Mueller, didn't I open the gate for them myself? And wasn't it broad daylight? I saw the young lady plainly and heard her speak, too. I can't understand what you mean by all these questions."
Mueller did not answer. "Queer, queer," he murmured half to himself.
"Oh, I forgot. Tony came back once."
"Came back?"
"The young lady had forgotten her feather boa."
"Was that before you heard the scream?"
"Oh, yes, sir. They'd been gone but a few minutes before she came back for the boa."
"Did you let her in?"
"No, she had her own keys. They always took the keys when they went to the theater."
"Did they go often?"
"Every 2 or 3 days. The young lady was bored most to death here, but she didn't want to go out alone at night, so she took Tony along, and let her sit with her, too, in the best seats. They always sat right down front."
"Tell me, are there 2 keys to the river gate?" asked Mueller, who did not seem to notice the woman's last remarks.
"There were 2 keys once, but the people we had here last summer lost one."
"Where's the other one?"
"Back in the main hall, on a nail near the door."
"Good. Then Tony came back for the boa and then went out again. What happened after that?"
"Then, when it was nice and quiet in the house, I had my coffee and sat down to read the newspaper. I'd been reading some little time, and then I heard the scream. I was so scared I just sat still for ever so long. Then I got up and went all over the house, but everything looked all right and just the same as usual."
"Both the house doors were locked?"
"Yes, sir, at least I think so. I know the front door was locked, for I had to open it when Buchner rang the bell at the gate."
"Were the room doors locked?"
"Yes, I know they were, because I tried them all. The lady always locked them when she went out. The door to the attic was locked, too."
"Where was Pollux? He seems to be a good watchdog."
"He'd gone with Buchner. They didn't come home until after dark."
"Did you say anything to the gardener about that scream?"
"No, sir, he'd only have laughed at me."
Mueller sat a moment in thought, then continued. "And then when the 2 came home?"
He lingered on the 2. "The 2 ladies? They drove up in a cab about 10:30.
"Did you notice the number of the cab?"
"No."
"Did you know the driver, by any chance?"
"No."
"Now listen, and answer carefully. Are you quite sure that it was Miss Lehman who came home with Tony? Did you see her plainly?"
Mrs. Deisler looked up surprised. Then her face went white, and her hands began to shake.
"Steady now. Keep cool. Don't be frightened."
"Then you think?" stammered the woman.
"I want to know what you think. Was it surely Miss Lehman who came back with Tony? Did you see her plainly?"
"No, I did not."
"Why not?"
"It was dark down at the gate, in spite of the lights on the cab."
"But it was light enough in the house?"
"Yes, but Tony had forgotten her opera glass in the cab, and asked me to find it. Before I found it and came up to the house, the lady was almost at the top of the stairs."
"And Tony? Was she in such a hurry to get out of your sight?"
"Oh, no, she waited for the glass, and then asked me if I'd make her a cup of tea. She'd come right down again."
"Did she?"
"Yes, sir."
"Did you notice anything about her, anything different from the usual?"
"Only that she was pale and looked tired. But she'd had a headache all day. She was shivering, too, and real hoarse, and she asked me why I had the dog in the room with me."
"Oh, the dog was in here, not out in the garden?"
"I had him in here the whole evening. I was frightened after what I'd heard."
Yes, go on."
"I told Tony what I'd heard, and the stories about the house. She said her lady must have heard something of late, because she was frightened, too, the night before. And then Tony got scared and asked me if I'd sleep upstairs with her."
"And did you?"
"Yes, sir. I didn't mind having someone with me that night myself. We were talking it over when the young lady rang." Mrs. Deisler stopped talking and wriggled uneasily in her chair. "The young lady, or whoever it was," she continued with a shiver, "rang the bell, and Tony went up."
"Did she stay long?"
"No, she came right back. She'd forgotten to put out the drinking water for the lady. At least that's what she said.
She brought her own water bottle to fetch water for herself. Then we went up, and Tony was asleep in less than half an hour." "You think so?" "But I heard her breathing, sir, the way one breathes in sleep." "Or if one wants to pretend sleep?" "Then you think—" "I don't think. I am quite sure that Tony didn't sleep 15 minutes during that whole night." "But why shouldn't she?" "It's not easy to sleep when you know that scarcely 2 doors away there's a murdered woman lying—" "Murdered!" Mrs. Deisler half rose from her chair, then sank back, shaking pitifully. "Murdered!" she repeated dully. "Yes, Mrs. Deisler, Elise Lehman did not kill herself. She was murdered, and your Tony had something to do with it. I don't just know what yet, but she was concerned in it somehow." Mrs. Deisler still sat staring at him, trying to understand what she had just heard. Then, as his last words penetrated her consciousness, she sprang to her feet and almost screamed. "No, Mr. Mueller, that isn't true. I'll never believe that. I'll never believe Tony had anything to do with it. She's innocent. You can take my word for it. You can't look that way and act that way, the way she does, and be concerned in a murder. Tony's so serious, and so sad, and so gentle, and she's pious, too, and prays so hard. No, no, I don't know what you found out, but Tony is innocent, and that's gospel truth. Tony never did anything wrong." The woman stood looking down at him, her old face almost handsome in the fine flush of righteous indignation that suffused the faded cheeks. Mueller smiled gently up at her. "Are you sure it isn't just Tony's pretty face that has charmed you, as it did the others?" he asked. The woman laughed a short, hard laugh. "Nonsense," she replied angrily. "That girl's much better than just pretty. She's a good woman. You can trust me. One woman finds that out mighty quick about another. We don't let ourselves be fooled by a pretty face like the men folks." There was another pause, during which Mueller made a mental note of the fact that everyone who had spoken of this Tony thus far had been prejudiced in her favor. Then he continued his questions as to that night and next morning, asked about every detail of Tony's behavior, and had to acknowledge that she had acted as the most innocent person might act. Yet he knew she was not innocent in this affair. He asked about Miss Lehman's actions the last days before her death, whether she had received letters or visitors, and whether it was known that she had friends in the town whom she met outside the house. All he could learn was that she had received a letter some days before her death, a letter that must have contained bad or unpleasant news, for she had cried over it, and then torn it up. "Where did this happen?" asked Mueller, interested. Mrs. Deisler knew only that it was somewhere in the garden. She hadn't seen the occurrence, but Buchner had told her. Then Mueller rose. "Don't worry about what has happened here, Mrs. Deisler," he said in his usual kindly tone. "But murder! That's worse than what we thought it was. Murder!" "But it's all over now, as far as you are concerned, and at least you need have no further fear of ghosts. This house is not haunted. That cry you heard is easily explained. It was Elise Lehman's death cry." He went out, leaving the old woman to look after him, shuddering, as he slowly mounted the stairs. The corridors with their ivy-shaded windows were already dim in the gathering dusk as Mueller passed through to the corner room. His first concern was to look about for some glass or other vessel in which Tony might have brought the water she said Miss Lehman had rung for. There was nothing there, but he must first find out whether any such vessel had been moved from the rooms since the discovery of the body. If it had not, then Tony had lied again. The ringing of the bell which Mrs. Deisler had heard proved to Mueller that Elise Lehman's murderer was still in the house at 11 o'clock that evening. He had rung to notify his accomplice, Tony, that he needed her. He may have left the house then, and she had opened the door for him, locking it after he had gone. That need not have taken much time. The side door key was in the lock, and the garden gate only a few steps from the house. It could all have been done in 3 minutes. And the girl must have been absent from Mrs. Deisler's room longer than that. She had even had time enough to recover from any excitement those minutes might have brought. But it was remarkable that, knowing just what had happened upstairs, she could have sat there calmly drinking tea with the old woman. Of course, as the murder had been committed at 7 o'clock, Tony had had nearly 5 hours to prepare for the ordeal. Still, this mysterious, unknown woman must possess a strength of will quite out of the ordinary. Joseph Mueller, who knew human nature as few others did, found himself, whether he would or no, joining the ranks of this fair enigma's admirers. That any woman, any young, gentle, and attractive woman, could lie there and pretend to sleep quietly that whole long, hideous night, this meant unusual willpower. And indeed this woman's whole behavior proved her to be out of the average in strength of character and steadfastness of purpose. But she could not command obedience from her body. I can well imagine that she looked pale and ill, thought Mueller, remembering what had been said in this regard. If I ever meet this Tony, I'm afraid I'll be liable to tell her how I admire her, whatever else I may have to tell her, he thought as he opened the last door of the wardrobe and took out the black coat. He laid it over the center table in the sitting room and lit the hanging lamp. He examined the cloak carefully. There was no mud on it anywhere, but he realized that the spots on the dress might have come from a passing wagon at a time when the wearer of the coat had let it fly open in the wind. A man, if it was a man, would have difficulty in managing a loose garment like this. Mueller was already convinced that someone else had worn Elise Lehman's clothes on that late homecoming. He took up the cloak as if to return it to its place. Suddenly he stiffened and dropped the garment on the table again. His mouth tightened to a straight line. He looked at one spot on the fine-textured expense of cloth, then his hand moved slowly over it. It was a spot which had been torn and mended, not carefully mended, but hastily, as if done by a trembling hand. The tear was not conspicuous, for it would have been quite hidden by the heavy lace that hung from the front of the collar when the cloak was in use, but it came in a peculiar position in the left side, just breast high. Under this spot Elise Lehman's heart beat in life, and under this spot, Mueller was now convinced, her heart had ceased to beat. Yes, she wore this coat when she was killed, he murmured. The dagger must have left some spots of blood here. Whoever mended this coat washed away the blood, for the cloth is dulled here and the light silk lining darkened. The mending was more noticeable on the lining, and a few minute dark spots were still visible under the criss-crossed threads. Mueller hung up the coat and turned to go, when his attention was again arrested, this time by something that blinked at him like an angry red eye from under a little table between the windows. He reached down and picked it up. It was the second hatpin, a big red crystal. The murderer's hand must have tossed it into that dark corner where the daylight did not reach it. It was the light from the table lamp that had struck it into fire. No, this was not a premeditated murder, thought Mueller. This man was beside himself when he realized what he had done. He must have had a moment of sheer insanity as he threw these things about. But what came after was remarkably well planned. Ah, yes, the instinct of self-preservation always triumphs at the last, but never quite perfectly. These two were clever, but not quite clever enough. Mrs. Diesler assured Mueller that nothing had been moved in the rooms upstairs except by the police, and she was sure no one had taken a glass from the rooms. Buchner could not tell just where the lady had torn up her letter, but he thought it was somewhere near the fountain. Mueller promised that he himself would come the next day, or someone who would bring credentials from him. Ossip was waiting for him at the hotel, with the name and address of the young poet they had met by the river, and with a telegram which had just come from Professor Thorne. It read, "Can do nothing to help find person you mention. Think you are mistaken. Girl was taken on in Linz. Knows nothing of her mistress's past life. Has gone to Munich, now traveling with new employer. Looks sickly. Letter follows, Thorne." She told him the same lies, and he believes them, thought Mueller. He probably thinks her interesting, too. A strange woman. Everybody is for her, and everything is against her. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Concerning Tony. Mueller instructed Ossip to be at the Gray House early next morning to search the garden for bits of the torn letter. Then, after a light supper, he turned his own steps toward the city theater. He asked the secretary whether the latter had by any chance noticed two young women who were frequent visitors at the theater during the month of May. They usually took front seats, and one of them was a strikingly handsome brunette, the sort of woman whom one does not easily overlook or forget. "Oh, yes, indeed, I've noticed them," answered the man without a moment's hesitation. "Business has been pretty dull this month, and it's easy enough to remember the few people who come regularly, particularly if they are in any way conspicuous. Why are you so interested in these two young ladies?" he asked with a smile, as he pulled forward a chair for Mueller. "At my age, you mean?" replied the detective with a laugh. "Yes, they do interest me in spite of my gray hairs. but I might as well confess that my interest is entirely official and not personal." "Official? That sounds queer. Who are you, if I may ask?" The secretary looked at the card in his hand. "Joseph Mueller? Sorry, but that doesn't say much to me." "Which speaks well for your honesty. I like to meet people who don't know anything about me, and an everyday name like mine is a perfectly good alias whenever I want to use it as such. But this may explain matters." Mueller handed the secretary his official credentials. The man looked at the paper carefully and handed it back with a more serious mien. "Is it one or both of the two women that interest you? I took them for actresses. Is it the handsome one, the brunette?" "No, the other. She was mighty good-looking, too." "Indeed? So she charmed you as well as all the rest?" "Then there are others? I'm not surprised. She was by far the more refined of the two. The other was too showy, too loud, if I might call it that." "Loud is good. She's made noise enough in Salzburg since her death." "Death? She's dead?" "Her name was Elise Lehman." "Oh, that was Elise Lehman. Too bad. Such a handsome creature. But I want to know who her companion is." "Wouldn't mind knowing that myself," laughed the secretary, "but I don't see just how I can help you there." "You can help me to one thing, to find out whether Miss Lehman's companion was in this theater on the evening of May 29th. I doubt it. Still—" "Oh, you needn't doubt it." "I mean, I doubt whether she was here." "Oh, I see. I thought you meant it was doubtful whether we can find it out. As it so happens, it will be an easy matter." "That's good hearing. Go on, please." "You see, we paper the house a lot these days. Our cashier has a son, a decent-looking young chap, who's fond of plays and who looks as if he might have bought an orchestra seat. He goes pretty often. See?" "Yes." Miller laughed. "Well, it so happens that this youth has noticed the two ladies. He's not so interested in the show, but what he can look about between the acts. And he's young enough to be caught by a pretty face. In fact, he's asked me if I could seat him near the two. I've rigged him considerable about the lady in blue, as he calls her." "Then you mean that he—" "Wait until we find out whether he was in the house that night." 15 minutes later, Mueller knew that only the companion of the lady in blue was in the theater on the evening of May 29th. The seat beside her, which had been bought and paid for that morning, remained vacant. The young woman looked pale and suffering and stayed only until the close of the first act. The links in the chain of evidence fitted perfectly. In the Café Bellevue, Mueller found Commissioner Senfeld deep in a game of cards. He sat down to wait, but Senfeld, now thoroughly aroused to a sense of his own omissions and to a desire to make good on the Lehman case, could not keep his mind on the game. He made his excuses and left the table. "Anything new?" he added in an undertone as he reached up for his hat. "Yes and no," replied Mueller. "Come out where we can talk." They strolled along the embankment until they came to an empty bench. "Well?" queried Senfeld, a bit impatient. "I've found out one thing," said Mueller slowly. "This Tony is only an accomplice, an accessory after the fact." Senfeld gave a deep sigh of relief. "Also, I now know that the murder, or the killing, took place before 7 o'clock on the evening of May 29th. "But the two came home after the theater at 10:30. "Two people came home, but not the two women who went out together. The killer came home with Tony." "I don't understand. I can't follow you." "Very well, I'll picture it for you, in proper order, at least what I believe to have happened on that evening." "Please do." Elise Lehman and this Tony, who posed as her maid, left the house a little before 6 o'clock. Very shortly after that, Tony returned alone, opened the gate and house door with her own keys. She told the housekeeper that she had come for her lady's feather boa, but in reality she came back to open the side garden gate and side house door for the Lehman girl and a man whom the women met shortly after they left the house. It was easy enough to do. Mrs. Diesler was in her own rooms, and the gardener had gone off, taking his dog with him. I imagine this unknown man to have been a lover of the Lehman girl. I found letters which are very evidently from a successful lover who signs himself Goldie Boy, and from whom the dead woman parted forever, as she believed, on May 5th in Linz. This man does not seem to have been quite reconciled to the thought of losing her. A letter carrier brought Elise Lehman a letter a day or two before her death, which she did not open immediately, as she usually did. She took it to a quieter spot in the garden, read the letter, wept bitterly over it, and tore it into bits. She thought herself alone, but the incident was seen by Buchner, the gardener. I intend to have the garden searched for those pieces tomorrow. You think that letter was from Goldie Boy? Hideously sentimental title, eh? Yes, cheap sentiment. Throws a light on the mental caliber of the future Baroness Walroth, doesn't it?
You think that letter was from Goldie Boy? I imagine it. I am sure only that some man came whom she wanted to receive with all secrecy. For of course Baron Walroth must not know that he was there. Let us take for granted that it was Goldie Boy. That makes all the sections fit, with one exception. And that is Tony, replied Mueller thoughtfully. I cannot understand why this woman, the sort of woman Tony seems to be from all I hear, should have aided and abetted the man and gone through with this elaborate apparatus of deception. There are several possible hypotheses, but we can go over those later. You think the girl was an eyewitness of the deed? Mueller shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure of that, but I know she helped the man in every way. But why should he return to the house, and in Miss Lehman's clothes? He had to do this to clear Tony of all suspicion, and also to put off the discovery as long as possible, which would help him in his own escape. And Tony had to arrange her alibi, had to be able to call the Diesler woman as witness that she could not have murdered her mistress. As the facts stand, the only possible time she could have committed the deed was in the morning between 5 and 7, and the condition of the body when found proved that death had taken place many hours before. The physician who came with you examined the body at 7:30, and besides, the body was fully dressed. Miss Lehman had not been to bed at all that night. She could not have been killed that morning, and from the moment of her return after the last call from her mistress until 5 next morning, Tony was under Mrs. Diesler's eyes. Couldn't it have been the moment she was upstairs, you mean? Hardly likely. She came down almost immediately, and looked no different from before. This Tony seems to be a woman of strong and determined will, but no human being has that much self-control. You're sure the killing took place during the early evening? Absolutely. The housekeeper heard the girl's death cry at 7 o'clock, or shortly before. What? She heard a cry? Then why the deuce didn't she tell me? Because our mysterious friend Tony, who thought of everything, told the old woman that she would only make herself ridiculous if she bothered the police with such old wives' tales. Oh. You believe me now? Senfeld nodded. When his victim was dead, continued Mueller, the murderer removed her hat, cloak, and gloves. Or rather, Mueller halted a minute and then went on, I should not say murderer. I find no signs of premeditation, but every evidence that the man acted in a fit of uncontrollable rage, and then went through a moment of horror amounting to insanity after the deed. The girl must have goaded or taunted him. He paused, looking off into distance as if trying to reconstruct some scene. Yes, said Senfeld softly, not to disturb his companion's thoughts. I can imagine it now myself. A cold-hearted, beautiful woman has 1,000 ways of striking a man to the heart, if he is foolish enough to love her. And this woman utilized men's passions to draw from them the money she needed for her extravagances. Senfeld looked up with a new interest. Was she that kind? I wondered. She was not the woman whom Baron Walroth should have married, but he too was dazzled by her beauty. He has had a fortunate escape. Then the other man is excusable? Yes, his rage may have been excusable. The fact that he took a weapon which he found in the room and not something he had brought with him speaks for an utter lack of premeditation. A revolver would have been different. Yes, that's quite logical, said Senfeld. But do you think Miss Lehman did not take off her outer garments herself? Mueller shook his head. No, she did not do it herself. She was killed while still wearing her cloak. I have proofs of that. And one glove, at least, was drawn hastily from her hand, drawn so roughly that it was badly torn, although quite new. It was probably done after the homecoming, when the body had begun to stiffen. I have not found the other glove yet, but he must have pulled that one off as well. Gloves on a suicide do not look very plausible. He snatched off the hat, throwing one of the pins up against the wall under a little table. I can imagine how it burned his hand. The other pin probably fell out of the hat itself, and he laid it on the mantelpiece later. When he left the house the first time, he took one of the dead girl's blue silk gowns. She had made things easy for him by her fancy for that color, her cloak and hat. He even, I believe, went so far in his care for the comedy to be played later that he took a pair of shoes. Her shoes? But could a man wear them? Elise Lehman seems to have been a tall, well-built woman. Yes, she was. I remember I noticed her height when they lifted the body. She had a large foot, but this man, although he may have been able to wear her shoes for a short time, strained them across the ball of the foot and walked heavily enough in them to bear the heels well down into a chance puddle. How did you? Remember the shoes I showed you in her bedroom, the muddied shoes?
Senfeld's murmur was almost a groan. He was immersed in the depths of a humiliating realization of his lack of qualifications for his official position. They did not expect to meet anyone on their homeward journey, Mueller continued, when his companion did not answer. But they had to be ready for emergencies. Women's skirts are some few inches up from the floor now, and the man's own shoes might have looked inappropriate under a light silk gown. They went to work carefully, those two, and I am inclined to think the idea of the masquerade was Tony's. It sounds more like a woman. But this is merely a surmise. I have no proof of that yet, only that there was a masquerade. I must find out whether anyone was seen carrying a bundle in the neighborhood of the Gray House that evening. Or he may have taken a bag from the girl's closet, a valise or something like that. I can easily ascertain if that is true. Then they didn't, either of them, the women, go to the theater that evening? Oh yes, Tony did. The girl is astoundingly intelligent. She realized that something might have happened at the theater, some incident that would make talk next day, and it might have looked queer if neither of the women knew of this. Of course, up to that point, Tony did not know what had happened. She merely wanted to cover the other girls' tracks, to make it appear they had both been there. But she must have been uneasy, for she looked ill and left after the first act. Then she must have met the man somewhere. I can't just yet see how or why, but she must have met him and learned what had happened. Then the comedy of the homecoming was arranged. Maybe she expected to meet Miss Layman again, so that no one would know the latter had been with her lover. Yes, that is an idea. That may have been it. But the man came alone, and yes, in that case the idea of the clothes was his. Queer. Anyway, they came home. He took off the clothes, but there had been a shower and the blue silk skirt was spattered and muddied in spots. The shoes were muddy. He stuffed them in the closet and left the cloak out to be cleaned and mended. Couldn't it have been mended some other time? I mean, before that evening? I doubt it. The dagger had pierced the cloak, and the killer would hardly want to have the body found in hat and cloak. Or else, you can imagine he would have dreaded to touch her. That was human and natural. The cloak had to be mended and cleansed so that the truth would not be known, at least as long as the guilty parties were within reach of the authorities. But the truth did come out, remarked Senfeld with a blush, although I had very little to do with it. You thought it suicide, as did the others, said Mueller soothingly. What must we do now? We must find this Goldie boy, and most of all we must find Tony. I have hunted all sorts of criminals in all sorts of places, but I confess this woman intrigues me more than most of them have done. Back of these actual facts, which must have been more or less as I have pictured them, there is some story, some relationship between these three which will explain much once we know it, and which, if we only knew it now, would help us measurably in finding the people we must seek. The girl seemed very refined for a servant, said Senfeld, seeking about in his memory, but she was simply dressed and humble in demeanor. The secretary of the theater, who did not know anything about the women except their appearance, said he imagined them to be actresses. We know Miss Layman had been on the stage, and in the variety houses too. But why should a fellow professional masquerade as her maid if Tony was an actress? Of course, if she was, that would show why she played her part so well. Maybe she was in league with the Layman girl to help her see her former lover? Yes, the fact that she helped in the secret meeting would speak for that. But what came later refutes the theory. And besides, Commissioner, I have discovered in the course of many years of work that the actions of a man or woman must be read in the light of the character rather than of mere surface facts. When we have no direct evidence to tell us whether a certain person has or has not done a certain thing, we must fall back on what we know or can learn about this person's character and habit of life. That is the only safe guide. And that is why I regret more than I can say that I did not see and speak to this Tony myself. But from all I hear, from all sorts of people, tell me yourself, Commissioner, do you think her the sort of woman who would help another in a low intrigue to betray the trust of the man who was to have given Elise Layman wealth and assured position for the rest of her life? Senfeld hesitated, then spoke slowly and humbly. I'm afraid my observations are of little value. I remember only that the girl was very pretty in a quiet, refined, dignified sort of way, and very modest and gentle, although intelligent and definite in her answers. More I could not say without trying to cover my own stupidity. Still, that is of value, what you have just said. Now why should such a woman go to such lengths of danger for herself?
Later, why should she stay on here, and why should she play into this man's hands as she did? Love is, of course, the usual explanation for a woman's sacrifices for a man, but if Tony loved this man, would she have arranged his meeting with a woman who had been his mistress, and then help him escape? A woman will do much for love. Still, she doesn't usually help the man she loves to a tete-a-tete with another woman whom he loves. No, not usually. There are other combinations. I must think them out. This Tony is going to give me a sleepless night or two, that I know. But I'll try and trace Goldie Boy. And, by the way, there will be no need to exhume the body. I know now that Elise Lehman did not come home with Tony that evening. But if you can do so, I wish you would find the driver of the cab that brought them home. The man may have seen or suspected something. I would like to know where they picked him up. Mueller rose, and Senfeld followed suit. Oh, yes, I forgot, said the commissioner as they turned toward the center of the town again. There's been a letter from Hubert Lohr, Elise Lehman's stepbrother. He had wired that he was coming soon, but he writes now to say that, as the burial is over, he will not be here after all. He makes no claim to whatever she may have left. He is a poor man, a teacher of music, and finds it impossible to take the time from his work. He doesn't mention the expense, but I fancy that's the chief objection. He says that he may come later in the summer on his vacation and visit her grave. Not what you'd call a loving brother, is he? Remarked Mueller. No, but he was only her stepbrother, and at least he's not mercenary. But I don't suppose she had much to leave. Nothing, perhaps, but just what is in the Grey House. Her clothes, and the bit of money, which really belongs to Baron Walrath. Hardly enough to pay for what such a journey would cost a poor man. True. Good night, said Mueller, giving the commissioner his hand. Then he turned and walked off quickly. As the detective passed to the lobby of the hotel on his way to his room, after having stopped for a word with the attendant at the door, a young man rose from one of the big chairs as if to speak to him. But when Mueller halted, expectant, the young man blushed, stammered something about a mistake, and sat down again, raising his paper so that his embarrassed face could not be seen. Mueller smiled, bowed slightly, and passed on. He had seen a strongly built, blond young man, with nothing to mark him from hundreds of other well-clad youths. Still, Mueller, who never neglected anything, stopped at the desk and asked, in an undertone, "Who's that man?" "He's registered as George Branchley from Vienna," replied the clerk, "and he was asking for you this evening." "Asking for me?" "Well, I don't know. He asked if a Mr. Mueller from Vienna was stopping here." "He must have wanted some other Mueller. That's why he was so embarrassed when he discovered his mistake. Good night." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Torn Letters. Mueller had prophesied truly. Tony, the mysterious, did cost him a restless night. Hour after hour passed while the veteran detective turned over in his mind all the possible combinations of human relationship that could give him a clue to the motive of this girl's conduct. The facts he knew: that she had aided the secret meeting of Elise Lehman with the unknown man, and that she had then helped this man in the masquerade which threw the police off the track and gave color to the suicide theory. These facts could not be explained altogether by the supposition that the man was Elise Lehman's lover. But if he were not, why should he have been goaded into killing her? Who else but a lover, angry at her desertion, could have had any cause for so fatal a rage? The fact that Tony's conduct did not fit into the easy and natural supposition was just what aroused Mueller's keenest ardor. Easy cases did not interest him, and this had seemed too easy at first. He fell asleep so late that it was long past his usual rising hour when he finally woke. Ossip's room was empty, and Mueller knew he would find the lad in the Grey House. He did, but not exactly as he had expected. Ossip was sitting on the chopping block in the locked woodshed, cheerfully smoking a cigarette. Pollux was on guard outside in an attitude of extremely watchful waiting, while Buchner was working nearby. "Does this young man belong to you?" asked the gardener, as Mueller came up. "I was taking no chances, so I locked him up. He must have got into the garden by climbing the gate." "Of course I did," remarked Ossip lightly. "How else could I get in? There wasn't anyone awake at 3 o'clock to open the gate for me." "Mercy on us, were you here at 3?" exclaimed Mueller. "How did you get out of the hotel without attracting attention at that hour?" "Down the water pipe from my window." "2 stories up?" "Oh, Mr. Mueller, the walls of the Cara prison are higher than that, and it's well I came so early, for I hadn't but 2 hours to look for the papers before this chap got me by the collar." "Which he had a perfect right to do," laughed Mueller. He didn't expect my messenger to come at that hour or in that way. No, sir, you said yourself I was to hold up anyone poking around here except on your orders, explained Buchner. Quite right. Keep that up. Did you find anything? Mueller asked of his young assistant. This much. The Russian opened his pocketbook and laid a tiny handful of torn bits of paper in Mueller's palm. It took me the 2 hours to gather those. Mueller reassured Buchner as to his actions of the morning, and cautioned him anew to do the same by anyone whom he found trespassing on the grounds of the Gray House. The experienced detective hoped for some assistance in this puzzling mystery from the well-known psychology of the criminal which drives him back to the scene of his crime. Thus far it had been of little help to him, however, for the only person who had been seen lingering around the house was the innocent-looking young student whom Ossip had followed recently at Mueller's orders. He had ascertained that the lad's name was Franz Moser, and that he was a pupil at the teachers' seminary in the town. Mueller and his assistant went into the house. The detective asked the housekeeper if she would give them some breakfast. Then he questioned her concerning Miss Lehmann's luggage. Did she remember any small pieces the lady may have had? Oh, yes, sir. She had her big trunks and 2 handpieces, a brown bag, and a light-colored valise, bound round with 2 black straps. I carried them upstairs myself, so I remember them well. What baggage did Tony have? Just the valise and a roll, sir. She's taken them away with her. But that reminds me there's something of hers still here. I did the laundry for the ladies, and 2 of Tony's handkerchiefs must have got among my own things in all the excitement. I found them after she'd gone, and washed and ironed them. Maybe you'd better take them. Mrs. Diesler handed Mueller 2 handkerchiefs, which the detective studied carefully. They were of plain but good white linen, with a neat embroidered monogram in one corner. The letters were A.K. A.K.? Antonia K.? That's one step forward, thought Mueller. Then he said aloud, Did Tony always look so ill? Oh, no, sir. She was a fine, healthy-looking young woman when she came here. It's only since those dreadful things happened that she looks so miserable. I'm sure I don't wonder at it. Nor I. Remember, I like my tea good and strong. Yes, sir. Oh, I nearly forgot. There was a gentleman here last night wanted to get in and get up to the dead lady's rooms. You didn't let him in? No, sir, but it was hard keeping him out. I thought I'd have to call Buchner once. He looked as if he was going to push me aside and go in. And he was a strong-looking young man, too. I was most afraid of him. He was so excited, although he was well-dressed and not like a rough at all. What did you tell him? Asked Mueller quickly. I told him you were in charge and that he could see you at the hotel. You didn't tell him anything more? No, sir. The less those stories get about, the better for me. Quite so. What sort of a looking man was he? Why, young and strong-looking and nicely dressed. He thought I'd take money to let him in, too. But then I got angry and shut the gate on him. Good. But if he comes while I am here, you can let him up. And if he comes when I am not here, yes, let him go up and lock him in the room. Then send Buchner for me at once in a cab. Oh, Mr. Mueller, I'd be scared. I may leave my young friend here to protect you. Anyway, I want to see this man very much. Mueller's mind went back to the little incident at the hotel the previous evening, and he decided to make the acquaintance of this Mr. George Branchley. If it were he who had tried to bribe and terrorize an old woman in his anxiety to get into the Gray House, and yet lacked courage to speak to a detective, the reasons for his being there might prove worth investigating. If it were Goldie Boy? Please open the door, Ossip. The key is in my right coat pocket, said Mueller, when he realized they were standing in front of the corner room. He went straight to the table in the bay window. Antonia K., he murmured. Her name probably is Antonia, Tony for short. It's too risky to take another given name, you're so apt to overhear it. But she was not Antonia Schreiner. You might look for the traveling bags in the bedroom closet, Ossip. I'll puzzle out these papers. Ossip returned in a few minutes with one brown bag. Seeing that his master was already absorbed in his task of sorting the bits of torn paper, the young Russian stood motionless. His great dark eyes alone seemed alive. They swept the room carefully, taking in every detail. Once the boy shuddered and turned his eyes away hastily. They had fallen on the blood-stained dagger, wakening terrible memories of the past that had darkened his young years. To avoid the unpleasant sight, Ossip looked down at the carpet. Then he looked again, with a fixed stare of sudden interest. When Mueller looked up from his papers, his young assistant was crouching on the floor, carefully measuring the straight red-brown line that ended in the heart of a big yellow rose. The old detective looked at the boy with a pleased smile.
One of his greatest pleasures in life was to discover, and then to train, a mind akin to his own, a mind gifted with the power to see keenly and to reason on the things seen. Ossip felt his master's eye on him and rose to his feet, blushing deeply. "Of course, you've seen this, sir?" he asked timidly. "Yes, that first put me on the right trail," replied Mueller. "What have you seen now?" Ossip made a quick movement toward the fireplace. It was not a genuine open grate of the English type, but the usual continental tiled stove. Only in this case the stove had been built in the form of a Renaissance mantel. The firebox had the usual entrance on the narrow side of the stove, but was open toward the room and protected by a handsome brass railing, so that the fire could be seen, as in a grate. Ossip stood staring at the stove for a minute or two. Then he spoke, slow and timidly. "You've seen that too, sir, of course? I mean, that there are papers in the stove?" Then the boy blushed again as he saw a wave of deep color shoot up the old detective's cheeks. But Joseph Mueller was too big a man to lie to save his face. "No, I did not see it," he admitted frankly. "I didn't even see the opening on the side of the stove. My eyes are getting old like the rest of me, Ossip. I need youth beside me." "Shall I?" began Ossip. But Mueller cut in quickly. "No, one thing at a time. We tackle the stove later. I must finish this now." The returns from Mueller's labor with the bits of paper were not great. He was disappointed in that he had expected or hoped to find the torn letter was from a man, but what bits of the writing were decipherable were clearly penned by a woman. The scent that still lingered about the paper was too strong to be called refined, and the writing was as inelegant as the style and the orthography. Here and there only could a full sentence be pieced together. Otherwise it was only scattered words. In Venice on, "I couldn't love that pie face," "sure weak in the upper story," "don't see why you have to," "probably never see you again." If this was the letter that had so upset Elise Layman when she received it a day or so before her death, it must in some way concern Edmund Walroth, and possibly also Goldie Boy. Mueller wondered whether the writer was alluding to her friend's aristocratic betrothed with the words "pie face" and "weak in the upper story." "I'm getting old," sighed Mueller. "There may be some clue in this letter, but my brain doesn't leap to it as it once did." "I found only one bag," said Ossip as Mueller looked over at him. "There is no valise there." "Then we have one thing to go by. We must find that valise or some trace of a man who was seen carrying it, and a woman whose initials are A.K. Now for the stove." Ossip poked into the dark interior of the firebox and brought out the usual assortment of odds and ends that are apt to be thrown into a stove during the summer months. There was a broken ivory paper knife, a small torn lampshade, bonbon papers, scraps of newspapers, and a number of torn letters. These last Ossip laid carefully to one side until he had them all together. Then he handed them up to Mueller, who smoothed them out. There were in all 3 sheets of writing paper, of 3 different colors, and they had been just torn through once. One seemed part of another letter, a second sheet. It began near the top without any heading. "It's beastly dull in this old hole. I wish you'd—" Then the pen sputtered so badly that the writer had torn the sheet and thrown it away. The writing was Elise Layman's. The next letter, on rose-tinted paper, began solemnly with a quotation, "And therein lies the magic power of love, that it ennobles with its lightest breath. Grisparzer, Sappho 1.5. "Nothing like being definite," murmured Mueller. The letter read, "My own dearly beloved Edmund, when will those happy days come again, the days when you can be with me?" A spot, as if from a finger stained with moist chocolate, put an end to this effusion. The third letter, on very heavy light green paper, began, "Honey Bunch, do be good again. I know you won't do anything to spoil my good luck." A big blot was the reason for tearing up this sheet. Mueller threw the first 2 letters back on the heap of litter and looked at the third again. It was the only one of any importance, for it proved that Elise Layman was still corresponding with a former lover, even after her official engagement to Baron Walroth, and it proved also that this lover was angry and had made some threat that disturbed the girl. "That fits the theory of the discarded lover's anger," thought Mueller. "But then there is Tony. This young woman is very troublesome, very." The detective leaned back in his chair while a sentence in Goldie Boy's letter and one on the torn scraps from the garden pieced themselves together in his mind to a clearer line of thought. "The firm must send me off in an opposite direction," wrote the lover, and the friend spoke of someone who was in Venice on, if it was on business, it might be Goldie Boy, and if Goldie Boy was in Venice, he would be easier to locate there, being a foreigner, than he would be in his own country. But if Goldie Boy was in Venice, who was the excited young man who tried to force his way in last evening? Of course, he might have come home from Venice on the news of Elise Lehmann's death. We'll investigate that, young man, and then, if need be, we can go to Venice. When he came to this spot in his thoughts, Mueller rose. We can go now. I may have to leave Salzburg tonight. Ossip did not speak, but his eyes asked a question. Mueller locked the door and handed the key to the boy before he spoke again. You are to stay here in this house. I still hope that one or the other of those we seek, the man or the woman, may come back here. If I do find the man elsewhere, you might find the woman or some trace of her. It would help me greatly. Ossip reddened with pride and delight, but grew pale again as Mueller continued. It is a true saying that he who has shed blood is drawn back, often against his will, to the scene of his crime. You know how true, from your own experience. Oh, Mr. Mueller, why did you remind me? To spur you on to greater effort, replied Mueller, resting his hand on the boy's shoulder. We do not conquer our sins by trying to forget them, but by facing them bravely and rising superior to the memory. I shall need you more and more, Ossip, and I want you to become a worthwhile man and dedicate yourself to the service of justice. If you do this, you will make me glad of my moment of weakness that day a year ago when I helped outwit the law of your country. But don't ever let me feel sorry that I took you from Nicola Pludov's barn. Ossip's big eyes, clear to the depths now, looked straight at his master. You shall never repent it, Mr. Mueller, he replied solemnly. I will serve justice and make up 1,000-fold for my sin. All I ask is hard work. Men with such memories deserve nothing else, and should be thankful for that. I am thankful. Come now, keep a cool head, soothed Mueller. We've tackled a far more difficult job here than I thought at first. We must keep calm and have all our wits about us. And let me tell you, our work is full of fascination and can bring the sweetness of triumph. It can make us forget much. The last words were spoken low, and Mueller's eyes looked off into distance. The young Russian remembered snatches of stories heard concerning Mueller's life, of how early personal misfortune had given the world a great detective because this man had been ostracized from the everyday walks of life. The impressionable boy silently vowed that he, too, would let the errors of his youth lead him into the paths of service. They walked downstairs without another word, and sat down at Mrs. Deisler's invitingly cheery breakfast table. You won't be alone in the house now, Mrs. Deisler, began Mueller, sipping his tea. I'm going to leave my young friend Ossip Juliff here to keep you company. He can have Tony's room. Mrs. Deisler tried to look pleased, but she did not like the young man's look. He was too foreign for her taste. Also, she preferred people who came and went by the door rather than by windows and walls, but she promised to make things comfortable for him. When Mueller returned to the hotel, he learned that the blond young man, George Branchley, had gone out. He still retained his room, however. The clerk at the desk, who knew Mueller's position, told the detective that he thought the man was a traveling salesman for a jewelry house or something similar. Mueller gave him some instructions, and then took the letters that were waiting for him. Among them was a long letter from Walter Thorne. A stout, red-faced individual who had been standing in the hall came up at the clerk's nod and introduced himself as a cab driver who had been sent to see Mr. Mueller from police headquarters. It was he who had taken the couple to the Grey House on the evening of May 29th. Mueller took the man to his room and had him repeat the story he had narrated under oath at headquarters. Yes, sir, it was me. I was driving in slow. I'd been out across the river, and just as I was passing the artillery barracks, I see a young woman coming toward me and waving her hand at me. I stop, and up she comes with another lady all dressed up swell, in a light dress and dark cloak. Did you see this lady's face? Asked Mueller. No, she had a powerful big hat on and a heavy veil, and she was hanging onto the veil as if it were some trouble to keep her hat on, which I dare say it was, 'cause there was some wind that night. What time was it when they took your cab? It must have been about 10:15, I'm thinking, 'cause I heard a church clock strike just before that. The tall lady didn't say a word till they got into the cab. Then they both talked a lot, and I remember thinking what a deep voice the tall lady had, 'cause I could hear it every now and then, and it was different from the other one, from the young woman that hailed me. Did you notice anything more about the two? No, sir. We drove to the Grey House, and the tall lady went right in. The other, she paid my fare, and talked to an old woman who came out and opened the gate for them. Didn't it occur to you, asked Mueller, that there may have been some connection between this drive and the suicide of the young lady in the Grey House that very same night? No, sir. The man shook his head. I thought they was just going home like so many people that time o' night. If I'd thought anything about it, I'd 'a' gone to the police before now, and not had 'em come hunt for me like I'd been doing something wrong. Pie-face, thought Mueller, remembering the letter of the garden. This time the words seemed to fit. He dismissed the cabman and opened Walter Thorne's long letter. The painter went over in detail all he had seen in the Gray House and the impressions he had received there. "I'm sorry I can't be of any more assistance," the letter went on. "I have no suggestion to make that can be of any value at all. You ask for information as to any mutual acquaintances my cousin and his fiancée might have had. That question is easily answered. My cousin, always of frail health, has lived very quietly and spent much time in the South. His mother, Baroness Walrath, is one of the most exclusive of Vienna's wealthy women, and particularly since the death of her husband, she has devoted herself so entirely to her son that she might almost be said to have dropped out of society altogether. The few friends who come to her formal dinners are people for whom such a girl as Elise Layman simply does not exist, the women, that is, and the men are most of them old enough to be counted out in this matter. When they are at home, my aunt and her son give a musical evening now and then to a small and select gathering. Hubert Lohr, Elise's brother, is a frequent performer at these affairs. He is a gifted composer, and was a protégé of the late Baron Walrath, who gave him his education. This, with one exception, is the only connection between Elise Layman and my cousin's home circle. The exception is a young man by the name of Richard Faulkner, son of a business friend of my uncle. The two families were very intimate at one time, but there has been a coolness between them of late due to a falling out between the two young men. To my great astonishment, I learned only yesterday that my cousin Edmund had had a duel with Richard Faulkner some time during the past winter, and that the cause of it was a remark Faulkner had made concerning Elise Layman. It seems he had been a lover of the dead girl at one time. Edmund must have more temperament than I have given him credit for, or Faulkner must have angered him greatly. Anyway, the upshot was a pistol duel. My cousin was not hurt, but Faulkner was badly wounded, and is still in the South, somewhere in Italy, I think, recuperating. Neither my aunt or Faulkner's parents know anything of this duel. Faulkner is supposed to be recuperating from an attack of influenza. I am telling you this in detail, for I do not want you to go off on a false trail. You may hear something of Richard Faulkner's former affair with the Layman girl, and you may also hear about the duel. But my cousin does not think that Richard Faulkner can possibly have anything to do with the murder. He has been in Italy since early in the year, and his connection with Elise is a matter of a year or so back, and was long over before Edmund met the girl. My cousin is sure of this. He is still terribly upset over the sad affair, and I have persuaded him to go to Berlin with me for a time. We will remain there, and I am at your disposal whenever you need me. Walter Thorne. Walrath had a duel with this young blood, eh? Thought Mueller. The Baron is not quite such a pie-face as people seem to think. Elise Layman was the cause of the duel, and this young man is somewhere in Italy. Now, is it he who is in Venice on a vacation? And in spite of Professor Thorne's protestation, I believe he thinks, or did think, Richard Faulkner guilty. He feels relieved now that he hears the young man is in Italy. But Italy is not so very far away when money is no object. The professor would hate to think he had set me on to catch a man of his own class. They all prefer some nameless tramp. Natural, I suppose. Still, I think I'll take a run down to Venice and call on this young Faulkner. He can't be Goldie Boy, for he is a man of wealth and breeding. But that would make him more the sort that a girl like Tony would do so much for. I'll take a look at him. Mueller studied the railway guide and noted down the time of the night express for the South. Then he called a cab and drove to the artillery barracks, telling the driver to wait. He disappeared behind the big building in the direction of the riverbank. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Left-Handed Man. Ossip resumed his hunt for torn bits of paper in the garden, but without much success. One tiny scrap gleamed out amid the thick ivy leaves that clothed the gray wall. Ossip reached up after it, and the big limbs of a great elm tempted him to pursue his investigations further. He climbed to the level of the wall top and sat there, looking up and down the river path, eagerly scanning the fringe of bushes. Suddenly he smiled. A young man was strolling along the path, reading as he walked. It was the student, Franz Moser. "Good morning," remarked Ossip, as the lad came past his post of observation. Moser started and looked up surprised, but could not locate the voice. "Lift your eyes to the stars," said Ossip. "A poet should always look upward." Moser saw him and laughed merrily. "Looks comfortable up there." "It is," said Ossip. But if you wait a minute, I'll join you. I'm going in your direction." The young Russian looked longingly at the easy jump. But remembering the distrust with which the two guardians of the house had received his first informal entrance, he resolved to do the proper thing this time. He slipped down the tree trunk and came out of the garden gate toward the waiting Moser. A sheet of paper lay before him, and Ossip snatched it up eagerly. But after a hasty glance at it, he handed it to Moser. "Did you lose this?" "Oh, yes, thank you so much," exclaimed the student with a vivid blush. I should have regretted losing it." "It looks like a poem, one of your own?" Moser nodded to the young stranger with the freemasonry of youth. "Yes," he admitted, his cheeks a deeper red, "but I wouldn't like anyone to see it. I'm such an amateur yet. And people laugh at us, older people." Ossip smiled in acquiescence. Moser looked at him as if greatly interested. Suddenly he asked, "You are a Russian, aren't you?" "Do I look it?" "Why, yes, you look as if you might be—" "Might be what?" "One of the people that Tolstoy or Gorky write about." I imagined they might look that way. Ossip's smile faded, his face grew dark again, his eyes tragic. "Yes, I am one of those people." "Do all Russians look as if they had experienced so much that is tragic?" asked Moser timidly, after a pause. "Yes, for life brings tragic experiences to most of my people. Our great writers have told the world something of what we suffer." Ossip paused. He suddenly remembered that he wanted to talk to Moser about other matters rather than his own life and destiny. But the blond lad was already absorbed in the interesting subject. "Are you a college man?" he asked. "I was." Ossip set his lips tight, then continued, more lightly. "But you are?" Moser realized now that his new acquaintance did not care to talk about himself, so he began to tell of his own studies and plans for the future. "There's one interest you haven't mentioned," said Ossip after a while, "the Gray House." The two were stretched out on the soft grass by the river. Moser blushed again and pulled up a bit of grass. "Why, yes, I've always been interested in this old house." "Particularly since it had 2 charming inmates?" "2? Oh, yes, there were 2, but the other was merely her shadow. Did you ever see the dead lady?" "No. She was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I used to catch a glimpse of her occasionally when I came here alone to the river bank to study." "And write poems?" put in Ossip with a smile. "Has your swan song anything to do with Miss Layman?" Moser looked up startled. How do you know about my poem?" he asked as he rose to his feet. Ossip rose too, and they started on towards the town. "We saw you here before, my employer and I, the day the paper fell out of your hand, your swan song." "Yes, I remember now. It was written to her. I saw her, heard her singing, the very evening before she killed herself. I heard her swan song." "She was in good spirits then?" "Yes and no. When I first saw her she was singing merrily, but later, when she came back with the gentleman, she looked annoyed, almost angry." Ossip's hand fell on the student's arm with such a sudden sharp pressure that Moser stopped, startled. "When did she come back, she and the man?" asked the Russian eagerly. "Why should it interest you?" queried Moser. "Answer, please, I beg of you." "Why, surely, if you want to know. It was a little past 6, I think." "And it was that Saturday? You're sure?" "It was that very Saturday. They found her dead next morning." "Come with me, please." Ossip quickened his pace, his hand still on Moser's arm. "What's the hurry, and where are you taking me?" asked the latter. Ossip realized he would have to give some explanation of his excitement. He slowed to a more normal pace. "Don't think me quite crazy," he replied, "but this is a serious matter. It concerns the truth about a crime, a murder." "Murder? Then she did not kill herself?" "No, she did not. And what you have said may be of the very greatest value in tracking down the murderer. That is why I ask you to come with me." "Who are you?" Moser looked at his companion with a rising distrust. Ossip smiled. I am only his shadow, the shadow of a great man, my master." "Who is he?" Ossip's face softened. "He is the best man in all the world. He saved me. He gave me my chance. As far as the rest of the world goes, he is a celebrated man, in his way. You've probably never heard of him, but there are many who know him and respect him, and many others who know him and fear him. I am just an humble servant of the famous detective, Joseph Mueller." "Oh, a detective? How interesting." "And here he comes." Ossip quickened his pace again to meet the slight gray-haired man, whose gentle, kindly face did not at all fill Moser's idea of a famous detective. But his second look disclosed the fact that the keen gray eyes now fixed on him had something in them which belied the everyday appearance of this elderly gentleman. To the sensitive lad, they seemed to read down into his very soul. But Mueller held out his hand with a friendly smile. "Isn't this Mr. Moser? I thought so. And as my young assistant here seems to have you in custody, I am taking for granted that you have something to tell us, something of importance concerning the matter that brings us to Salzburg. How about it, Ossip?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Mueller," exclaimed the Russian eagerly. "Mr. Moser tells me that he saw Miss Layman going back into the house about 6 that Saturday evening with a man." Mueller's eyes flashed, then grew very serious. "That is indeed important. But we don't want to hold you up here on the hot and dusty street. Is there any good restaurant near where we can have our dinner and talk undisturbed?" "The place across the way is good," replied Moser, "and has a big garden where we can find a secluded table." "What do you want to know?" asked Moser a few minutes later, as they sat around a table some distance from the few other guests in the shaded garden. "What interests you most?" "Everything. Tell me everything. The least trifle that could possibly concern this case is of value to me." Moser told of his interest in the romantic old house with its reputation for mystery, and did not conceal the fact that it had been greatly quickened by a glimpse of the beautiful occupant. He told Mueller that on that Saturday evening, or rather late afternoon, he had passed by the house on the riverside and had seen Miss Layman at the window. She was standing by the open window, looking out and singing merrily, when her eyes fell on the young student. He doffed his hat with a respectful bow, which seemed to amuse her. "She seemed to think it very silly of me," he continued haltingly, "which it probably was, and presuming on my part, too. But she was so beautiful and laughed so prettily that I didn't mind giving her cause for laughter." "You have no reason to be ashamed," said Mueller as the lad paused in his story, "except that her sort of woman seldom understands real respect from a man. What did you do then?" "I was a bit angry and hurt. I walked on further down the path and sat down under an elder bush which sheltered me from the wind. I read for some little time, then I heard voices coming from the direction of the meadow. I looked up, and to my great surprise I saw Miss Layman. I didn't know her name then, but it was the lady in blue coming along between the trees. There was a gentleman with her, and they were talking rather excitedly." "In what way? As if they had met unexpectedly and were glad to see each other?" "No, it looked to me as if they were quarreling, but I can't say for certain, for I couldn't understand the words." "Were they so far away?" "No, but the wind blew the sound of their voices away from me." "And they went into the garden from the riverside?" "I think it very likely. If I hadn't known just why you were questioning me, I should have said they did go in. But I want to tell you only such facts as I am certain of. I couldn't see the path that far from my bush. They may have gone around to the main gate." "No, they went in the side gate," said Mueller. "Did you see anything of the other woman? The maid, Tony?" Moser shook his head. "How long did you sit under your bush?" "About half an hour, I think, or it may have been a bit longer. Then I felt cold. I got up and walked along the river for some distance, then back across the meadow to the brook, and then—" Moser halted. Mueller laid his hand on the young man's arm, while he and Ossip studied his face eagerly. Moser seemed struggling to recall some memory. "And then?" said Mueller softly. "I don't think this has anything to do with the case," continued Moser in some excitement, "and I'm not sure whether I can tell you anything very definitely. I didn't pay much attention, but I remember seeing a man standing by the brook near the little bridge. It seemed to me that it was the same man whom I had seen with Miss Layman, but I couldn't be at all sure. I'm a little nearsighted, and I didn't look at the man very closely the first time I saw him. I was—" Moser stopped again, and then went on bravely, in spite of his blushes. "I was looking at the lady." "Quite natural," said Mueller with an encouraging smile. 99 men out of 100 would have done the same." Moser nodded gratefully and went on. "But I do know that the man who went into the house with Miss Layman had nothing in his hand except a cane, or maybe it was a tightly rolled umbrella. I couldn't see surely. But the man by the brook was carrying his cane, and besides that, a valise, which he carried in his right hand." "And his cane?" cut in Mueller quickly. "He carried that in his left hand." "A valise!" exclaimed Ossip. "What sort of a valise was it?" asked Mueller calmly. "Did you notice its appearance?" "Oh, yes," replied Moser with quick assurance. "It was a light-colored bag with black straps." "And the man himself, would you recognize him again? What did he look like?" "I couldn't see his face. He seemed to have heard me coming, and walked on quickly." "But his figure, can you describe it? His height and size?" "About normal." "And his clothes?" "He wore knickerbockers and heavy stockings with a short coat. I think his suit was dark gray. It was growing dusk, and I couldn't be sure about the color. But you are sure about the valise? Yes, I noticed that particularly because I have one just like it. And then I was more interested in what the man was doing than in his appearance. What was he doing? He crossed the little footbridge, stopped halfway over, and threw something into the water. Something white. I thought at first it was a piece of paper. A slow flush rose to Mueller's cheek. No, it was not paper. I saw that later, went on Moser. It must have been a piece of cloth of some kind, something soft. The man put down his cane, leaned it against the railing of the bridge, and threw the white object into the brook. It spread out when it struck the water. The brook was full and flowing swiftly. It carried off the white thing, and I watched its gyrations for some little time. When I looked up again, the man had gone on, and I soon lost sight of him. I don't know why I watched that white object. One does sometimes. Too bad you hadn't watched the man, said Ossip low. He had just killed Elise Lehman. Moser's jaw dropped. His eyes opened wide. He stared at the young Russian in horror. Are you sure of that? He gasped. But Ossip motioned him to be quiet, for Mueller was speaking. He seemed to be thinking aloud, rather than addressing them. It was not a piece of cloth, he murmured. It was a right-hand glove. He must have taken it from the corpse, and torn the leather even more than on the other glove. It was safest to get it out of the way altogether. That's why he threw it into the brook. Mueller passed his hand over his eyes, then turned to Moser. Did you notice the color of his hair, by any chance? Moser shook his head. I have an idea it was brown. And his age? What impression did you get? He was not very young, not a lad, but he wasn't old. His walk was quick and springy. Is there anything more you can tell us about him? No. Nor about the dead woman? I saw her about a dozen times in all, either in the garden or at the window. I thought her extraordinarily beautiful. I had never seen anyone like that before, and her clothes were so rich, a bit fantastic to my thinking. She always wore light blue. You see, I come from up in the mountains, from a little village. We don't see such women there. I confess I thought of her often. Do you know, or did you notice her maid, who was with her so often? Only that she too was very pretty, only not so striking. And looked ill, did she not? Why, no, she looked strong and vigorous. But she was so grave and quiet, not as bright and gay as the other. Did you ever see either of the women outside the house? I never saw Miss Lehman away from the house, but I saw the maid once talking to the old woman who has the apple stand near the public bath. She was sitting down and had the old woman's grandchild on her lap. She was holding up a bunch of cherries, and the little girl was trying to catch them. The child is blind, they say, but it was laughing and reaching up with its little hands. It was a pretty sight. A man going past stopped just as I did to look at it. Madonna of the Cherries, he called her. Was that your thought, too? No, not exactly, although the girl was very pretty, but I imagine a Madonna gentler, softer. This girl, I don't think she was a girl, somehow. She was more a Valkyrie type. Strong, firm, self-contained, if you know what I mean. Mueller nodded. A neighboring church clock struck loudly, and Moser rose. I'm afraid I will have to leave you. I have a pupil. But if there is anything else— Oh, no, don't let me disturb you in your day's work. But I would like to have you keep in touch with my young friend here. He's living at the Gray House just now. Mueller and Ossip sat silent for some little time after Moser had gone. Well? Asked the detective finally. Ossip threw the bread ball he had been forming at a nearby sparrow, and began. Normal figure, quick and springy gait. That's not much to go on, is it? But the dark gray sports suit brings us nearer. We must find out who of Miss Lehman's intimate friends owns such a suit. He must have been an intimate friend, or she would not have taken him into her house alone by the side gate. Exactly. And what else? He must be left-handed. Good boy. How did you get that? He carried his cane in his left hand and set it against the railing when he took the glove from his pocket, left pocket probably, and threw it into the brook. That brook over there is narrow, and the reeds on the banks come out far into the stream. If a man wanted to be sure of letting some object float away on the current, he'd have to throw it well out into the center of the stream. He couldn't just let it drop, and a right-handed man wouldn't deliberately throw with his left hand. Good, that's very good. You are learning rapidly, Ossip. You are a real help to me. Remember, then, we are looking for a man of normal figure, somewhere between 25 and 40 years of age, who is left-handed and has feet that are small and slender for a man. Also, he is an intimate friend of the Lehman girl and owns a dark gray bicycle or hiking costume. His hair is probably brown. Anyway, it is neither noticeably blonde nor dark. Personally, I'm inclined to think he is a man of refinement and cultivation, but I'm not banking on that. It's only because of Tony." They had left the restaurant and were walking through the quiet streets. "I'll search the brook," said Ossip. "Good. I'll meet you in the Gray House at 4 this afternoon. I'm leaving tonight." "There's the apple stand," remarked Ossip a few moments later. "The child is there, too. Yes, it's blind." "Tony petted the blind child," murmured Mueller thoughtfully. Ossip turned back towards the river, and the veteran detective went on to the fruit stand. He bought some fruit, petted the child, and led the old woman on to talk of the Gray House and what had happened there. He learned that Tony had often come to buy fruit, and had been particularly nice to the child whenever she found it there. Once, while she held the baby on her lap, she began to cry bitterly. This was the day after the funeral. Mueller was a bit disappointed and slightly irritated. He felt the crawling fingers of old age reaching out and dulling the brain that had been so keen. He had facts in plenty to go on now in this case, but he seemed further away from its solution than ever. What had happened was plain enough, but no clue of any importance or value led off in any definite direction. Joseph Mueller, the calm and self-possessed, felt decidedly annoyed at himself. The old woman didn't know her visitor's name, knew only that she was maid to the lady in the Gray House. "But I'm thinking she was a married woman," she volunteered. "She stopped the letter carrier once, and he knew her and gave her letters for the Gray House. She cut one open in a hurry with my knife, and there was another inside which she was in a hurry to see, too. I saw one corner of the envelope. I know it said Mrs. something, but I couldn't see the rest. She had it crumpled up in her hand." At the post office they knew only that the handsome young lady, the lady in blue, had called several times for general delivery letters under the name of Gold Fairy. The other woman had never been seen there as far as anyone knew. "I wouldn't like to acknowledge it to anyone else, but I don't seem to be getting anywhere at all," thought Mueller. "It all seems so simple, but it's this Tony. I didn't know anyone could disappear so completely in this country." End of chapter 12.
This is Books on My Mind YouTube channel.
Chapter 13. Goldie Boy. Mueller returned to the Gray House at 4 o'clock and went up to Ossip's room, the one formerly occupied by the mysterious Tony. The first thing that drew his attention was a badly torn and very wet white kid glove hanging in the window to dry. "I found it caught on a root about 10 yards downstream from the footbridge," explained Ossip. "There's a piece missing, but I couldn't find it." "Did you search this room thoroughly?" Mueller gave the glove a careful examination as he spoke. "Yes, sir, but there isn't a thing that could be of any use to us." "I feared as much. This Tony had all her wits about her." Mueller looked around the room. "I've never wasted much time in wishing that walls might talk, but I do now." "Oh, Mr. Mueller, they do talk for you." "Hello, what's all that noise down there? What's the excitement?" Mueller threw the window wide open and leaned out. Ossip was beside him. "A child's fallen into the river!" he exclaimed, turning quickly and throwing off his coat as he ran from the room. Mueller, from the window, watched his young assistant tear out of the gate, stop to loosen and kick off his shoes, and then plunge into the swiftly flowing stream, swimming with powerful strokes towards a blotch of pink that rose and fell with the movement of the water. Mueller walked downstairs calmly. Ossip was an excellent swimmer. If he could reach the child in time, it was safe. Buchner and Mrs. Diesler had preceded him, and the gardener was among those who helped draw the young Russian and the unconscious child to the bank. "It's all right now, I think," said Ossip when he saw Mueller. The boy himself was bleeding from a bad knee wound that showed red and raw through the hole in his torn trouser leg. They disentangled themselves from the group around the little form on the grass when they saw the child's eyes open again. Buchner and Mrs. Diesler joined them, the housekeeper loud in her praise of Ossip's quickness and courage. Both she and the gardener busied themselves around him, binding up his wound with skillful care. Suddenly Mrs. Diesler looked up and turned to Mueller. "Did you leave the windows open upstairs, sir? There's one slamming now." "How can it slam? There's no wind." "Still a moment." Mueller raised his hand and listened, stopping Mrs. Diesler's alarmed exclamation with a determined gesture. "There's someone upstairs. We all went out and left everything open. Buchner, go outside and watch the windows of the corner room. No, you stay here, Ossip. Guard the stairway." Mueller was running upstairs softly but quickly, almost before the last words were spoken. Buchner stood dazed, but Ossip shoved him to the door. "Do as he tells you, quick. It may be important. Give me that poker, Mrs. Diesler. Oh, what is it? Whispered the frightened woman. Maybe the man we're looking for. We can leave it to Mr. Mueller to get him, if it is he, but we won't let him run past us here. Upstairs, Mueller stood in the doorway of the corner room, watching the broad back of a sturdily built, blond young man who was absorbed in his ransacking of the desk drawers. There was such a look of healthy young strength about the figure before him that the veteran detective put one hand in his pocket, loosening the revolver he always carried from its fastenings in the coat lining. "Good afternoon," he remarked casually. The man wheeled and confronted him, backing up against the desk. As Mueller had suspected, it was the young man he had seen in the hotel lobby. He was scowling now and looking decidedly threatening. "May I ask what you are doing here?" continued Mueller calmly. "What business is that of yours?" replied the man sullenly. "I am in charge here by order of the present lessee of this property, Baron Walrath." "Oh, you're his agent, eh?" "Yes, and as such, I ask what you are doing here, and by what right you are ransacking that desk." "I didn't steal anything. I'm looking for my own property." "Indeed, something you forgot? Something you left here?" Mueller moved a step nearer, his fingers tightening around the handle of his revolver. But the man opposite him did not move. He looked up in a sort of surly surprise. "Forgot? How could I forget it when I haven't found it yet?" Mueller took his hand from his pocket. The tension of his attitude relaxed a trifle, but his keen eyes still studied the flushed, scowling face confronting him. "May I ask how any property of yours came to be here in these rooms?" "Because well, aren't letters supposed to be the property of the person who writes them?" "Yes, I think it is a point of law. It certainly is a point of ethics. You are looking for a package of letters written by you to Miss Lehman. Maybe I can help you there. Did your master send you here to snoop around and poke into a poor girl's past? Why can't he let her rest in her grave? He'd better not have too much investigating done, or he might find several reasons why she preferred death to marriage with him. Fool! Does he think that just because he has money and a title, he can buy a girl like that and keep her heart for himself?" He broke off, set his teeth, and turned aside to avoid the eyes that seemed to burn into his. "Don't be so excited, young friend." Mueller's tone was calm and kindly. "You are doing Baron Walrath an injustice in several ways. Let's sit down and talk calmly." "What about?" "Matters that interest you. Are you Goldie Boy?" The man flushed, but did not answer. "If you are, you may have your letters, I think." "You found them? Give them to me." He followed on Mueller's heels as the detective went into the bedroom. Mueller unlocked the lacquered box and took out the package of letters. The young man started when he saw them and made a sudden snatch at them. "One moment, please," said the detective. "I have some questions to ask you first." "Suppose I don't answer? Suppose I take them from you by force? They are my property. No one has any right to them since she is dead. You'd better give them to me." His lips curved threateningly. "You would have a ghost of a chance against me." "Oh, yes?" replied Mueller, whose right hand had again slipped into his pocket. "Because, unless you are transgressing the law of the land, you are not armed, and I am." "Then you are transgressing the law?" "No, I have an official right to carry arms, as a member of the police force." The young man fell back with a start. "Police? Why should that man send police here? What does he mean by this?" "Please sit down," said Mueller firmly, sitting down himself and pushing forward a chair for the other. "There is more to this case than you appear to think. If you will act like a sensible man and answer a few simple questions, I think, yes, I really do believe that you will leave here with your letters in your possession again. That depends upon your answers to my questions. But I can assure you, for your own comfort, that no one but myself has seen these letters, and that Baron Walrath does not know of their existence, and probably never will." The young man stood motionless a moment, but could not resist a deep breath of relief. Then he threw himself down into his chair. "Your name?" asked Mueller, as the other did not speak. "George Branchley, traveling salesman with Haas Brothers in Vienna." "You knew Elise Lehman well?" Branchley nodded without looking up. "You read those letters?" "Exactly. That answers that question. How long had you known her?" "About a year, but it was only the last 6 months that we'd been such friends." "And you didn't like the idea of giving her up?" "Don't see how that concerns you." "It may concern the reason for my being here. Answer, please." "Did you know her, Elise?" "No." Mueller could not resist a faint smile. "But I hear she was very handsome." "She was a wonder, a stunner.
And when she cared for a man—
I see. Did you want to marry her?
Branchley started up with an oath. I'm not going to stand for any such—
Oh, yes, you are. Come now, man to man, answer my question.
You must know something of how things go in the world if you belong to the police force. You ought to know that a fellow like me can't afford to marry that kind of girl. Sooner or later she was bound to land some rich fool, and then she'd shake the rest of us.
You're quite sensible. Then I take it you did not have any illusions about her. You did not care for her sufficiently to go to any length to stop this marriage?
Branchley looked frankly bewildered.
What do you mean? Why do you think Elise Layman killed herself?
Branchley hesitated. Maybe she found she didn't want to marry him after all.
Because she cared for someone else? Asked Mueller.
Branchley nodded without looking up.
My dear young friend, continued the detective, if you know anything about the world and about what you call that sort of girl, if you knew anything about this particular girl whom you think you loved, do you think she cared for you enough to choose death rather than marriage with another? Be honest with yourself. I'm going to ask a question now which will probably annoy you, but a good deal depends, for you, on your answer. So be sensible and answer it. I will say in advance that Baron Walrath will never know what your answer has been. No one but myself will know.
Mueller's tone was so grave that the young man looked up in a slight alarm. The detective continued.
Don't you feel sure, knowing Elise Layman and her affection for you, that even as Baroness Walrath she might have found a chance to meet you now and then? And would you not have taken advantage of that chance?
Branchley sprang to his feet. I'm not going to answer any such questions. That's my own affair, and hers, and no one else's, and
the more you give way to that violent temper of yours, the worse it will be for you, cut in Mueller. I know it doesn't put either you or the dead girl in a very good light, but we're all human. She is dead. It cannot harm her now. And as for yourself, wouldn't you rather be thought a bit of a cad than to be arrested under suspicion of murder?
Murder?
Yes, I know that Elise Layman did not kill herself. She was murdered or killed by some man, presumably some discarded lover.
Branchley's face worked. He did not speak for a moment. Then, in an outburst of mingled jealousy and rage, he exclaimed, Then there were others? And she told me I was the only one that she really cared for, the only one she hated to give up when she married the Baron. God, but you can't trust any one of them. Not a woman but will lie to a man any time, and all the time. Then there was someone else who thought he was the only one? Poor Gump.
Thanks, you have told me just what I wanted to know, said Mueller after a pause. Now, perhaps you can help me find that other one. I am a detective put on this case by Baron Walrath to find the man who killed his promised wife.
He knows? You're sure he doesn't just think that to save his face?
I know, after what I have seen and heard here.
Murdered? Good God, poor girl! And yet, if she lied to others, as she did to me—
You think a man might be carried away in a moment of desperation? Would you?
I? Lord, did you think I? Branchley's sturdy frame quivered for a moment, and he stared at Mueller, his eyes wide.
Well, your letters made you my first thought, and you know you have a nasty temper.
But I wasn't anywhere near here. I saw the notice in the paper.
Then why were you so anxious to get your letters back?
I didn't want the Baron to find them. Anyway, there wasn't any name on them.
Then why did you want to get them back?
Branchley hesitated. His eyes drooped. I didn't want him to think any the worse of her.
Man alive, don't be so ashamed of the best impulse you've shown since we've been talking here.
It seemed sort of silly.
Yes, we're inclined to hide our good impulses and boast of the meanest ones. No, I do not think you are the man I am looking for. Here are your letters. You have not seen Elise Layman since she and you parted in Linz on May 5th?
No. Branchley glanced hastily at the letters and slipped them into his pocket.
Come here. This may comfort you.
Mueller led him to the little desk calendar open at May 5th, and pointed out the line of writing at the bottom of the leaf.
You see, she kept that date.
Yes, but who? Who?
The other may have been as jealous of you as of the Baron. Have you any idea who he is? We know that he is a man of normal height and size. By the way, that lets you out, for you are noticeably sturdy. He is between 25 and 40, and he is left-handed. You are not. I have seen that.
But I tell you, Branchley turned with a start. He had been looking at the calendar and seemed only just now to grasp the import of the detective's words.
We detectives have to convince ourselves, said Mueller with a smile.
Now tell me, did you know the dead woman's maid, whom she engaged in Linz? Why, no. Elise told me she had a new maid, but she did not say much about her. I saw the girl once or twice. Rather good-looking, I thought, but standoffish for a servant. Yes. And you don't know of any other man? No. Branchley was surly again, his wounded vanity uppermost. Do you know of any gossip? There was some talk in the cafes lately about a duel between the Baron and some other chap, some other rich young fellow, about Elise. I asked her, but she said it wasn't true. They said the other chap had been a friend of hers, too. He was badly wounded and went away. Have you ever been to Italy? No, they keep me in this country. I don't speak Italian, so I'd be of no use to the firm there. Thanks. No, Mr. Branchley, you are not under suspicion. Will you let me know of anything you hear and see that might bring some light into this affair? And otherwise, please say nothing about it. Why, certainly. By the way, Elise had a brother, step-brother, Hubert Lohr. Yes, I know. Do you know him? No. He and Elise weren't over-friendly. He was sort of uppish and wanted her to live like a nun, far as I can make out. She wasn't going to stand for any such nonsense. But he may know more about her other friends. Yes, I think I'll ask him about them. It can do no harm. Oh, dear me. Mueller went to the window and leaned out. It's all right, Buchner. You may go back to your work. Tell the others. The gentleman is coming down with me. What's that all about? You had constables? Oh, dear no. Only the gardener and my young assistant. You see, you came in rather unconventionally. Well, you all went out and left all the doors open. I didn't see anybody to announce me. Branchley grinned in spite of his serious eyes. There, didn't I tell you we'd be good friends? Said Mueller, holding out his hand. The young man's eyes turned towards the desk again. But it's terrible. Yes. Still, isn't it better than that she should have taken her own life, even if it does hurt you? You're right. Branchley turned towards the door. No need of my staying here any longer, is there? No, nor of my staying either. Mueller went downstairs with Branchley, nodding to the watchful Ossip on a bench by the door. They went out to the gate. Mueller waited there after the other had gone on, for he saw Commissioner Senfeld approaching. Who was that? Asked Senfeld. Another false clue, answered Mueller a bit ruefully. That was Goldie Boy, and he is as innocent as you and I, and knows as little about it, which is a sad confession for us to make. I've had to make so many confessions in this affair that I haven't a bit of shame left, laughed Senfeld. Can't he give you any help? No, the girl played her cards well. This man was the lover she threw over to marry the Baron, but he does not know of any other man except himself and the Baron in her life. The mystery deepens with everything we find out. But what brings you here? I phoned the hotel. They told me you were out. We found the valise. Ah, where? Just as you thought, in the pond behind the artillery barracks. They dredged the pond and found it, weighted with stones. Well, that only confirms our surmise that the man we seek changed his clothes, with Tony's help, just before they hailed the cab. It does not tell us any more than we know already, nor does it tell us who this man is, or who and what Tony really is. But you'll find out, said Senfeld cheerily. Mueller shrugged his shoulders. I'll have a look at the pond. He had already examined it earlier in the day after talking to the cabman. He found no new clue now. The veteran detective set his lips and threw his head sharply erect. I will not give in, not yet, he murmured. I may be growing old, but I can still do my work. He gave Ossip final instructions and money, cautioning the lad to take care of his wounded knee. Then he packed his own grip and studied the railway guide. No, Vienna first, then Italy. Hubert Lohr must be able to give me some clue. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. In the Ivy Cottage. Refreshed by an hour in his own comfortable home next morning, Mueller started out towards the suburb of Heidzig. He walked by choice, for he could think best that way. He turned over in his mind the sum of what he had already learned, and found it was really more than he had thought in his hour of discouragement. When he came to an open space in the thinning rows of houses, he even indulged in a gentle whistle. Park and meadowland shone in the freshness of early morning. The sun-laden air was rich with the fragrance of myriad flowers. Mueller halted on the summit of Red Hill, as it was popularly called, and drank in the beauty of the glistening city in its ring of woodland and meadows. The Red Hill deserved its name more from the color of its rocky soil than from its height.
but it was high enough to afford one of the most charming views of a neighborhood rich in landscape beauty. A wild apple tree, heavy with pink-tinted blossoms, caught the detective's eye. He glanced about cautiously, then reached up and plucked a long twig thickly sown with exquisite flowers. The old man laughed like a happy child as he buried his face in the soft petals. It was his capacity for moments like these that kept Joseph Mueller, the kind, gentle old man he was after a lifetime of work as human bloodhound. Finally he tore himself away from the beauty that filled his soul with cleansing sweetness and walked on down the further slope of the hill. Halfway down he halted again. A woman's voice, deep, rich-toned, full of appealing charm, rang out through the sun-bathed morning, seeming a part of its glory and fragrance. She was singing an Ave Maria to a melody of noble simplicity. There was an unusual personal quality in the voice. Her soul speaks through her song, thought Mueller as he listened. The singing came from one of the modest little houses in Red Hill Lane, Mueller's own destination, for Hubert Lohr, Elise Lehman's stepbrother, lived in that street. The old detective stood still, clasping the blossom-laden apple twigs to his heart. He did not move until the song came to an end in a burst of joyous melody. Then he walked on slowly, listening to the masterly piano accompaniment, which ran on for some minutes after the singing had ceased. He stopped again in front of the house from which the music had come, and realized that it was the house he sought. Evidently, Hubert Lohr was already at work giving lessons, early as it was. Mueller regretted the interruption his visit must cause, but he felt such a natural desire to see the woman whose voice had so charmed him that he did not hesitate. His hand was on the bell at the little gate of the front yard when he heard the same voice, speaking now from the house. "Don't bother about it, Hubert. I know it well enough, and you're overworked as it is." Mueller pulled the bell. A woman appeared at a window and asked what he wanted. She was a very attractive young woman. The keen-eyed detective read in the noble lines of her face, the expression of her great eyes, that same quality that had so charmed him in her singing. "Could I speak to Mr. Lohr?" he asked, raising his hat. "Surely, I'll let you in at once." The woman disappeared from the window and came out of the house door a moment later. She opened the catch of the gate to let him in. Mueller followed her graceful movements with keen pleasure, noting the while that her well-shaped hands showed marks of hard work. "Will you come in? My husband is at home. May I ask the name?" "Joseph Mueller. I would like to speak to Mr. Lohr on a matter of official business." "Official?" Mrs. Lohr looked a trifle surprised. They had already crossed the tiny front yard and were in the dim vestibule. "I am a detective," replied Mueller, "and have come to ask Mr. Lohr to aid me with some information he may be able to give." Something hard fell to the stone floor with a rattle. It was a big ring of keys Mrs. Lohr had in her hand when she opened the gate for him. Mueller bent and picked it up. She took it with a bow of thanks, but did not speak until she stopped in front of a door down the hall. "Oh, how stupid I am!" she exclaimed. "Here I am, leading you into the kitchen instead of into my husband's room." She laughed a soft, pretty laugh, and turned to another door they had passed a moment before. Mueller glanced admiringly at the graceful lines of her tall, slender figure. She opened the first door and showed him into a small, dim room, lighted by one window only, in front of which stood a desk and an open grand piano. The second window in the room was so covered with the heavy growth of ivy that clung to the walls outside that only a dim green twilight filtered through. It made a charmingly cozy, intimate corner, furnished with several comfortable chairs and a little table. Hubert Lohr rose from one of the chairs in the dim corner as his wife entered. He was just lighting a cigar. "Hubert, this gentleman is a detective who wants to ask you for some information." Mrs. Lohr ushered Mueller in, then went out herself, closing the door behind her. The detective laid his hat and the apple blossoms on the piano and turned toward the man who stood waiting by the ivy-shaded window. "I hope I am not interrupting your work, Mr. Lohr. It would be a sorry return for the very real pleasure Mrs. Lohr's singing has just given me." "Oh, you heard the Ave Maria?" said Hubert Lohr with a gesture of invitation toward one of the big armchairs. "Heard it, and felt it deeply." Mueller sat down. "Whose composition was it?" "I thought I knew most good church music, but that song was new to me." "You really liked it?" "It touched me deeply." "I'm very glad to hear that, but of course I suppose I shouldn't tell you, now, that I wrote it myself." "You did? My heartiest congratulations. But won't you let me see your face?" I want to look into the eyes of a man who can feel such music and give it shape and form." Mueller had risen and grasped the young composer's hand. He drew him to the piano and smiled up at the face, now full in the light from the other window. "Don't think me foolish. It's odd, but with all the people I have met in my long life, I have never yet known, never yet stood face to face, like this, with a really great creative artist. How wonderful it must be to have such thoughts visit you, and form themselves into beauty in your brain and hand. Ah, yes." The detective released the other's hand with a light sigh. "I hardly know whether I am what you speak of. At least the world doesn't seem to think so yet," said Hubert Lohr lightly. "My art means poverty as yet, as you see." "The more sincere your art, the harder the road it must travel," said Mueller in a tone of true sympathy, as his eye swept the modest room. "But I have no right to take your time like this. I must come to the reason for my visit." "Yes, I am greatly interested," said Lohr quickly. "Did I understand my wife aright? You are a detective and come to me for information? Information about what?" Hubert Lohr looked at his guest sharply. The keen, straight glance of his intelligent eyes suited the firm lines of an attractive face, which showed determination and the ability to feel deeply and passionately. He pushed the cigar box toward Mueller and took out a match. "You smoke? It's nicer to talk that way. Well, what can I do for you?" Mueller took a cigar and felt around in his pocket for his cutter. "I've just come from Salzburg," he remarked casually. "Oh, from Salzburg," was all Lohr said, but he sat up more stiffly. "I come from the house where your sister died," continued Mueller. "Yes, well?" "It had been thought a case of suicide." There was a slight pause, then Lohr asked, "Had been? Then it is not certain?" He leaned forward, evidently interested. "It was a murder, or rather, I am inclined to think an unpremeditated killing, in a moment of passion." Again there was a pause, longer this time, but Lohr's silence was not that of apathy. He was plainly shaken by the detective's words. Finally he spoke. "Whose idea is that?" he asked. "Not yours, of course, for you were called in when the explanation of suicide was not believed?" "Exactly. I was called in when the explanation of suicide seemed too improbable." "Who engaged you?" "Baron Walrath, or rather his cousin, Professor Thorn. Do you happen to know him?" "Not personally. But how did he—" "Doubt the suicide, you mean? Professor Thorn knew your sister and could not believe that a handsome young woman, gay, pleasure-loving as she was, should have deliberately sought death." There was another, longer pause, until Lohr, who had been leaning back in his chair, straightened himself up and spoke, his voice harsh with feeling. "Elise was not merely pleasure-loving, she was greedy for enjoyment, greedy for all life had to offer. Selfish, and rotten to the very heart of her. A woman like that may well find herself in situations that show no other way of escape, especially a woman as haughty and arrogant as she was. You wonder that I speak so of my sister? I feel more than I say. My father was a simple man, a gardener, but upright and honest. My mother, after his death, married a handsome, worthless vagabond, whose best deed was that he soon deserted her. Elise is his daughter. From him she inherited her beauty, and her worthlessness. I know her character, and I did not doubt that she had killed herself." Lohr's breast rose and fell heavily. He dropped back into his chair again. "I do not know just how Baron Walrath looks at it," said Mueller finally. "He has not dealt with me personally. Has he said anything to you?" "No, he has not given me the slightest intimation that he thought it anything but suicide. I have not seen him since Elise's death, but I had a letter from him on June 5th, in which he told me that he had just returned from Salzburg, from her grave, and asked me not to visit him." "Why?" "He knew that I disapproved of the life Elise had been leading, and that, because of this, I did not approve of the engagement. It would have been embarrassing for him to be with me, and would only have renewed his grief." "But at other times you saw him often?" "Yes, years ago. We have met very little of late. I have not been to the house for many years, except when the Baroness has her musical evenings." "What sort of a woman is Baroness Walrath?" Lohr's eyes brightened, he smiled happily. "A wonderful woman, an aristocrat in the very best sense." "You like her, evidently." "I admire her and revere her, as I revere the whole family. It was the late Baron Walrath who gave me my chance in life. My father was their head gardener, and the Baron and his wife took an interest in me, sent me to school and college and to the conservatory to study music. Ah, they've given me life itself, for music is my life." I really believe I could not live without it, without devoting my whole life to it. You love your art so deeply. It is my very life, replied Laura simply. Mueller nodded in sympathy. Then indeed I can understand your devotion to this family. Oh, if that were all, exclaimed Laura. Then he paused and continued in a calmer tone. But we are forgetting our chief subject. You can imagine that it interests me most, now. Then Professor Thorne does not believe that my sister killed herself? No, he thinks it a case of murder from revenge or jealous passion. It was he who called me in. How did he come to know Elise? He has not been here much of late years. He made her acquaintance in some Berlin dance hall. Ah, then she was in Berlin, too? She never told us. But then I knew mighty little of her life, thank God. Laura laughed, a short, harsh laugh. And you? Do you believe that Elise did not kill herself? You say you come from Salzburg. Have you found any clue, anything that would prove Professor Thorne's supposition a true one? I have found every evidence to prove that your sister was killed by another's hand. Will you? Can you tell me something of what you have discovered? Asked Laura after a pause. The murderer, it was a man. You're quite sure it was a man? Cut in Laura hastily. I was afraid it would upset you, said Mueller gently. Of course it was a man. He was seen entering the house with Miss Lehman and coming out alone. He was seen carrying a valise when he came out, whereas he was empty-handed when he went in with the girl. He stopped on a footbridge over the brook after he came from the house, and threw one of the murdered woman's gloves into the water. And I know now that in that valise he carried Elise Lehman's hat, her long black cloth cape, and one of her blue silk gowns. He put on these things and came back, after the theater hour, in company with the dead girl's maid. It was a very clever trick. The housekeeper was made to believe that Elise Lehman was still alive at 11 that evening, and as the killer's accomplice, the maid had cleverly arranged an alibi, so that she could not be suspected of having committed the crime. It was naturally taken for a case of suicide. It was all planned and carried out so well that had it not been for Professor Thorne's intuition, his feeling for the improbability of such a death at her own hand, the entire matter might have rested there. There would have been no investigation, and the incontestable proofs I have discovered would never have been known. My long experience has taught me that very many crimes would remain unsolved mysteries, or would never have been recognized as crimes, but for this wonderful faculty of intuition, as it lives in a keenly sensitized mind. But there is no suspicion that Elise's maid might be the criminal? Asked Laura tensely. Mueller shook his head. No, none at all, although she is undoubtedly connected with the crime in some way. Where is she? Have they found her? No, she has completely disappeared. We cannot find any trace of her nor any information as to who she was. We do not even know her real name. She called herself Toni Schreiner in Salzburg, but left behind her 2 handkerchiefs with the monogram AK. And everything she had said about herself, after the murder, proved to be false. She must have been a rather remarkable woman, though, and a very attractive one, for the few people who had anything to do with her there are quite enthusiastic about her. Indeed, queer, isn't it? Remarked Laura with an odd smile. Then she is only an accomplice? Undoubtedly, but her behavior was most mysterious, and I will confess to you that I haven't the faintest idea where to look for her. You don't think she's hiding somewhere in Salzburg? The police have made a thorough hunt for her, and published her description far and wide. I had hoped to find the killer through her, for there is undoubtedly some connection between them. But it looks now as if I could find her only when I have found him. We know something of what he looks like, and this is where I want your help. Do you know of any intimate friend of your sister who could be roughly described as a man of average or normal figure, probably brown-haired, and between 25 and 40 years of age? It's not much to go on, I realize, but we have one valuable peculiarity to help us. He is left-handed, and he is probably either a mountain climber or a cyclist, for when he was seen he wore sport clothes, knickerbockers and golf stockings. His suit was dark gray. Can you get anything from this that might help you remember some particular person? Laura had listened carefully and sat silent in thought. No, he said finally. I can't seem to remember any friend of Elise, of those whom I know, who would fit the description. The use of the left hand is the important point, of course, and I can't remember any left-handed man. I'm afraid I can't give you any help in this matter. Somehow I feel you can, replied the detective. Do you know a Richard Faulkner? Why, yes, answered Laura with a slight hesitancy. I know very few of Elise's friends, but I do know Faulkner. I knew him before she did. He was my chum in high school, and I am deeply sorry for this. It was through me that he met Elise. She was acting in the Carl Theater then. It was about 3 years ago. And they were lovers? Yes, but for scarcely 6 months. Since then, and in fact this very winter, Mr. Richard Wagner fought a duel with Baron Walrath. Your sister was the cause. Then you know that already? Still, even then, he may not have seen anything of her lately. Yes, that is true. Then why are you interested in Wagner? I am interested in any man who was, or still is, Elise Lehmann's lover. Wagner was her lover once. Are you sure he is not still her lover? I couldn't say one way or the other, but Wagner is still my friend, and he wrote me recently that he was avoiding women, that sort of woman, for the time being. Did he write you from Venice? How did you know he was in Venice? I thought I was the one person who knew his hiding place. You see, he does not want the truth about his health to get out, the reason for his trouble. He's afraid of how it might affect his father, who is very ill. But, for your purpose, you needn't bother about Richard Wagner. He's had nothing to do with that affair. Are you quite sure about that? Asked Mueller with a smile. By the way, the doorbell is ringing. Lore rose and went to the window. A fresh young voice outside called, Hello there, nobody home? Oh, Lore, aren't you going to let me in? Where's the missus? Gone marketing, I fancy, answered Lore as he went out, after a murmured excuse to Mueller. It's a friend who's come to take me to a quartet rehearsal. There was a burst of voices in the hall, and Mueller heard the newcomer saying eagerly, Hubert, what did I tell you? The French courts acquitted that woman who killed her husband. They have some sense about that sort of thing in France. It seems to me that to kill someone we care for, when he hasn't the courage to end his own worthless life, is a deed to be praised, not blamed. By this time the 2 young men were back in the room, and the stranger stopped, startled, when he saw Mueller. Don't be so reckless with your statements, Raymond, said Lore, after introducing the 2. This gentleman is a detective and will hardly be particularly enthusiastic about your ideas on the subject of murder. Mueller smiled at the newcomer, but his eyes were grave as he spoke. I, too, have often felt the deepest sympathy for those whom the law and the world call criminal. Many a deed, which the law must punish, has seemed noble and right to me. So, you see, our ideas are not so very far apart. But I must go now. I have taken far too much of your time, Mr. Lore. May I ask you to give these apple blossoms to your wife, with the assurance of my warmest esteem? I regret that I cannot do it myself. Lore took the flowers with an odd smile, and placed them in a vase on the table. Then he nodded to his wife's elderly admirer. She will appreciate them. Lore locked the door of the house behind him, and the 3 men walked off up the lane. But the little house was not untenanted. A hand parted the ivy at the window very cautiously, and young Mrs. Lore's pretty but now ghastly pale face appeared in the opening. Her soft eyes, full of a wordless horror, stared after the 3 figures in the lane. Then she let the leaves fall back again, swayed, and put out her hand toward the nearest chair. But before she could reach it, the room went dark before her eyes, and she crumpled up on the floor, unconscious. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15, which also concerns Tony. She gave her 30 crowns, exclaimed Mrs. Deisler, sinking exhausted and breathless into the chair Ossip pushed forward for her. They were sitting in the big airy kitchen of the Grey House. Ossip, his injured leg still bound up, was busily cutting kindlings. Mrs. Deisler had just come in, her arms full of packages. She gave her 30 crowns, she repeated as impressively as her lack of breath would permit. You're all out of breath, remarked Ossip without any signs of excitement. Who gave who 30 crowns? The old housekeeper had poured so many bits of variegated information into his ears in the 24 hours since Mueller's departure that the young Russian had learned to take them with considerable equanimity. They were not of much value as a rule. Mrs. Deisler took a fresh start. Tony gave the old Krumpholz woman 30 crowns. Ossip sat up now and laid knife and wood on the table. Who is the Krumpholz woman? The old beggar who sits by the cemetery gate. I was coming home from my niece's house, and I thought I'd step into the poor young lady's grave for a minute, and Mrs. Krumpholz told me, she knows me, that she got all that money from the same young woman who was at the funeral with me. When did she get the money? Asked Ossip, reaching out for his hat. Mrs. Deisler laughed a rather bitter laugh. Oh, don't exert that sore knee of yours for nothing. You won't catch Tony now, and I'm right glad of it, for I'll never, never believe that she did anything wrong, never. Please answer me, insisted Ossip. Yes, yes, I'm telling you, and I don't mind doing it either, for it can only help Tony. She came to the cemetery the day she went away, June 4th. It was last Friday. Krumpholz is sure of the date, 'cause there was a big funeral that day, the old general, lots of people and soldiers and all that. And I think it can't possibly hurt Tony if I tell you this. It isn't so easy for a poor girl to give away a whole month's wages. It shows she was trying to make up for whatever she did, although you can't make me think she did anything wrong, whatever you say. But anyway, she wouldn't keep the money the Baron paid her, and I think that's wonderful of her. Ossip gave a light shrug. At the cemetery gate, you say? Yes, but you ain't going there, are you? Your knee's real bad today. I don't like the looks of it. I must talk to the old woman. She can't tell you any more than she told me. I'm not so sure about that, and don't worry, it takes a good deal to kill me. Ossip was out of the door before Mrs. Diesler could enter another protest. But he had a longer walk than he thought, for the old beggar had gone to her home on the outskirts of the city, beyond the tramway lines. When Ossip finally found her, she was disinclined to talk about the money, for she seemed to fear it would be taken from her. But when the Russian showed her a 10-crown gold piece, which would be hers if she told him the story, she was quite willing to do what he asked. It wasn't much that she had to say. The young woman who had given her the money had come out of the cemetery after all the people from the big funeral had gone. It might have been about 6:30 on the evening of June 4th. She had stopped and pressed something into her hand, a tiny packet wrapped in a torn piece of newspaper. "Pray for the 2 souls in purgatory," she had whispered. Then she walked on rapidly. It was some few minutes before the old beggar had been able to examine the packet, for others stopped to talk to her. When she finally unwrapped it, she was aghast at the sum. She imagined it must have been a mistake, and kept the money wrapped up in a safe place. She thought likely the young woman might return for it. But she didn't come. I think she must have gone away. Did she have any luggage, a valise or the like, with her? No, but she had a bag hanging at her waist, a little bag like people wear when they travel, on a strap. Could you let me have the bit of paper the money was wrapped in? The old woman nodded and limped over to a chest of drawers. She took out a tiny package, 3 10-crown gold pieces and a bit of newspaper. It was a torn piece of the Linz Gazette. Ossip took it and handed the beggar the extra 10-crown piece, thereby calling down blessings on his head. Then the lad returned to the grey house and with considerable difficulty elicited from the unwilling Mrs. Diesler a description of Tony's simple traveling dress and the fact that when the girl left the house she carried a light brown leather shawl roll and a black valise. The housekeeper seemed to feel that she was the only bulwark between the absent Tony and a world of enemies. Ossip, as the immediate enemy on the spot, came in for her active hatred. "And now tell me exactly what Tony herself looks like," he asked finally. The old woman felt like making a face at him. "She's mighty pretty," she grumbled. "Not too tall and not too short. Nice and round, but not fat, and has a clear, fair skin." "Hair and eyes?" "Brown." "When did she leave the house on June 4th?" Mrs. Diesler thought it over. "A little before 6, she said finally. "Can you tell me anything about her, anything unusual that people would remember?" Mrs. Diesler set the pan she was holding onto the stove with a rattle that expressed something of her feelings of the moment. With both hands at her hips she turned and faced the young Russian. "Oh, yes, you'd like it if I could tell you that she had a club foot, or carroty red hair, her only one eye, or something so's you could spot her anywhere, wouldn't you? But thank goodness there's a lot of pretty girls everywhere, and what I've said about Tony might suit any one of them, so I'm not scared as to what you can do to harm her. I'm not helping you to catch her and haul her up to court and make her unhappy. Not I." She turned to the stove and stirred angrily in the pan. "Don't be angry at me," said Ossip gently. "I'm only doing my duty, and there's been a warrant with full description out against this Tony for the past 2 days. If they do get her, it won't be altogether my fault or my credit. So you see you needn't turn your back on me like that." "I can't abide you snoopers. They're up to no good, believe me. Snooping round and interfering with decent people. They can't be good men that do that sort of work." Ossip sighed. "There's one of them is the best man that ever lived. You may take my word on that." Ossip sent Buchner to the police station with a letter for Commissioner Senfeld. An hour later many house walls and fences bore a placard, asking that whoever took charge of a light brown shawl roll and a black valise during the hour between 5:30 and 6:30 on the afternoon of June 4th, said articles being the property of a young woman whose description has been appended. Come at once to police headquarters. The evening paper bore the same notice. The midday meal in the Grey House was eaten in a strained silence on the part of Mrs. Deisler and considerable suppressed amusement on the part of Ossip. To the latter's great surprise, Franz Moser dropped in shortly after dinner. "I thought you were at the seminary this time of day," said the Russian, pushing forward a chair for his guest. "I should be, but I suddenly remembered something which I thought I ought to tell you." "Is it so important?" "I don't know, but Mr. Mueller said that anything which had a bearing on this case might be important, so when I remembered this incident I came at once." Ossip nodded, and the student continued. "I remember passing the garden gate here a few days before the murder, and hearing Miss Lehman talking in the garden with someone. I could not see who, but someone with whom she seemed to be on a footing of intimacy, for this person called her Elise." That is interesting. Was it a man?" "No, it was a woman's voice." "What did you hear?" "Just a few sentences. Miss Lehman, I know it was she, for I had heard her voice before, said, 'You can go away at once if you want to,' and the other woman answered, 'Oh, Elise, all I want to do is be with my two dear ones again.'" Moser rose and took up his hat. "That was all, but I thought you ought to know." "Thank you. It may mean a good deal." An hour or so later a message came from police headquarters asking Ossip to call on Commissioner Senfeld. The commissioner wanted to know Mueller's address in Venice. Enclosed the letter in an envelope addressed to Signor Grunwald, proprietor, Hotel d'Italie. "The same for telegrams," answered Ossip. "Have you important news to send him, sir?" "Yes, the person, it was a woman, who took care of Tony's hand baggage that evening, has been here, and she gave us information that may be of value." "Oh?" "The woman keeps a milk shop and bakery in a side street not far from the cemetery. Tony came in about 6 and asked her to keep the things. She said she wanted to go to the cemetery to visit a grave. She returned about 8, took a glass of milk and a roll, saying she was leaving on an evening train. Mrs. Groner, the woman of the shop, asked her where she was going. Tony's answer was evasive. She said merely, 'It will be an uncomfortable journey. I must spend 9 hours on the train without a break on a hot night like this.' She looked very tired or even worried when she returned from the cemetery, the woman said." "You'll write Mr. Mueller that, sir?" asked Ossip. "Then I need tell him only my own news?" "May I know what that is?" "Only that Tony gave the old beggar woman who sits by the cemetery gate 30 crowns, the day she left town. A big sum for a supposed servant to give away. And Mr. Franz Moser tells me that he heard Miss Lehman talking to someone in the garden, some woman whom he could not see. And this woman called her Elise, and seemed to be on terms of considerable intimacy with her. No woman came to the Grey House while Miss Lehman lived there, except a dressmaker who came twice for a fitting. It could not have been Mrs. Deisler, therefore it must have been Tony, the maid." "Therefore this poor girl must necessarily have played a part all the time she was in the Grey House?" said Senfeld with a touch of irritation. "Why are you all hounding this woman, and taking for granted that she has more to do with the crime than I am willing to assert, for instance?" "She has lied about everything. Then why not about her relations to Elise Lehman?" "You're hard and cruel for so young a man. Can't you imagine that necessity would drive her to too many things quite foreign to her own nature? I tell you, young sir, that if you had met this woman, you'd be willing to give her the benefit of the doubt all along the line." "That is for Mr. Mueller to judge. Will you tell him what I have told you, sir?" "I wish I could tell him something more definite as to what train she took, and in which direction she went." "Surely you've thought that out." Ossip stopped short as he saw the flash in Senfeld's eyes. I didn't mean to be presuming, sir." "It's all right, my lad. Mueller calls you his right hand, so I shouldn't be offended if you do remind me of my duty, as he has done several times," said the commissioner with a good-hearted laugh. "But as a matter of fact I have reasoned it out somewhat, and I might as well tell you the results. Tony was in the bakery at 8 o'clock. She could not have reached the station for any train earlier than 8:30. Now there is a train that leaves for Vienna at 8:50 and reaches its destination without change at 5:50 next morning, exactly 9 hours later. Are there any other night trains? One leaves at 10:43, but lands 9 hours later after a change at a junction in a little Tyrolean town. This girl was no peasant. It's far more likely that she belongs in Vienna and returned there. She could not have gone to Munich, as she said, for she could not have reached Munich in 9 hours from here and not without several changes, by any night train. I think it is safe to assume that Tony went to Vienna. I have notified headquarters there, as I shall tell Mr. Mueller." The commissioner rose and held out his hand to Ossip. The lad took it with a deep flush of gratitude at the comradely tone of the official's words. He felt that he was indeed coming back to an honorable place in the world that had cast him off. And again the young Russian's soul melted in a silent prayer of gratitude to the man to whom he owed it all. As soon as he returned to the Grey House, Ossip sat down to study the bit of paper Tony had wrapped around the money she gave the beggar. It was a piece of the Linz Gazette of June 2nd. Is it mere chance, or did she deliberately buy that paper? Her assertion that Linz was her home has proved false. Then suddenly Ossip remembered that Mrs. Diesler took the Linz Gazette, and stacked up the papers on her living-room table. Tony might have taken a paper from the pile at random, or might have had some interest in the paper because she had regular access to it. He studied his bit carefully. On one side was half of the column of personals. Ossip read them word for word. Suddenly he started. A flash of intuition widened his eyes and sent the blood to his head. It was an advertisement headed Enns Valley, and it read, "Don't worry, am quite calm. Climbed the Tamish Peak yesterday. Awaiting you anxiously. No sense in staying on. Too dangerous. Bit of good news. M. performed Maria Stiegen this week." Ossip studied the lines again and again, then went over to the table and took down the papers of the last 2 weeks. He had hard work to suppress an exclamation when he found another personal, Enns Valley, in the copy of May 30th. This one read, "Arrangement stands. Then we can be sure of the situation. Let me hear from you." And Ossip found one more Enns Valley personal. This one, on June 3rd, was quite short. "Day after tomorrow, early morning. Don't come for me." "Day after tomorrow," murmured Ossip. That was June 5th. This girl arrived in Vienna on the morning of June 5th, and she was communicating through this paper with a man. It must have been a man. Women don't usually climb the Tamish Peak. A man who is a mountain climber and has some connection with Vienna, for there is a well-known church, Maria Stiegen, in Vienna. We are getting warmer and warmer. Mr. Mueller can't help finding them both now. The young Russian wrote his employer a long letter, pasting in the 3 personals. He enclosed a letter from Berlin, which arrived while he was writing his own. Then he himself took the night train for Linz. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Mueller goes to Venice. Joseph Mueller sat by the car window looking out on the landscape that sped past the train. His lips moved softly. "I shall find what I seek, down there by the southern sea." He paused with a start and sat up straight, but his thoughts ran on, somewhat amused just now. "I wouldn't dare let anyone know how much I trust these intuitions. It would injure my reputation. We poor mortals think we have to be so intensely practical. We hate to acknowledge that all our best conscious brain effort is not worth half as much as one flash of this mysterious something we call intuition. Something that whispers to us from outside of ourselves. Facts are all very well in their way, but, and by the way, there is some fact connected with the name of Wagner which is trying to edge itself into my memory. What is it? Yes, it's something connected with that forgery case I laid over. We'll look into that later." At the next station, Mueller sent off a dispatch to police headquarters in Vienna, then put everything else out of his mind except the case on which he was now engaged. That is, he tried to. But in spite of the iron discipline his trained will exerted over body and brain, one charming recent memory would persist in pushing to the foreground. The memory of a rich, toned voice, the memory of an unusual personality. "If I were younger," thought Mueller with a smile and a half-sigh, "I might envy Hubert Lohr his wife." Venice. Sunshine, colors, joyous noise, a press of eager gondoliers, a swift passing over green waters, between peering old houses. Signor Grunwald, genial host of the Hotel d'Italie, doffed his famous black velvet cap, one of the sights of Venice, and greeted Mueller with enthusiasm. "Welcome, welcome!" he exclaimed aloud, then whispered as he helped his guest up the steps. "What is it this time? Embezzlement or murder?" "Murder, my friend Grunwald," replied Mueller, "but I do not yet know who the murderer is or what his motive." "You will know, you will," said Grunwald confidently. He himself escorted Mueller to the comfortable room that had been his on former visits. "You'll find it out soon," he repeated as he threw open the windows. "How cozy it looks here," said Mueller, glancing about the room. "I feel so at home. No, friend, I'm growing old," he continued with a touch of sadness. "No man can expect to do at 60 what he did at 40. My brain and body alike are losing their elasticity." "You needn't worry," exclaimed Grunwald. "I hear wonderful things of some of your later exploits. By the way, do you still insist on your 100 convicted murderers before you retire?" Mueller smiled sadly. "I made the vow in an evil hour for me, an hour when society had cast me out for a deed that any man with blood in his veins or a sense of honor would have committed. My life had gone to pieces, but I promised myself that I would serve society in spite of its treatment of me. But somehow, as the years go by, I begin to understand that the average human being, no matter what he may do, is to be pitied, not hated." Grunwald laughed merrily. "Yes, I've heard stories about that, too. That last murder case, the husband who killed his wife. When you caught him, after no one else could, you gave him your own revolver." "Why not? The woman was a beast. The poor man had suffered enough. I wanted to spare him disgrace." "And the woman you took into your house? The thief whom you engaged as housekeeper when she had finished her prison term? How are you getting along with her?" Mueller's gravity relaxed in a smile. "I never was more comfortable, never was better served, nor more honestly. I never lock anything up now. Once in a while I do remember to close my safe. But that's all. When I took Katie from prison, I said to her, 'If I miss a single piece of paper or a single lead pencil, you'll leave my house at once. And if you should take anything of value and try to get away with it, you know that it will be only a few days or at most a few weeks before you'd be behind prison bars again.' I was more sure of myself in those days. But it helped, believe me. Katie's been with me for 11 years, and I never had a better servant or ever expect to." "Mercy me!" exclaimed Grunwald. "I wish I were a detective and could get my servants out of the prisons. Then I might have some peace and comfort. Have you been doing any more of that sort of thing?" Mueller opened his bag and took out some papers which he slipped in his pocket. Then he turned to his host. "If you don't give me away, I'll tell you that I have had a chance to save a human life, to save a human soul. I'm afraid I, shall we say, evaded the law a little in doing it, for I took under my care a young lad who had killed his mother's defamer after he had escaped from prison, and believe me, I did well. Ossip Juleff has talents along my own line, which are well worth cultivating. He is now a capable assistant and will prove a worthy successor. Are there any letters for me, Grunwald?" "Nothing yet," said the hotel keeper. "I've been watching the mail like an impatient lover ever since I heard you were coming. But I'll get it to you whenever it comes. What are you going to do now?" "My gondolier and a native Secret Service man are waiting for me outside. I'm going over to the Lido." "Just like a regular tourist? Your man's over there, is he? Poor chap." "Yes," said Mueller. "I do feel sorry for him, if he is my man." "Hello, you don't even know it yourself?" "No, I've never known so little after finding out so much as I do about this case." "Is the case of long standing?" "It happened on the 29th of May, an apparent suicide which, however, is a murder. And today is the 9th of June." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Grunwald. "That's not 2 weeks. Most detectives would take a month on a matter like that, and then pride themselves on their cleverness." "I don't," said Mueller, "and I know I'm growing old." When they landed on the Lido, Mueller told his companion, the Secret Service man whom the Italian police had put at his disposal, to wait near the wharf while he himself went to the Pension Mantini. He walked through the garden and was just about to touch the bell at the door when he heard voices coming from behind a clump of bushes that concealed the entrance to the kitchen. "Don't be so mad about it," said a man laughingly, and an angry woman's voice answered, "Why shouldn't I be mad when I get fired for no reason at all? 'Tisn't true that I went through his desk. I never touched a thing in his old room. But there's no pleasing this Mr. Faulkner of late. He's scared of anybody." A door slammed somewhere, and Mueller thought to himself that things were coming his way. An angry, discharged servant is a valuable ally. He rang the bell, and the door was opened by a trim little maid with snapping black eyes. Mueller inquired whether the Marchesa Mantini was at home. "No, sir," answered the girl. Her irritation of a moment back still sounded through her voice. "That doesn't matter," said Mueller kindly. "You may be able to give me the information I need. You belong to the household, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, I belong to it yet," she snapped. Mueller smiled at the sharpness of her tone and laid a few silver pieces in her hand. The anger faded from her black eyes, and she smiled at him most engagingly. "What would you like to know, sir?" Mueller sat down in the comfortable chair she pushed forward to him and began.
I want your promise of discretion, first of all."
"Oh, of course, sir."
"Very well, then. How long has Mr. Faulkner lived here?"
"Oh, it's him you're interested in, is it?" asked the girl.
"If you please, my dear, it's up to me to ask the questions," said Mueller very definitely.
The girl blushed and answered quietly. "Mr. Faulkner has been here about 3 weeks. I can tell you the exact date, sir, if I look in my book. I had charge of his room until today," she added with a snap.
"Go fetch the book," said Mueller calmly, paying no attention to her irritation.
She returned in a few moments with a big notebook. "He arrived on May 12th. He's got something the matter with his lungs, I think, sir. Anyway, he looks awful sick and he coughs badly."
"Indeed. And has Mr. Faulkner been here right along since the 12th of May?"
The girl started, but did not answer for a moment. She knew that during this time Richard Faulkner had been away for a few days. But the Marchesa had cautioned her not to say a word about it to any of the other boarders. They were to think that Mr. Faulkner was ill and had stayed in bed those days. Louisa had not been informed as to whether there was any important reason for this secrecy, or whether it was merely a whim of the young man's. She took it for granted it was the last, and besides, she'd been given 5 lire to talk, and she intended to talk. She was glad to play a trick on the suspicious young gentleman who wouldn't believe a decent girl's word. She looked through her book, put her fingers in several pages, and then said low and cautiously, "There was no work to be done in his room from the 26th through the 31st of May. He was away those days. He may have been just over in Venice."
Mueller's faded cheeks flushed slightly. "Just over in Venice, you think? But you're not sure that he might not have gone further away than just Venice?"
Louisa shrugged her pretty shoulders. "He took a little valise with him and an extra overcoat. It looked to me as if he was going further away this time."
"Did Mr. Faulkner go over to Venice often?"
"Oh, yes, sir. He stayed out overnight a couple of times."
"May I see your book myself? It's a rather important matter, and I must be absolutely sure. I want to see myself what you have written."
Louisa laid the book in front of him and pointed to various places. "Mr. Faulkner has room number 3, she said, "and I take charge of it. Any day when I don't have to make the bed and fix the room, I write down a naught. Mr. Faulkner always had his breakfast in his room. See, I've marked a 1 here. That means I took the tray up. It's for the room service charge. You see there's no 1 for the 27th of May. That means he didn't have any breakfast that day. He'd left the night before. I took his overcoat and his bag down to the gondola right after supper, and he told me that I mustn't tell anyone in the house that he was going away. If anybody asked, I must say he was ill and in bed. He went off an hour later as soon as it was dark."
"And you don't know why he went away, or why there was so much secrecy about it?"
"No, sir. I only know that he got 2 telegrams, one right after the other, that day. I thought maybe someone sent for him."
Mueller studied the book carefully. "Then he was away from this house from the evening of the 26th of May until— But you didn't bring him any breakfast on the 1st of June, either. And you didn't fix his room? You said he came back on the 31st.
"Yes, sir, he did. He came home late on the evening of the 31st, but he felt very ill. He told me not to wake him up next morning, that he wanted to sleep. It was nearly noon when he rang for me, and he looked miserable and only wanted a little tea and soup. He didn't come down till that evening, and he looked so miserable that everybody believed he'd been ill. There's one lady here, Mrs. Lechner, who knows Mr. Faulkner's mother. She got so scared the way he looked that she wanted to write his mother. That's the first time I ever saw Mr. Faulkner impolite to a lady. He was almost impolite to Mrs. Lechner."
Louisa paused and tilted her head a bit as if listening. "What's the matter?" asked Mueller.
"They're coming downstairs, Mr. Faulkner and his sister. What shall I—"
"Just keep quiet, my dear, and pretend you don't know anything about me. Pay no attention to me."
Louisa caught up a feather duster and began vigorously dusting the ornaments on the table. Mueller took out a handkerchief and wiped his brow just as the young couple passed. His face had been completely hidden by the movement. When they had gone, he turned to the girl again.
"That young lady is Mr. Faulkner's sister?"
he asked. Louisa nodded. "She's only been here 3 days. Her name is Mrs. von Widener."
"Thank you, my dear. I'll follow them."
Louisa looked after him as he strolled away. She got out the money and looked at it and smiled a contented smile, in which was mingled a touch of malice. The couple whom Mueller was following walked along the main street that crosses the island. There were so many people strolling about that Mueller could follow without any fear of discovery. He was so near them at times that he could hear snatches of what they were saying. The young lady was enthusiastic about some theatrical performance she had seen the day before, but Faulkner only grumbled a few words now and then. He looked pale and ill, and decidedly depressed. They parted at the entrance to the bathing establishment, and Mueller heard them planning a walk to Malamocco after the bath, and then a supper on the terrace of the concert garden. It was the pretty young matron who was the moving spirit in all this. Her brother was not interested in anything. She held his hand and looked at him keenly. "I don't like the way you look at all, Richard. You're so nervous and yet so depressed. Do you feel worse? Do you think you'd better take a sea bath rather than sit somewhere quietly in the sunshine?" He laughed harshly. "Yes, I see myself sitting quietly. That's about the one thing I can't do now. I much prefer to go into the water. That is not intended for a joke." He nodded to her quickly before she could say anything more, and slipped through the entrance of the men's bath. Mueller looked around and found his Italian comrade right behind him. "Are those the people you're following?" asked the Secret Service man in a low tone. "Yes, or rather the man." "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going in bathing." "Good gracious, do I have to bathe too?" said the Italian with a smile. Mueller shook his head. "No, you can stay on dry land. Let's follow my man now. It might be a good idea to get the number of his cabin." Mueller stood in front of the cashier's window immediately behind Faulkner. The latter asked for his usual number. Mueller took a check, and he and his companion followed the young man down the hall. The attendant who came to meet them greeted Faulkner and opened the door of room number 13. Mueller got number 20 and told his companion to wait outside. He undressed quickly and waited at the head of the steps leading to the water until Faulkner should come. Finally he saw the young man coming down the hall between the dressing rooms. In his scanty black jersey suit, his extreme thinness, contrasting with his well-knit, broad-shouldered frame, was far more noticeable than in his street clothes. "This man is terribly run down," thought Mueller. "It can't be just his wound and the subsequent illness. Can it be mental trouble, too? Poor chap, I shall really be very sorry if you are the man I'm after." And yet as the detective followed Faulkner down the steps into the ocean, he said to himself rather sadly, "And I'm terribly afraid you are the man I want. It would have been too strange a coincidence. He was away from the 26th to the 31st, and since then he has been upset and nervous." Mueller dived into the waves that rose up to meet him. When he came up again, Faulkner was just ahead of him, shaking the water off his hair and breathing quickly as if his lungs still troubled him. He looked around as he heard a friendly voice saying, "Isn't the water delightful here?" Faulkner nodded to the kindly-faced elderly man opposite him, for the freemasonry of sea bathing permits what the more formal life on land would not allow. They clung side by side to the rope, while Faulkner explained that he had just been seriously ill and was not allowed to swim yet, although the daily dip in the ocean did him a world of good. His new friend introduced himself as Mr. Mueller from Vienna, dealer in antique weapons and armor. He said that he, too, didn't care very much for swimming, because he so seldom had the opportunity for sea bathing that he was getting rather rusty at the art. He would dart off a few swift strokes now and then, but return at once to his young compatriot. By the time they climbed out of the water, they were such good friends that Faulkner himself invited Mueller to spend the rest of the evening with him and with his sister. Mueller had cleverly maneuvered to bring about this invitation. "It's hard to enjoy oneself alone," said the young man with a pleasant smile, "and to tell you the truth, I'm very glad to have someone else with us. My poor sister is here only for a few days, too, and I know I'm boring her to death with my nervousness and my melancholy. There's been too much on my mind of late, and I know I'm wretched company, so I'd be very glad if you will have supper with us and listen to the music for a while before you return to Venice. Won't you go up for a little walk with us now to warm up after the bath?" Faulkner spoke with all the easy charm of an amiable man of the world, but even while he was talking it was evident his thoughts were elsewhere. Mueller noticed it and rather regretted it. The veteran detective's kind heart was getting the better of him again, and he confessed to himself that if the thoughts of this very attractive young man were in Salzburg, as his own were, that same heart would once more come into conflict with his duty. "Oh dear," he sighed to himself, "I could almost wish it had been Goldie Boy. He was a tougher sort." Even before Mrs. von Widener joined them, Mueller gleaned the information that part of Faulkner's nervousness was due to the non-appearance of a letter for which he was waiting. A messenger from the pension met him outside the bathing establishment and told him that there was no mail for him in the afternoon delivery. Faulkner was quite upset at this. As they walked along the shore, he would either hang back or else pace beside them scarcely uttering a word. He evidently wanted to be left alone. Mila von Weidner watched him, anxious and embarrassed. She apologized to their new friend. "I'm afraid you'll find us rather stupid company," she said, when Wagner had fallen some steps behind them. "My brother is usually the gayest possible sort, and a great favorite everywhere, but he has been very ill, and it seems to have changed him completely. Sometimes I think his mind must have suffered as well as his body." "It looks to me as if he were worrying about something," replied Mueller sympathetically. "Couldn't you find out what the trouble is? It might be quite easy to help him, if you only knew." Mila sighed deeply. "Ah, yes, if only I knew what the trouble was. But Richard won't give me the slightest intimation. Oh, how much easier life would be if only we could and would trust those near to us." Mueller exerted himself to the utmost in his desire to please these new friends and to win their confidence. He was so interesting that even Wagner began to join in the conversation here and there, and would occasionally laugh heartily at some sally. When the first stars appeared on the blue-black sky above them, and the fresh evening breeze came up from over the water, the three returned to the concert garden, the best of friends. "We have some little time yet before supper," said Mila von Weidner, "so if you don't mind I'll run home and scribble off a couple of letters. I'll get my coat, too, and I'll send or bring something for you, Richard. You'll keep him indoors, won't you, Mr. Mueller? Don't let him even go out on the terrace until he gets his overcoat." She walked quickly off down the broad street, and the two men went into the big hall, which was now almost empty. The Italian Secret Service man strolled in a moment or two later and sat down a little distance away. "Here's a nice comfortable table, Mr. Faulkner, and not a bit of a draught anywhere," said Mueller cheerily, taking the young man's arm and leading him to the corner near the big window. His comrade of the police remained standing talking to a waiter until the others were seated. Then he chose his own table and settled down to a bottle of wine and a big black cigar. Mueller ordered Chianti for himself and tea for Wagner. "Make it hot," said the latter to the waiter who took the order. He shivered as he settled back in his chair. "Are you chilly?" said Mueller. "I get shivery so often now," answered Wagner. "Those sudden shivers, they're so unpleasant." "Yes, I know. I had a feeling like that just the other day," said Mueller, looking keenly at the young man's face. He had placed the chairs so that the light fell full on Wagner. He paused for a moment, and Wagner, evidently feeling that some remark was demanded of him, inquired politely, "What made you shiver?" As he spoke, his eyes followed two fine-looking women who passed them, but with very mild interest. Mueller spoke slow and calmly. "I held a dagger in my hand, the blade of which was dulled with recent bloodstains." "That was interesting. I suppose you do meet queer things in your business. Did you just happen in on a quarrel? They use that romantic weapon in this country more than they do in our home." Wagner spoke with the same absent-minded calmness, while his eyes still followed the women. But his thoughts were neither with them or with the words his companion had just uttered. Mueller held his breath for a moment or two. Now he let it out with a faint sigh of relief. He had made the first test, and Wagner had passed it well. No, this was not the man who but a few days before had thrown the blood-stained dagger away in horror. It could not be, for Richard Wagner was so utterly run down, so utterly unnerved, that the sudden scream of a seagull made him start, and a child running too near the water had turned him ghastly pale. No man whose nerves were so little under control could have heard Mueller's words so calmly, if these same words had awakened in his mind the memory of the hideous hour in the Grey House. Mueller was too experienced a psychologist not to realize that he had followed a false trail. In his own preoccupation with the one important bit of evidence against Wagner, his secret absence from the pension on the critical day, the old detective had overlooked one point, and he blushed as he remembered that now. All his own discoveries in the Grey House had shown him that it was not a premeditated murder, but a hasty act of violence. When Wagner left the Lido, if he had gone to Salzburg to see Elise Lehmann, he had no reason whatsoever for keeping his departure a secret. His departure, his absence, and the secrecy connected with it, as well as his first nervousness, must have some other cause. Mueller felt convinced of this, but he would not let go this trail until he had made one or two more tests. For even if Wagner were not the man he was after, he might be able to give him valuable information. His own attention was diverted just now by the appearance of an old man with a cap of the Hotel d'Italie. The man came in the hall, looked around, and then came towards Mueller. "Oh, Mr. Mueller," he exclaimed, "I've been looking for you for nearly 2 hours. Mr. Grunwald sends this telegram and these 2 letters. They came about an hour after you left." Mueller thanked the old man whom he knew well from former visits, gave him money, and told him that if anything more should come it was to be left at the hotel until his return. He took a letter opener from his pocket and cut the envelope rather hastily. Faulkner looked at him, smiling. "So you're nervous, too? I thought you were one of the calm, poised sort who never knew what it was to be excited. I've been envying you your steady nerves all the afternoon." "Even my nerves are not what they used to be," replied Mueller with a light sigh. "Will you pardon me if I glance over this mail? I fancy it is important." Faulkner nodded and took up a newspaper. Mueller opened the telegram first, read it quickly, and nodded as if content. "Ossip is very intelligent," he thought as he slipped the paper into his pocket. The message was dated that morning from Linz, and it read, "Have handwriting of advertiser of June 2nd. Advertisement was given in Amstetten, Julef." Mueller looked at the two letters in deep thought for a moment before he opened them. He took up the commissioner's letter first because he thought it likely that what Ossip had to say was more important, and he wanted to leave that for the last. Also, Senfeld's letter was official. Mueller opened it and read it attentively, pausing now and then as if to think. He was evidently greatly interested in what the commissioner had to say. Then he took up his young assistant's letter. Ossip repeated what Senfeld had said, also Moser's story of the conversation in the garden between Elise Lehmann and some other woman with whom she was evidently on terms of intimacy. Then Ossip told the story of his visit to the old beggar and its scanty result. But there was one thing that he had to say of which the commissioner had evidently known nothing, for the very good reason that Ossip had not told him, and it was this very point that interested Mueller more than anything else in the letter. In talking to Ossip about Tony, Mrs. Diesler had said one day that it was queer how even the most intelligent women were vain. When Ossip asked for an explanation, the housekeeper told how, on the day when Baron Walroth and Professor Thorne had come to the house, Tony had her face wrapped in a cloth on account of a bad toothache. But when the good-looking professor had sent for her to come upstairs, Tony had taken off the disfiguring bandage. Ossip's letter went on to say, "I asked Mrs. Diesler how long Tony had worn the cloth, and also when the telegram had arrived announcing that the men were coming. It seems that the telegram arrived about 11 o'clock in the morning. Tony's toothache came on right after lunch, about 12, and the gentleman came to the Grey House about 3 o'clock. It was 3:30 when the Baron drove away, and Tony took off her bandage when she went upstairs to see Professor Thorne. It looks to me as if Tony had pretended this toothache so that she might hide her face from Baron Walroth, but she did not mind showing it to Professor Thorne. Evidently, he did not know her. But if the Baron did know her, and she did not want him to recognize her, why did she linger on in the Grey House? Why did she run the risk of having him recognize her? I found one of these personals in the piece of paper in which Tony had wrapped the money she gave the beggar. It was the Linz Gazette of the 31st of May. The other two personals were in the same paper in the copy of June 2nd and 3rd. There was no other similar personal before the 31st of May or after the 3rd of June. I do not think I have missed anything. In the hope I have been able to serve you usefully. I am going to Linz tonight in hope of finding out who put that personal in the paper. Your deeply grateful Ossip. Salzburg, June 8th. Then Mueller opened the letter which Ossip had enclosed in his. It was from Berlin, from Walter Thorne. He wrote, "My surmise as to the person we are seeking has proved quite incorrect. As I fear you noticed, I did have someone in mind, a man whom I knew to have been a lover of the Lehmann girl at one time, and whose passionate nature might have made such a deed comprehensible. But I find now that he spent those days here, going about his business in the usual way, perfectly calm. I hope sincerely that I have not sent you off on any false trail, for I realize now that not every man is a detective. One thing I do not regret, and that is that I have gradually, little by little, let my cousin see the truth about Elise, her character and the life she has led. He is much calmer now, almost cold again, and is evidently glad that he escaped this marriage. He tells me now that Hubert Lohr, Elise's stepbrother, warned him several times about her, warned him insistently, although he would not say anything definite. But he evidently did not approve of the marriage. I am returning to Vienna with Walroth." Mueller studied the letter for a few moments, then folded it and put it in his pocket with the others. Then he rose, and to Faulkner's great astonishment, he walked over to the man who sat at the table near them and spoke to him. They shook hands, and the man at the table called up the waiter, paid his bill, and strolled out of the hall. When Mueller returned to his table, Faulkner looked at him with interest. "Was that man a friend of yours?" I didn't notice that you greeted him." "I didn't," said Mueller, "but I told him now that I no longer needed him, that he could take my gondola and go back to the city." "Need him? What would you need him for?" asked Faulkner with youthful curiosity. But he did not wait for the answer, for there was another interruption. Louisa, the maid from the pension, came up to the table and handed Faulkner a letter and his overcoat. "The lady sends these," she said, "and she'll be here herself in less than half an hour." Faulkner snatched the letter hastily, with a murmured thanks to the girl. He looked with an instant's surprise at her sudden flush and start when she saw Mueller. But a moment later he had forgotten everything and was immersed in the letter he held in his trembling hands. The girl stared at Mueller, who looked at her as if he had never seen her before. But when he realized that Faulkner was completely absorbed, he motioned her to go away. Then an exclamation across the table drew his attention to his companion again. Faulkner had dropped the letter in his lap, his hands were clasped, and he looked up almost as if praying. "Oh, thank God," he murmured. Then he straightened up, stretched his young frame, and the color flooded his pale cheeks. He looked 10 years younger. His eyes met Mueller's, and the latter smiled in deep sympathy. "You've had good news?" he said. "Yes, indeed," exclaimed Faulkner. "The best of all news. I can now live like a human being, not trembling in terror of what the next moment might bring, in terror of—" He paused, then shook his head. "No, I can't talk about it now, not even to my sister. You won't mention it to her? I mean the effect this letter had on me? Can I depend on you, Mr. Mueller?" "Most people find they can depend on me," said Mueller. "And besides, I'm leaving Venice tomorrow morning, and I have my head full of my own affairs, so that you need not fear any indiscretion on my part. But there is something I must say to you before Mrs. von Wiedner's return, and I, too, must ask for your discretion. Mr. Faulkner, I have deceived you as to my person. I am not a dealer in antiques, but a detective, and there has been no element of chance in our meeting today." Faulkner sat quietly, but his face was ghastly pale, despite a strong effort to control it. His hand tightened on the edge of the table until the skin shone white over the knuckles. Mueller's keen gray eyes rested on the young man's face. "You know Elise Lehman?" he asked suddenly, but this shot produced a wholly unexpected effect. The color flushed back into Faulkner's cheeks as a sigh of deep relief passed his lips. The tenseness of his whole attitude relaxed to an expression of complete surprise. "Why, yes, I knew her." "Exactly. Knew her? Then you've heard?" "Of her suicide? Yes. It upset me, naturally." "I can understand that. You were once on terms of intimacy with her?" "How did you know? You say you are a detective?" "I am a detective commissioned by Baron Walworth to discover the truth of certain peculiar circumstances connected with Miss Lehman's death." "That's interesting," said Faulkner, leaning forward eagerly. Did Walworth send you to me? I should think he had had quite enough of what I can tell him about her. The telling cost me dear. Oh, I beg your pardon, you may not know—" "Of your duel with Baron Walworth? Yes, I do know that," replied Mueller calmly. To himself he said, "I am following a false trail. This man is absolutely innocent. He knows nothing whatever about the killing." Then he continued aloud, "No, the Baron did not send me to you. The conduct of the investigation is entirely in my own hands." "But what is there to investigate about a suicide?" "That is what I am to find out. Would you mind answering me a few questions?" Faulkner nodded with a light shrug and a half laugh. "If they're not too personal." "No, I am not concerned with your relations with Miss Lehman, but you may be able to tell me something about her friends, male and female. There's a girl, for instance, who wrote to her during May and mentioned you, saying that you were here." "Oh, yes, I know who that was," said Faulkner immediately. "Her name is Rita Egghardt. She's a little actress who was engaged at the same theater in Vienna with Elise Lehman. She was in Venice for a few days in May. I met her on the street and talked to her." Mueller took down the name and address, and then he said, "Do you know a man she called Goldie Boy and Honey Bunch?" Faulkner flushed and gave an embarrassed laugh. "She called me Honey Bunch, too. The other one must have been after my time." "Yes, he was the man in possession when she became engaged to the Baron. I've met him." "What sort of a person was he?" asked Faulkner. "Sort of a traveling salesman, I think. No great mental light. Husky young animal." "That was mainly what Elise was after, that and money," said Faulkner bitterly. "Don't be unjust." Mueller's tone was grave. "Did you or any of the others, except possibly Baron Walworth, ask anything of this girl except that she should amuse you with her gaiety and charm you with her beauty? You never bothered much about the brain that was inside that beautiful head, or the heart that beat in her shapely body." Faulkner's eyes drooped and his cheeks flushed. Mueller continued in a more kindly tone. But all this is beside the point. Can you tell me of any other woman with whom Elise Layman was on terms of intimacy? I am thinking now of a very pretty, highly intelligent young person whose first name is probably Tony and whose last name begins with K. Why, of course, said Faulkner eagerly, his eyes brightening. That's a former fellow player of hers, and now her sister-in-law. A charming woman indeed. I don't mind telling you that I tried my best to win her favor first, but Tony wasn't that kind. She took life seriously, and she turned me down hard. Elise was very handsome and didn't take anything seriously except the money value of a wealthy lover, so I contented myself with her. Why, Mr. Mueller, what's the matter? You look quite upset. The sudden tensing of Mueller's frame and the sharp intake of breath that flooded his cheeks with color had given way to an expression of deep sadness. Please, let me get this clearly, he began, not heeding Faulkner's last remark. You said that Tony was the Layman girl's sister-in-law? As far as I know, Elise Layman had only one brother, her stepbrother, Hubert Lohr. Quite right, Hubert Lohr. Tony has been his wife for the past 3 years. Her maiden name was Kerner. End of Chapter 16.
This is Books on My Mind YouTube channel.
Chapter 17. Mueller drops the false trail. Neither spoke for some time. Mueller sat motionless, his saddened eyes staring out ahead, seeing nothing. Behind them, the keen brain was battling with a heart that rebelled against what it would not, but must, believe. Faulkner sipped the tea that had grown cold, and gazed now and then at his companion. His own thoughts were busy. Out of them he spoke, finally. But I don't see why Walroth should go to all that trouble and expense, and racking his own nerves besides, just to find out why she did it. That isn't the question here. He wants to find out who did it. Elise Layman did not kill herself. Faulkner gave a sharp exclamation. But the papers said— Yes, press and public took it for a case of suicide, and they will never know any better, if I can help it. The last words were spoken very low and sadly, as Mueller passed his hand wearily across his forehead. But I know, and a few others know. I am telling you because I owe you an explanation and an answer to your question of some few minutes back, just before Louisa came. You asked me why I thought I might need the man I sent away, do you remember? Yes. Well? He was a Secret Service man, and he was waiting for orders that I might give him to make an arrest. But I sent him away, as you see, for I had been mistaken. There would be no arrest. Again Faulkner paled. Then he shook himself impatiently and looked straight at Mueller. And you said something about a dagger? Did you mean— could you possibly think— Faulkner sprang from his chair and leaned forward threateningly toward the sad-eyed old man opposite. Steady there, steady, said Mueller calmly, but with a note of real sympathy in his voice. I told you I had been mistaken. Please sit down. Faulkner sat down mechanically as if in obedience to orders, more than of his own volition. But how did you ever— why should anyone think that my God, why should I do such a crazy thing? I never was quite convinced that you did it. But you suspected me. You came here to hound me. Please don't feel so bitter about it. Many another honest man has come under suspicion, without half the evidence against him that there was against you. What evidence? You were Elise Layman's lover at one time. You said things to Baron Walroth which you thought would prevent his marriage to her, but they only resulted in a duel. You were absent from the Mantini pension, secretly, from May 27th to May 31st. Faulkner half rose, then fell back into his chair. How did you discover that? It is my present business to find out where any former lover of Elise Layman was on May 29th, the day she was killed, replied Mueller. I do not yet know where you were on that day, but I do know that you have been more nervous, more upset and irritable since that day, even than your ill health would warrant. Still, I do not suspect you, now, of having killed Elise Layman. Therefore, it is no business of mine where you spent those days. Faulkner gnawed his lip in silence for a moment, then he spoke harshly, with a sudden outburst. I went to Verona those days and spent most of my time trying to keep my younger brother from taking his own life. I am very, very sorry if I have called up sad memories, said Mueller softly. It is one of the hardest things my work compels me to do, inflict suffering on the innocent. I owe it to you, and you upset me so that you wrung the story out of me. The boy had gotten into trouble, bad company, gave notes with my father's name on them. A band of notorious forgers got him in their power, under the guise of moneylenders. Mueller gave a sharp exclamation, and Faulkner paused and looked at him. Yes, I know, said the detective. The law has its eye on those people, and I was to take up that case, but put it aside when Baron Walrath sent for me. But rest assured, when I do take it up, they will be brought to justice. There's many another rash lad in their power. Yes, I imagined it. Robert is inexperienced and young, but it's all settled now, thank God. I made him go back to Vienna and tell the president of the bank all about it. We want to save my father any annoyance and excitement. He is very ill. Mueller nodded with a glance of sympathy. You see, it was a good thing we met after all. For now, when I take up the case against those forgers, his voice dropped low, and I fear I shall be able to do that very soon. Your brother can give me valuable information. But will you help me now? Tell me something about the Lores. Faulkner opened his lips as if to speak, then suddenly started and gazed sharply at Mueller. There was another pause. Then he laughed suddenly. Mueller raised his head and asked, What are you laughing at? Faulkner still smiled as he replied, I was laughing at my own foolish thoughts. When you asked me about the Lores, and when you described Tony a few minutes back, I suddenly wondered why you wanted to know about them. Then I realized how perfectly absurd was the idea that Tony, Mrs. Lore, could have anything to do with the Lehman murder. Anyway, you're looking for a man, aren't you? And even if you knew that it was a woman who committed the crime, it couldn't by any possibility be that woman. Yes, the thought is absurd, said Mueller slowly, but please tell me all you know of them. I have nothing but good to say of them, but if I hadn't, neither you nor anyone else should ever hear a word from me that could possibly harm them. Mueller smiled. You're so fond of them? Faulkner nodded. He was my school chum. He is still my friend, in spite of the fact, or possibly because of it, I mean because he is so entirely different from me. And I'm still in love with his wife, and always shall be, in the very best way. So if you want to hear good of those two people, you can question me all you like. I do, replied Mueller with a strange smile. I want to hear every possible favorable thing you can say about them. We used to call Hubert Don Quixote at school. Those who weren't quite so well acquainted with literature contented themselves by saying that he was crazy. Possibly he was, as far as any creative artist is crazy. I remember when he beat one of the boys black and blue because he had made an indecent caricature of an old apple woman who had a stand outside the school. And another time when our history professor made a rather slurring remark about Schiller's rewriting of history, Lore exclaimed aloud, God bless him for that! Where would we be without ideals? Most of the boys hooted, but the professor rose, went to Lore's bench, and shook his hand. I could tell you 100 such stories, and Hubert Lore hasn't changed in the slightest. His quarrel with his benefactor, the late Baron Walrath, was quite characteristic of him. It was Baron Walrath who helped him to study and sent him to the conservatory. Mueller nodded. Yes, I've heard that. What was the trouble between them? Lore's whole life is an expression of gratitude to the Walrath family, and yet he refused to sell himself even to please his benefactor. It was this way. The Baron had a friend, a rich businessman whose only daughter and heiress fell desperately in love with Lore. Hubert's mighty good-looking. Her father had never refused her anything she wanted before, so she thought of course he could buy this husband for her. The Baron thought it would be a wonderful thing for Lore to come into so much money, and the girl was extremely pretty, although very self-willed, so he wanted to help it along. But Lore refused to have anything to do with it. He didn't like the girl, and he was too honest to buy himself a career on such terms. That was great, exclaimed Mueller. He must be a real man. He is indeed, continued Faulkner, but it cost him Baron Walrath's friendship. Hubert was sorry for it, too. Still, he could not accept such a marriage. But I know that he was very unhappy, and that his most ardent wish was that some opportunity might come for him to show his deep and lasting gratitude for the Walrath family. Does he still see anything of the family? Asked Mueller. Since the old Baron's death, the Baroness and Edmund invite him occasionally to one of their musical evenings. Does his wife go with him? No, I don't think so. I remember he told me once that when he did take Tony to introduce her to the Baroness after their marriage, the lady was rather cool toward her. She may not have approved of making a friend of a singer, but that only proves she didn't know Tony Lore. Did Baron Edmund know Mrs. Lore? I don't think so, said Faulkner. He may have seen her once or twice. I'm not sure. Murmured Mueller. Then it wasn't so daring, after all. Aloud he said, Mr. Lore is a mountain climber, isn't he? Yes, said Faulkner. It's his favorite exercise. He has conquered several of the most dangerous peaks. And he is left-handed? He was, that is, he has trained himself to use both hands on account of his piano playing. But in unguarded moments he is very apt to use the left hand. Why do you ask this? Faulkner moved uneasily as he spoke the last words. And he is a composer, continued Mueller, with a certain sad persistence. Faulkner's eyes shone. He is a composer of eminent ability. Yes, said Mueller, he is a true creative artist. But let's talk of something else now. Here comes your sister. Mila von Weidner came quickly through the now rapidly filling room, came straight to her brother, and laid both hands on his shoulder. Robert wrote you, she exclaimed, and her soft eyes shone through tears. Her brother nodded and drew her down to the chair beside him. What's the matter, Millie? He exclaimed softly. Mamma wrote me all about it. Oh, you wonderfully wise boy, you. You're so good, so good. And you paid all those notes. You saved Robert's life, his whole existence, and Papa's life, too, I am sure. Hush, dear, it's all over now, and it's all right, said Faulkner, looking over at Mueller. But the latter had tactfully subsided behind a railway guide which he was studying with apparent interest. The evening passed off pleasantly, although Faulkner fell into a brown study now and then, his brows wrinkling as if some problem were worrying him. The old detective was chatty and cheerful. But Mila von Weidner had known him only for a few hours, so she could not realize that Joseph Mueller seemed to have grown 10 years older in the few short hours. Once he laid his hand on Faulkner's arm and asked suddenly, They have a child, haven't they? Who? Exclaimed Faulkner in surprise. Lors. Oh, yes, surely. A little girl who is blind? She is threatened with blindness. But how did you know that? The child had scarlet fever, which left her eyes very weak. They have taken her to Tony's mother up in the mountains for the summer. Thanks, I must leave now, said Mueller, rising. I must be getting back to Venice. Where are you going? What are you going to do now? Why did you want to know about the Lors? A sudden uneasy fear tugged at Faulkner's heart. But Mueller did not answer. He was already making his farewells to Mrs. von Weidner, and he soon slipped away into the outer darkness. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Back in the Ivy Cottage. On the morning of June 10th, Mueller was back in his own home. After a hasty breakfast, he wrote a few words on a card and addressed them to Professor Walter Thorne. Then he got into the waiting cab and drove to the Walworth house, leaving the card to be given to Professor Thorne as soon as he arose. The detective drove on out towards the suburbs. At the foot of the red hill, he called to the driver to halt. Wait here, he said as he got out and walked slowly up the hill. It was another glorious morning, as fresh and fragrant as when he had passed that way a few days before. But Mueller's heart was sad and heavy, and he scarcely seemed to see the beauty around him. He paused by the blossoming apple tree and again put out his hand. Then he dropped it, shook his head, and went on for about 100 paces. He halted again, turned back, and walked quickly to the tree. He cut off 3 of the most beautiful blossom-laden twigs, and nodded to them with a sad smile in his eyes. His lips were tightly set. As he neared the Lore cottage, he saw the young composer standing at the window. The detective paused, half hidden by a bush, and studied the man who stood there. Yes, there was pride and firm determination on this handsome face. This man could live up to his ideals, even though it cost him dear. There was a hint of passion, too, noble passion, that might well carry him away at times and lead him into a deed which he had not sought. Lore was staring out at the distant sky. His eyes were grave and sad, his pale lips pressed tight together. As Mueller watched, another figure came to the window, a woman's figure, tall and graceful. On her arm Tony Lore carried a child, a pale, frail little creature, its eyes hidden behind a green shade. The little head drooped onto its mother's shoulder. She bent over it and kissed the soft curls. Then she put her free arm around her husband's neck. He started up from his sad thoughts, and their eyes met in a long look. Hubert Lore put both his arms around his wife and child, and caught them to him with passionate pressure. It was at this moment that Mueller came out from behind the bush and walked toward the little house. Lore saw him and smiled a welcome. He was at the garden gate before Mueller could touch the bell. "You've been to Venice?" he asked as they walked through the little garden. "Yes, I have just returned." "It was wrong of me to let you go. I should not have done it." "Oh, no, Mr. Lore, it was quite natural. They were in the room now. Tony had sunk down onto a chair. Her face was ghastly pale as she held the baby closely to her. She nodded to the detective without a word. Mueller crossed quickly to her and handed her the blossoming apple twigs with a kindly smile. The young woman smiled too, but great tears ran down her cheeks. Lore was the calmest of the three now. The natural color had come back to his cheeks as he pushed forward a chair for Mueller. Hubert Lore was one of those strong characters who have too much self-respect and dignity to fight the inevitable, and who have self-respect and dignity enough to follow the dictates of their own conscience always. The three sat around the table in the ivy-shaded corner. Tony still held the apple blossoms in her hand, and beyond their pink haze her pale face shone transfigured by the look of devotion in her eyes as she turned toward her husband. Madonna of the apple blossoms, thought Mueller. Then you thought it natural that I did not speak at once? Continued Lore calmly. Well, you understand the impulse of self-preservation. You must meet it often enough in your work. It is a natural instinct, replied Mueller. As you say, I meet it always in every case. If you had not come back to me, which shows me that you know all, I should have written Faulkner at once. I have reproached myself bitterly that I should have caused him any annoyance or possible excitement. And I have written a letter already, a letter to police headquarters. Here it is, Mr. Mueller. It contains all information that you and the authorities need. Hubert! Tony dear, don't break down now, when you have been brave so long. I suppose you know, Mr. Mueller, Lore turned to the detective again, that it was my wife who covered my tracks, protected me. I fear it will cost her dear. That too was quite natural and comprehensible, said Mueller as he slipped the letter containing Lore's confession into his pocket. But now, tell me, how did it ever happen? That I killed Elise? Lore drew a deep breath. May I go back a little? It will be easier to understand, and I want to tell you the story from the beginning. Look at our little girl here. His voice was very serious now. You see how ill she still is, how frail and delicate. She is threatened with blindness as a result of scarlet fever, and we are very poor. I give lessons, and my wife embroiders for a linen shop. But all we can do is to keep this very modest roof over our head, buy sufficient food and the most necessary clothes for ourselves. Everything else is a luxury that is beyond us. The few pretty things you see here are presents from my pupils. I am paying for my piano on installments. You can easily see how an illness would take the very last cent that we have saved. Our little Rosie fell ill, and we were soon at our wits' end. Then Tony told me that her mother had written her, saying she would take the child for a few months. My mother-in-law lives in a little town in the Enns Valley. She has a small annuity, just enough for her to live on. The doctor told us that Rosie must have a change of air, and that a few months in the mountains might set her up again. My mother-in-law was willing to have both my dear ones with her for the summer. We hoped that our little girl would be so strengthened by the change and the good air that she could endure the operation that might save her eyes. You can imagine how happy we were at the chance. Tony and Rosie left here on May 2nd. We had arranged that we should write to one another about twice a week. Tony's letters came from Enns, as I expected. So you can imagine my surprise when, on May 28th, I received a letter from my wife written from Salzburg. It contained a confession that she had been deceiving me, and that while Rosie was in Enns with her grandmother, Tony herself was in Salzburg. It seems that during the last days of April, when we were both in deep despair about our little girl, my wife received a letter from Elise. The latter told her, in spite of all I had said to prevent it, she had promised to marry Walroth. The Baron had hired a house for her in Salzburg, where she was to spend the summer, and she wanted someone with her, as she was afraid she would be terribly bored. Walroth was very jealous and insisted that she should cut loose from all that had been her life for the past 2 or 3 years. As she had not seen Tony since we were married, my wife knew nothing of what Elise had been doing these last years. That was exactly what the latter wanted. She asked Tony if she could come to her without my knowing it, for Elise knew I would never consent. In return for this, Elise offered to bear all expense that might be incurred for Rosie's operation and recovery. Lore paused when he reached this point. Mueller took up the story. I understand. Your wife accepted this offer, as any good mother would have done in her place, and she even consented to deceive you for the sake of her child. It was she who induced her mother to write that invitation, that she might be earning the money to pay Rosie's board. She took the child to her mother in Enns, then went on herself to Linz, where she met your sister. Is that right, Mrs. Lore?"
Tony nodded. "Yes," she said low, "but I insisted on being called her maid, not even a companion. I thought there'd be less danger of anyone noticing me then."
"Your sister-in-law met a man in Linz?" asked Mueller.
"Yes, he was her lover."
"But he did not see you."
"I was only the maid. He scarcely noticed me."
"Yes, he told me. I met him. He was the usual sort, the sort women of that kind are apt to choose for the lover, but not for the husband," said Mueller. "Then you were with your sister-in-law from the 1st of May, and you wrote to your husband, sending the letters from Enns with your mother's help?"
"Yes, until I became so utterly disgusted with Elise's rottenness that I could endure it no longer. We had a serious quarrel one day. I told her that Hubert was quite right in his insistence that Walroth should be saved from a marriage with her, by force if necessary, and that I could not stay with her any longer. She pretended to be terribly repentant, and told me that I ought to realize it was not easy for her to find her way back into a respectable life. She asked me if I would stay a few days longer, until she found someone to take my place. She insisted that I must keep the 200 gulden she had already given me for Rosie, and then we made plans for my departure."
"You were talking that over out in the garden," cut in Mueller.
The others looked at him in surprise. Tony nodded and continued. "But the very next day I found her writing a glowing love letter to Goldie Boy, and kissing the violets he had given her when they parted. That was too much for me. I brought the 100 gulden I still had left from the money she had given me, laid it down in front of her, and then I wrote my husband."
Mrs. Lore sighed deeply, covered her face, sobbing. Lore took one hand gently and held it in his own. "You did quite right, Tony," he said. "You couldn't imagine it would turn out as it did." "It was on the receipt of that letter that you went to Salzburg?" asked Mueller of Lore. "Yes," he replied. "I arrived about 5 o'clock on the 29th of May. Tony hadn't told me where they were living, any more than to speak of the Grey House. But I found that this name was quite sufficient. I met them both by the river bank near the house. They were both equally astonished, and even a little frightened. 'Don't make any fuss, don't let anyone know,' was Elise's first request. I was perfectly willing to keep the whole matter quiet. I know how violent I can be when I'm really angry. I remembered this and tried to keep calm. I acquiesced in their arrangement that I should be smuggled into the house unseen, for Elise did not want any talk or gossip that might come to Walroth's ears." "And so your wife went back," put in Mueller, "ostensibly to get a forgotten feather boa, but in reality she opened the side garden gate and the side door of the house." Tony nodded to this. Her husband continued with some effort. "Elise and I went into the house from the riverside. Tony was waiting for us, for me, in the meadow. We had planned to meet there." Mueller sat up very straight. "Then you quarreled with your sister?" "Yes, I reproached her for having drawn Tony into a lie by appealing to her love for her child. Then she offered me money, much more than Tony had returned to her. I told her not to say another word about that. I would not touch her money, I said, but I would insist that she break her engagement with the Baron. If she did this of her own free will, I would not tell him anything, but if she did not, I would open his eyes as to her character and her life. In my growing excitement, I had snatched up something which I turned and twisted in my hands. You know how one does it. It was not until a second or two later that I realized that what I held was a sharp-pointed antique dagger which had been lying on the desk. Not until the very last minute, in fact, was I conscious that I held the dagger. I told Elise that if I could prevent it, no Walroth should ever stain his name by marrying a woman who broke all her promises, who was planning even now to deceive him when she should be his wife, planning to drag him down into the mire where she dwelt. "Don't be absurd," she screamed at me. "Walroth isn't particularly brilliant, but he's got sense enough not to expect an actress to be a saint. I do not intend to give him up, and he will marry me, for he's hopelessly in love with me. All your intriguing won't do you any good. I'm not deceiving him. He knows perfectly well whom he's marrying, just as you knew whom you married." She spoke these last words with an ugly sneer, but they ended in an inarticulate murmur, for I had already struck her down in my insane rage. Hubert Lore's face was pale, but he sat quite still, as if in complete control of mind and body. Mueller was much more excited. He leaned forward eagerly, laying his hands on Lore's knee. "Then you struck her down because she insulted your wife's name?" The flash in his own eyes woke an answering gleam in Tony's. But Lore shook his head decidedly. "No, Mr. Mueller," he said calmly, "that isn't how it was. I know that fact could be used as extenuating circumstance to shorten my term of imprisonment, but I prefer to stay by the truth. How could I hide behind a mere word? Why, I wouldn't dare look my wife in the face if I should save myself in that way after what she has done. No, Mr. Mueller, self-preservation is all right, but it must not ruin the best in us. Last evening my mother-in-law brought our little Rosie back to us, for we wanted to see her once more, and we talked it all over. We both decided that we must give up this foolish hiding. It is unworthy of us. In the letter which I gave you just now is Tony's confession, too." "Thank God that I got it out at last," exclaimed Tony, while her husband continued. "Yes, thank God. I can tell you, Mr. Mueller, that my degradation began with all the hocus-pocus that was necessary to hide my deed. As to the deed itself, I do not repent it. I would do the same again under the same circumstances. That can't hurt me, the inner me. I did not kill Elise in my anger at her insulting words about my wife. Nothing that she could say can harm Tony. What made me mad and blind with rage was the absolute truth of her assertion that Edward Walroth was hopelessly in love with her, and that he would marry her in spite of all I could do. Her tone and manner as she said this put her on the level of any courtesan of the streets who knows her power over the lowest instincts in man. It was that, the thought of the degradation she had brought to our honest family, and the degradation she was to bring to the family to whom I owe so much. I struck out blindly. I had the dagger in my hand. I knew it when I struck. That is all that you need to know." Lore rose. "We can go now, can we not?" His wife rose too, and stood beside him. "I'll be ready in a few moments," she said, although she caught at her husband as if to save her from falling. "No, no, we don't need you now," replied Lore as he pressed her gently down into the chair again. "We can let you stay with Rosie for a while yet. Can't we, Mr. Mueller? You won't run away. We can't run away. It's only the hardened criminal who can escape." Lore kissed his wife and child and took up his hat. "I am ready, Mr. Mueller," he said with a touch of impatience. Mueller was on his feet too. "Yes, Mrs. Lore, you must stay with your little girl," he said, "and if you permit it, I will look in now and then to bring you news until you see your husband again." Tony Lore rose, controlling herself with a strong effort. She went to the door with her husband, kissed him once more, laid the little girl in his arms for a moment, and held out her hand to Mueller. "You are so kind," she said low. "Stay with him. Don't forsake him." She went to the window again, and parting the ivy, looked out after them as she had that other day, but this time she was strong. 10 minutes later Mueller and Lore were in the cab, which set out rapidly toward the city. Lore leaned back, absorbed in his own thoughts. Suddenly he looked out of the window. "How is he driving?" he exclaimed. "This isn't the way to police headquarters." "We're not going there," replied Mueller calmly. "Where are we going?" "To the Walroth mansion." Hubert Lore sank together. "Why?" he exclaimed. "Why must we?" "It will be for the best," returned the detective, and when you do give yourself up, it will be much better to do it in Salzburg. You'll save yourself a lot of trouble and time." "Yes? But suppose I escape on the journey?" "I'm not afraid. If you hadn't intended to give yourself up, you would not have given me the written confession which is now in my pocket. No, I'm not afraid you'll run away, but I'll go with you. It's an all-night journey in the train, and one's nerves do break down sometimes. I want to help you to return unharmed to your loved ones. You must have the courage to live for such a woman. Dear Lord, what a woman!" Lore could not help smiling at this, and held out his hand to his wife's elderly admirer. "And she put one over on me, too," said Mueller more cheerily. "In all the long years of my career it has never happened to me before that I had my mind fixed on one certain person, and yet talked to that person without knowing it, without recognizing my prey. Mrs. Lore is the only one who can say that she completely fooled Joseph Mueller. I can understand how she would be the woman to regain her self-possession so soon after the deed. But you, yourself, were very calm." "Do you think so?" said Lore. "I know it. You could not have conceived the masquerade and carried it through otherwise. I had to do something to save Tony and myself. We had to make it look like a suicide. They still think it suicide, the press and public." "But you found it out?" "Yes. You threw the dagger from you in your first excitement and horror. I alone found the mark where it had fallen. There were a few other little mistakes, too." "I do not doubt it," said Lore. They were quiet after that until the wagon stopped in front of the Walroth house. Mueller asked the servant who opened the door whether he could see Professor Thorn at once. "I have orders to take you to him at once," said the man, and added with a look of interest, "He's all excited." Mueller did not heed this last remark, but passed on quickly up the stairs. Thorn was waiting for them and held out his hand eagerly to Mueller, but his eyes were turned on the good-looking man who came in quietly behind the detective. "Your card certainly excited me," said the painter. "You wrote me that you had discovered the man we are seeking." "Discovered him and brought him right with me," replied Mueller. "Here he is." Thorn gasped, and the detective continued calmly. "Let me introduce Mr. Hubert Lohr, Elise Lehman's stepbrother. In him you will learn to know one of those rare human beings who have the courage to follow the promptings of higher morality, even though it may bring them into conflict with the letter of the law. Mr. Lohr, this gentleman is Professor Walter Thorn, Baron Walroth's cousin. As I have already told you, it is entirely his fault that there was any investigation of this case, but do not blame him for it. He, too, was only following the promptings of his conscience." Lohr stood quietly with a sad smile. Smaller matters did not seem to touch him now. He turned wearily to the painter, who stood staring at him, still bewildered. "Yes, Professor, Mr. Mueller is speaking the truth. I killed my stepsister. Killed her in a moment of insane anger, with the mad thought that I must prevent the disgrace and unhappiness she would bring to this house. You may not know how much I owe this family." "Yes, yes," replied Thorn, holding out both hands to Lohr. "I do know something of it. You are wonderful, wonderful." "Who are you raving at now?" asked Walroth, coming in. "Oh, Lohr, you're here. I can understand my cousin. Yes, you are wonderful, for you have the courage to tell the truth." "I have always told the truth, Baron. Oh, if you had only believed me." Walroth looked at Lohr surprised, but staggered back against the table at the young composer's next words. "For then I would not have needed to kill Elise." The four men sat together in earnest conversation for nearly 2 hours. Finally, Mueller spoke. "This is a case out of my private practice. I am not compelled to give an accounting to anyone, except you two gentlemen who have engaged me. My conscience certainly does not compel me to sacrifice this man." Here he laid his hand on Lohr's shoulder, "and the wonderful woman who loves him, to sacrifice such people to a paragraph of law. No one else will discover the true trail, and the few who know that there is a trail to follow, well, I do not mind that they shall think I have failed this time. I can afford it. As far as I am concerned, Mr. Lohr, you will have no further bother about this matter." "I shall say nothing," said Thorn. "And I am willing that it shall rest right here," said Walroth. But Lohr shook his head. "I thank you all so much, oh, so very much," he began, "and were my wife not just what she is, I might accept your silence. But I must refuse it, even with deepest gratitude, for neither Tony nor I will be happy until we have done what the law demands. We must be free of this horrible secret that is hanging over us. I'm going to Salzburg today." "Then we need stay here no longer," said Mueller calmly as they all rose. "Take my cab and go back to your wife. I will call for you this evening." "And tomorrow my mother and I will call on your wife, Lohr," said Walroth, who was beginning to show the strain of these last hours. He held out both hands. "You need have no further care for their welfare until you return to them. The Walroths, too, know what it is to be grateful." End of chapter 18. Epilogue. Tony Lohr was acquitted, for she had done only what any woman might have done out of love for her husband. Hubert Lohr was given all possible attenuating circumstances, and his sentence was shortened because he had voluntarily given himself up. Walroth engaged a lawyer of high reputation and ability to defend him, and he also used his influence to obtain a pardon at the end of half a year. He had done other things for Lohr, too. When the latter returned to his home, the success attending the public performance of several of his compositions won for him a well-paid position as conductor of a leading orchestra. Baroness Walroth took little Rosie into her heart, and her ready aid averted the threatening catastrophe. A favorable operation saved the child's sight. In the calm and happy days that followed, Joseph Mueller was numbered among the outspoken admirers of Mrs. Tony Lohr, and won for himself a place in her heart and home which no one dared dispute. He explained it by saying that she was the only person who had ever outwitted him in the course of his long career. As for the case itself, Mueller says that he does not count it as his 94th conviction, and that he is perfectly willing to have it considered one of his failures. And Mueller also insists that the spirit of the law is more important than its mere letter, and that circumstances alter any case. Mueller, too, has the courage of his convictions. End of the epilogue. End of The Lady in Blue by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron.